Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? We're going to get everything set up. Do give us a second real quick. We're getting everything set up real quick. I am live. Alrighty. We're going to get everything going. Do give it a second for people to join up. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let me make sure to set up the stream fully here on YouTube real quick. Do give me a second. Alrighty. Do give me a second. Let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get everyone joining in the stream. What's up? The Phil crash out. We are Phil, everyone. That's true. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
You're such a cutie, but...
Is that another screaming fetus? So that's a different one. I think that's a different one. Is that screaming fetus number 2? Yo,
where's Big Dick Dina? Where's Big...
He's on his own live. You probably just came from it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support the America First movement with Nick Fuentes and James Fishback.
So do you support Donald Trump?
No. Maybe
Okay.
I should say I used.
Okay. Well, you just have gone further to the right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? Thank you, everyone, for joining in. What's good? Hopefully, everyone is doing okay right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I'm so sorry. I'm sick right now.
Oh, I thought they were going to say that they weren't old enough. I apologize. They can send a guest request back if they do support Donald Trump. They sounded young to me, so I immediately kicked them. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Is this the Phil raid? That's actually crazy. The We Are Phil raid. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. We're going to get everything going. The Phil raid. Let's go. W Phil raid. Thank you very much, Phil, for joining in the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you very much.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'll vote for Donald Trump.
You'd vote for Donald Trump? And what's your birth year?
I was born 2006.
2009? 2006? What month? All right, no month. You'd be 19, not 18. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, very nice to see you. I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. Where's the elevation plan, Parker?
It's somewhere
For
else.
Derrick Rose, man. Come on, hit the elevation plan.
This
bro.
is you don't support Donald Trump. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I'm beginning to feel like they definitely don't support Donald Trump. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Waffles or pancakes?
Definitely waffles. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean blocked me,
Screaming fetus. Dean blocked screaming fetus? That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
51.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Man, is that all you say?
That's the beginning question, yeah.
Like, you don't have nothing else to say on your lives?
I say plenty of other things. This is just the clarification to ensure that you're going to be on the live.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he has ICE agents going around doing his job.
Okay. You mean murdering U.S. citizens?
No, if they would
Brutally?
comply to authorities, they wouldn't get murdered.
No, that wasn't about complying in that circumstance. There's no basis in
That's
evidence
your
or basis in
opinion,
reason
Parker.
here that they should have murdered them. Right? No basis for that at all. You are not supposed to shoot someone 3 times in the head in the circumstance in which they are trying to flee, right? And are at no risk or threat to any of the officers. Clearly, as they weren't, if you look at the video.
Parker, I watched the video.
Yeah, and if
She
you
did
did,
not
you would see
comply.
that she turned, right? And
No.
was not headed towards
If
the
it
officers.
was a Republic that did it, y'all would say the same thing.
We don't know their
They need to
political
comply.
affiliation. We still have yet to know their political affiliation. If they were Republican, I still wouldn't support this. Regardless of their political affiliation, that was murder.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
Comply with authorities.
Yes, it was. What are you talking about?
Comply with authorities, and you won't
You can't
get
just
murdered.
say if you do not comply with authorities 100% to the T that you deserve to be murdered. That's sick. That's absurd.
Parker, that's the problem with y'all Democrats. Y'all don't comply with authorities.
Wait, I'm sorry. If you don't comply, does that mean that the officer has just cause to murder you?
If you're gonna run over me with a vehicle, I'm gonna do the same
There was
thing.
there's no basis and reason to believe that they were running over them with a vehicle.
Parker,
By the time that
get a life.
by the time that the gun was fired, right, they were already turned and not headed towards any officer.
Parker,
Yeah.
comply with authority, and you won't get shot.
Yeah, is that the only thing you can repeat over and over again? That's not
Yes, I
justification for
can.
someone being.
It's
Well, I have a
called-
question. Do you think it was
called
justified that Ashley?
reality.
Wait, do you think it was justified that Ashley Babbitt was shot? She didn't comply. Was it justified that Ashley Babbitt was shot?
Yes.
You do believe that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you believe that if someone doesn't comply, that they deserve to be murdered in all instances.
If you don't comply to authority, you deserve what you get.
Okay, so you literally believe that if someone doesn't comply 100%, say if it's a traffic
How
stop.
many times am I have to tell you?
If someone
yes?
listen, if someone's in a traffic
No,
stop
you listen
because they
to
were
me.
slightly above the speed
Yes.
limit, right, and they get pulled over and they don't comply 100%, right, you're saying they should be killed.
If you're gonna use a vehicle as a weapon, yes.
They weren't. They were not using it as a weapon. If you watch the video, right,
If you
from
cut off
literally
authorities like she did, yes.
watch the video. Have you seen the video?
I've watched it 100 times.
Yeah, and again, she was turning and wasn't even headed towards the officer when the gun was fired.
Parker, that's y'all defense.
Well, no, if you watch the video, that's what happened.
Okay, that's your opinion.
No, that's literally what the video shows. They just left. Okay. They literally left. Right, instead of actually engaging in the argument, they just literally left. It's actually sick. It's sick that people are sitting there and trying to defend someone literally being murdered by ICE. Right? That's absolutely sick. Regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of whether or not they're Republican, Democrat, or their political affiliation at all, that should never happen to a single person in this country. It's sick. It's disgusting. There was no basis in reason to believe that that was to save their life or that was in self-defense. If you watch the video, it is clear and obvious that it is directly, right, a brutal murder. Renee got brutally murdered, okay? That was not necessary, right? I don't think any actual reasonable person can watch that and think that the ICE agent was particularly at the risk of their life. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, bro.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Via, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. Rachel as well. Thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Very true. Thank you so much. John, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to keep going. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's very sick that people are saying that. Shannon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I totally see that. Don't worry. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Shannon. Hi to Katie. Hi to Katie. Emily, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Emily. Thank you. Yes, the National Guard is still in Memphis. That's very true. Allison, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. David, thank you for the $5. I did see what Christy Nome said. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. Kyle, thank you for the $2. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $4.20, by the way. Thank you. And Destiny, by the way, thank you so much. I appreciate the $40. Thank you. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. I will never stop. Anthony, thank you so much for the $3. I appreciate it. Thank you. Angelina, thank you so much for the $3. Alexis, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Anthony, thank you for the 20 cents. Maria, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anna, thank you for the $10 as well. Jacob, thank you for the $5, and Martina, thank you for the 10. Let me thank some people on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on with our conversation. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Gladys, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Andrew, thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honestly, they could. Scarfy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Heather, honestly, it could mean that. DK, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Honestly, I'm going to ask the same thing. I'm going to ask that. That's a great question to ask. Laughing Leslie, thank you for the $10. Lennon, thank you for the $10. Brad, thank you so much for the $2. Knuckle, thank you so much for the 2. Jalissa, thank you so much for the $1. Maddie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Knight, thank you for the $5. Link, thank you for the $5. Elena, thank you so much for the $20. Bernardo, the $20. Thank you. Paisley, thank you for the 14. You know what? I'm going to ask this question, and I think that this would be a good question to ask. If someone does bring that up next. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, every reason. So,
Go ahead.
I mean, how do you feel about that Venezuela stuff? I mean, liberals think that shit's wrong. I don't think that's wrong.
I think that Trump doesn't care about democracy. I think that Trump doesn't care about the Venezuelan people. I think Trump is focused on trying to steal oil from Venezuelans, and he's using this scenario in order to do that. He didn't even take out the regime, and he's not putting in the person that was truly elected into the position simply because of the fact that they didn't mention that he should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize, and he's mad about that, even though they literally dedicated it to him.
I mean, even if he's like trying to take the oil, like that dude's a bad dude. Like all the Venezuelans are happy. Like it's only the liberals in America that are upset about it.
So I definitely think that you should look at the fact that we can say that Maduro is a terrible person, bad person, but then also look at the fact that Trump is not actually interested in benefiting the Venezuelan people. Also, regime change in general does not have actually a good or reliable history at actually creating better conditions. Historically speaking, the United States has been involved in regime change around the world, and the success rate in terms of bringing about democracy is extraordinarily low. So the vacuum for power that is likely to exist in a situation like that is obviously an issue that needs to be taken into account. There obviously needs to be some sort of democratic process. It doesn't seem like that's Trump's goal there. Like Stephen Miller said, it seems like their goal is to act as a superpower and to engage in imperialism, and that they think that they have a right to the entirety of the Western Hemisphere.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't know a single word you just said, bro. That shit's fucking yap.
What was confusing about what I just said?
I mean, bro, you're saying too much, bro. It's a back and forth combo, you know?
What did I say that was too much? What did you get from the conversation? Or from what I said, sorry.
I don't know, bro, but I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys be protesting no kings and shit, no dictators, but we get rid of the dictator, and now it's a problem.
Yeah. And that's supposed to be an argument when in reality we said that we're not in support of a dictator being there. We just don't think the guy that tried to undermine our democracy is going to actually care about democracy in Venezuela, and that they're specifically just acting like a dictator and trying to literally enforce their particular claims over aspects and resources of the Western Hemisphere. And that's why they've threatened Colombia. That's why they've threatened Mexico. That's why they've threatened Cuba. That's why they've threatened Greenland. Literally, Stephen Miller has gone on CNN and said that they want Greenland and they think that Greenland should be a part of the United States. They're a NATO member, and literally starting military intervention into Greenland to take it could literally cause World War III and the breakup of NATO.
Yeah, I got another question.
Did you hear anything I said? Do you want to respond to anything I just said, or did you not want to engage with anything I just said?
Nah, I just got a question.
Okay.
Why you a
No,
femboy?
you didn't hear anything I said.
No.
So Michael, what's the point of talking to you?
I don't know. Why you a femboy though? Femboy app.
Well, is that what they just said and left? That's all they said and left. Okay. Alrighty, let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I was going to ask him next, what's wrong with being a man and being feminine? And I was going to wait to see what they were going to say. It seems like they would have nothing. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
August 29, 2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are
This
you?
is actually my wife's profile. I'm 25, brother.
For sure. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Say that one more time.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Is that like a legitimate question? Donald Trump, hands down. I think America agrees.
For sure. You have a little bit of feedback if there's a possibility for you to fix that, and I'm going to thank a few people real quick, and then we can go into our conversation. Sabrina, thank you for the $5, by the way. Tracy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Maybe we will. Margaret, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you so much for the $20. Of course, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Ashley. Thank you so much. As well as let me thank some people on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen up to get it out to more people. Holden, thank you for the $5. Yoli, thank you so much for the $2. Go, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe it will. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think that personally, being a man, so 125, married with a child, and in that order, right? Married, child. Family values are paramount to really any decisions that I'm making. So right now, I'm not necessarily voting for myself in terms of what is going to make me the most happy in the moment or what I think is best for the person that I was. More concerned with the future, being specifically my 7-month-old daughter, and the type of values and thought processes and freedoms that she will have, considering just the current political climate. It seems that there's one side that is open to conversations. And one thing I do want to say, Parker, really quick, I've seen a lot of your content. Don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things you say, but respect the fact that you're willing to say them and that you do this. You support open conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the side that's open to conversation would be our side to a greater extent. Now, I'm not saying we're perfect or anything like that, but I do think that Donald Trump himself has an extreme loyalty factor.
Can you specify that just a little bit? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean like
don't wanna
liberals or
interrupt you.
people who are anti-Trump. So I think that Trump himself has an extreme loyalty culture where if you don't uphold exactly literally every single thing that he wants from you, then you are not specifically on his side and you're a traitor, right? That's why he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor, even though they agree on like 95% of things. That's why he's gone against Lauren Boebert. That's why he won't put the person that was rightfully elected the last election in terms of Venezuela into the position of power because they said that they dedicated the Nobel Peace Prize to him rather than saying that he deserves it and not taking it.
Okay. I can hear where you're coming from with that to a degree. Just to clarify, I think that any individual that would say that they 100% identify with a politician probably missed the point of U.S. politics specifically, because if there's not open debate, how are you going to make any sort of progress, let alone get to an America where people like you and I, who are on pretty opposite sides of the aisle, can have a reasonable conversation?
Yeah, so like here'd be my point. If you care about family values, if you care about your daughter, if you care about the values, the thought process, and the freedoms that you're going to have in this society, I do think that the Democrats are a better option compared to Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump erodes family values to a greater extent. I think he creates a worse condition for values that are going to negatively impact your daughter, thought processes that will negatively impact your daughter, and limiting of freedoms that will negatively impact your daughter as well. And I can give
I
specific
think
examples
that
if you'd like for that.
the principal idea, and one thing that I do want to clarify and make sure that we are looking at this in a level-headed manner, is not necessarily, it's not liberals versus Trump. Right? If we're going to use that, I guess, comparison, let's say liberals versus conservatives, and I, as a conservative, do support Trump. Does that make sense? I wouldn't necessarily say that I am a Trump supporter who happens to be a conservative. I'm a conservative who supports Trump. I feel like that's a very important delineation.
Yeah,
Because
there are
I am
conservatives
not,
that are anti-Trump. I totally agree with that.
yeah, and I also would say that I do not 100% agree with everything that Donald Trump says, especially being the fact, like I've just previously stated, I have a daughter. The allegations and individuals that he's been involved with in the past, I don't say that I would necessarily want all of them around my daughter or someone that I would look up to. More
Hmm.
so, I think that one of the biggest things, if I were to narrow it on one point, is the idea of objective truth. I think that a huge issue that a lot of young men have with liberals is the defiance of what have been cultural standards and understandings for literal millennia. And it's very hard for me to send my daughter into an environment. And when I say an environment, I'm saying today's American institutions, such as public school, that do have a lot of what I would consider to be, and a lot would consider to be more liberal rhetoric, and expect her to have the standard, beautiful American values that have allowed ultimately all of us to be here today.
Okay. So what are these American values that are beautiful?
Like, personally,
Yeah.
one is freedom of speech. So something
Okay.
that I think is huge is that concept, right? Like, if I cannot willingly and openly voice my opinions, how are we going to be in a position where anyone can have any understanding? I feel like on both sides of the aisle, specifically on the far left and on the far right, and I'm just to clarify, I'm not calling you far left per se. I think some of your ideas, most people would agree, are relatively far left. But if we cannot bridge and have meaningful communication through principles such as freedom of speech, we can't even start to bridge a gap or have meaningful conversation. And when I say freedom of speech and where I'm referring to it being threatened is the idea of hate speech. I do agree that hate speech does exist. There are certain words that you can say towards individuals that are genuinely disrespectful and things that I would not do. However, I think there are certain words that individuals weaponize as hate speech that are not necessarily true.
Okay, so there's a few things I want to address here. I think that Republicans were the ones actively trying to undermine free speech within the last respects. I can give explicit examples like Donald Trump and his administration have, without due process, detained Mahmoud Khalil for speaking up about Palestine for over 100 days without due process. Right, and others have been held specifically without due process for the same thing as well. And they wanted their administration wanted to revoke people's visas, right, their legal residence in this country, because of the fact that they had particular views on Palestine. Right, so I think that's an attack at free speech. I also think it's an attack at free speech for Donald Trump to say that he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. I mean, that's one of the foundational American values, is to engage in symbolic speech that is antithetical to the current government that exists, right? So I do think that American values in free speech, it's obviously more than just free speech. It's also rule of law. It's also our Constitution, right, our democratic values. And I think Donald Trump undermines every single one of those things. He's called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's denied the 2020 election and tried to override it by he tried to send false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. And Mike Pence, his vice president, said that he got an unlawful order from the president of the United States and that he would always put the Constitution over like an order just from the president of the United States. Right, so like there are many ways that Donald Trump undermines our core American values. He thinks that he's above the rule of law. They're not releasing all of the Epstein files right now, right? They're breaking the law, and they're not releasing the explanations for all of the redactions that they had. That is in
When we're
clear
saying
violation of the
they,
law. Trump thinks he's above it.
I can hear where you're coming from. I want to clarify a couple of small points. So one thing I do understand, and understand that this conversation is about the idea of supporting Trump. I think it is important, though, that when we're talking about free speech violations and these questions, to also at least acknowledge, I'm not necessarily asking you to debate my point for me, the fact that in administrations that have been more left-leaning, we've also had similar issues in similar contexts and even frequency of occurrences. Would you agree with that?
So, do left-leaning individuals sometimes want to go after free speech? Yes. Now, is it ingrained into the left anywhere near as much as it's ingrained into the right? Not even close, right? The left stands for free speech to a significantly greater extent than the right as of right now in terms of the people who are put in power. Name a single policy or restriction that Democrats such as Harris or Biden wanted to engage in that would have limited free speech.
Restate that question one more time for me.
Name any action the Biden-Harris administration engaged in that limited free speech.
I believe that, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the things, or really that entire administration, wasn't necessarily focused on that aspect of adjusting government. What I noticed as a participant in government in the way that I am from the Biden and Harris administration, if you want to attach it to it, was more of an emotional coddling to make people feel more comfortable rather than actual change existing in government. Like, it's very hard for people to say tangibly what were some noticeable differences in America between the beginning of Biden's term and the end of his term. I think it's also extremely notable and important to realize that, again, I'm not necessarily in the minority in this conversation or thought process, because even despite Trump being the terrible person he is, the slander, the media attention that he's gotten, he's still won a public election.
Can I just re-ask the question? How did the Democrats go against free speech?
When you say the Democrats, do you mean people that would
I mean
identify
Biden or
as
Harris. How did Biden or Harris limit free speech?
I couldn't necessarily answer that question because I don't believe that there was any legislation, in the same way that I don't think that Trump put in place legislation that did limit free speech.
Wait, Trump actively, his administration did do things. I told you what he did to limit things. From like the executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. His administration's explicit policy, Rubio has stated this himself, that he doesn't want people in the country that have certain pro-Palestinian views because of the fact that he thinks it's a threat to U.S. national security. He thinks that, again, their visas should be revoked. In that instance, that's against free speech.
So when we say free speech, I just want to clarify. When I think of the idea or principle of speech, like there's, of course, whether written or spoken, I'm not necessarily sure how burning an American flag constitutes
symbolic speech. The Supreme Court has established that already.
Are you familiar with where they've established that? Can you cite the case? And this is
I can provide the citation for the case. I'm pretty sure it was from the 1900s, the late 1900s.
I mean, has there been like precedent like since then, or like recent cases?
I mean, it's from the Supreme Court, so.
I mean, yeah, that's more why I'm asking. It's a Supreme Court decision. It's very likely that sometime between now and 1910, there's been other issues or conversations like this in which that precedent was.
Landmark, it's Texas v. Johnson.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess even just to be speaking about and kind of circle back to the big theme of why I personally support Trump versus supporting Kamala Harris comes down to the idea of the America that they both envision. When I listen to the things that Trump says and even understanding who he speaks to in his campaign and the promises that he makes, it seems to be a lot more within reach. And there are a lot of politicians that make big promises. Of course, Trump got a lot of flack because for his first term, the biggest thing was build the wall. But what I will say, and a lot of people, especially on your side, said, there's no way he's going to build the wall. It'll never happen. But we do have one. And
no, we don't. He built 3% new wall, 22% refurbishment of the wall. Right? We didn't even get anywhere near 50%.
Restate that from the very beginning.
Yeah, the Trump administration only built 3% new wall and 22% of the wall refurbished. So they didn't even get 25% of the wall built, even considering refurbishment.
even just what I said was built a wall, right? Like there was wall and there was wall that was built. So like just by definition, I think we're on the same page. He did build a wall. The size or scope or scale or to what degree the project was finished is sure debatable. But
Yeah,
the fact that
if he built the wall the size of a house, you could say the same thing.
100%. But in the same token, did he build a wall or did he not build a wall? The answer is
He did not build a wall that covers the entirety of the south border.
and I agree with that. And even I think that we can be transparent in saying that if he built a wall that covered 85%, you can make the same arguments you're making on your side to say, hey, he was supposed to build a wall over the entire border.
He didn't even get 50%. He didn't get 25%.
I think that he's built more of a wall than any other U.S. president has that said that they were.
If I did 1/4 of my homework assignment and I said to the teacher, I did my homework assignment, would they look at me crazy?
I can say if you were in a classroom with 44 other individuals.
No, I'm serious. Yeah.
Wait, no, follow me.
Go ahead.
If you were in a classroom with 44 other individuals that made promises that never saw any fruition, so their average completion on the homework was a 0 to, let's even say, a 5 to be generous and say that some people did.
I just don't accept that as a comparable hypothetical.
How are you not accepting that as a comparable?
Because the success rate's not 5%. That's absurd.
The success rate for a claim that was as wild and as bodacious as building a wall on one of our neighboring countries. Can you give me an example of a president that's claimed to do something even close to that in the modern era?
The infrastructure bill?
Express what you mean when you
the
say
bipartisan infrastructure bill that happened under Biden? That invested more into infrastructure than the entirety of the wall combined.
Okay, and when we're
not even close.
When we're referring to infrastructure, and I think it's very important that you said there was bipartisan support.
Yes.
When we're talking about the wall, it wasn't necessarily something that both sides agreed on. I think we could really fairly say that majority of the
actually there was a bill that would have helped build more wall than Trump built under his entire administration. There was a bipartisan border bill, but Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill because he cared more about getting elected than he cared about actually getting conditions to affect the border. And there's been no policy to do that since he's got in office. So clearly he didn't give a shit about building his damn wall. He cared more about just getting elected and getting into the position of power. So you got scammed. And he's literally L dancing right now as we speak.
When you say scam, can you define how you're using that word?
Yeah, like he said that he was going to engage in things and didn't even give a shit about them. Like he said he was going to be America first. He wasn't America first. He was the rich first. He's Trump first. He doesn't give a shit about the average American. He doesn't give a shit about the victims in the Epstein files, right? Specifically them getting access to literally the abusers in the within the list to be held accountable. They haven't released shit. It's either that there's not enough people in government specifically to fulfill the request necessary of the government, or it's that they're purposely protecting PDFs. So they're the GOP, the guardians of pedophiles.
Do you genuinely believe that, like, Trump is the figure that is holding up the release of the Epstein files? Like, is that what you're saying?
Quite literally, yes.
So, and just to make sure that I'm on the same page as you would say there is not anyone that is on your side, politically, what we would consider, I guess, to be liberal at this point, that is doing their part to uphold.
At this point, there is no liberal that is doing that, yes.
So you're under the belief that it is strictly and solely the discretion of Donald J. Trump?
Right now, yes, because it's already been passed in terms of law, and it's his administration that needs to release all of the files.
I think that's an interesting take, and
it's not an interesting take. It's literally just basic.
You want to consider the fact that you're saying that one individual has the sole power to release these files and is choosing not to.
Yeah, he's trying to limit it from getting out. That's why he tried to literally call Marjorie Taylor Greene Marjorie Trader Greene, because she wanted the files to be released. That's why he called them a hoax. That's why he's trying to get people to not talk about it. Yeah, absolutely.
I can honestly, when we're talking about that, you are right in the fact that I cannot give you a solid fact that says that there is anyone on the left that is holding it up, but I think there's also an equal burden of proof for you to show that Trump is literally the only person that
I literally have given you that. right? Like they
So,
literally
like,
passed it, and Trump was trying to get people to not pass it. And then when they did pass it and advocated for it to be passed, he called them traitors because they did that. Okay, so
and
he actively fought to ensure that they were not released. Like literally, he fought to do that.
I can hear where you're coming from, and honestly, we can. There's a million other points that we can talk about in this conversation because as far as the Epstein files, I think it would be kind of silly and a little bit naive to believe that genuinely the only person that is stopping the Epstein files from being released in totality is Donald J. Trump.
Well,
I can't
obviously,
understand
Pam
how
Bondi
Trump
would be a
stepped
part
in.
of it, but that's at behest of the orders of Trump. There are
With that
members of
being
the Trump
said,
administration that are affiliated with this, but it's clearly Trump that is instructing them to do it.
I hear what you're saying. With that, would you say, and I know you said the GOP, like the guardian of pedophiles, do you think that there's any left leaning or liberal political figures that are also in those files?
Yeah, sure.
So
And they should be held
why
accountable.
100%. And just to clarify, I am not a purveyor of pedophiles. I believe that they should be punished to the full extent and limit of the law.
So then why
When
do you
they
support
are-
someone protecting them?
I think that's a very interesting debate to say that because it almost makes it seem that the only thing that we're voting on a ballot is the Epstein
It's
files.
not just
And I
that,
believe-
right? There's plenty of other things. There's also the fact that he's actively in support of ICE agents literally murdering American citizens.
Honestly, let's talk about that. What is the largest population in America that's currently being murdered?
What is the largest population? I
Yeah.
don't know what you're. I
Demographic.
don't know.
You
I'm
are
assuming it's
very
with
well-
something to do with a heart condition. Right? Are you talking about murder or like death?
Yeah, no. When I say demographic, I mean like group of individuals. I don't mean cause of death.
Yeah, group of individuals, those with heart conditions.
That
Like
that
it's-
is what you.
Or yeah. I think the number one cause of death is like heart disease. Pretty sure that's at least what I've looked. You there? Hello? I can't hear you. Swiped out of the app.
Uh-oh.
You got to be in the
Hello?
app for me to be able to hear you.
Sorry. Honestly, I'm walking, holding the phone. I walk and talk at the same time. But with that being said, I think it's very important to talk about when we're using words such as murder. I believe that Donald Trump, specifically in this last election against Kamala Harris, he was the answer that led to more life than voting Kamala.
That's ridiculous.
Why do you
That's
think
absurd. Yeah, you're trying to claim this because of the fact that you're referencing abortion, correct?
Abortion would be one of the things I would reference there. I mean, specifically, we're talking
What
about
else?
American citizens. I would also reference a lot of the civil reform and metros that Trump is giving the federal government ability to step into to stabilize. That we are seeing decreases in crime rates in those areas.
You
And
have to tell me
decrease in
what
crime.
policies he acted that engaged in reducing crime.
So
you have to show how it shows in reducing the amount of people who die. I'm giving you an explicit example where Trump, it's on video. Trump is supporting an ICE agent brutally murdering a woman, literally, who was not even driving towards the ICE agent anymore, was turned, driving away to try to flee, right? There's no justification for murdering them at all.
And
Renee did
I'm
not
on the same
deserve to be
opinion.
murdered, was at no risk of harming the ICE agent. I mean, they were going like 3 to 5 miles per hour.
I agree with that 100%. I think that taking of a life is egregious. And as I stated in the beginning of the debate, by saying that I supported Donald Trump more than I supported Kamala Harris in this past election does not mean that I fully and blindly align with everything that Trump says and does. It means that when I look at the two options,
So then let me clarify.
Trump-
Do you think that was
Yeah.
murder today?
Do I think that was murder?
Yeah.
Yes, I do believe that was murder.
So Donald Trump actively was supporting ICE murdering U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I mean, so does really half of the platform of the Liberal Party at this point is quote unquote freedom of choice for women, which is ultimately
Okay,
murder.
so your only comparison to this is that Democrats allow legally for people to get access to an abortion when you're talking about most abortions happening where it's a non-sentient embryo. Okay, it's
When
through
we
the
say
context of the pill.
non-sentient embryo, can
Yeah.
you explain that? Because I think that this is an interesting debate. In specifically, when you say a non-sentient embryo,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean by that?
I mean exactly what I said. You know what an embryo is.
Just for the sake of, I have a feeling that some people here are not necessarily as well versed in
I
this
think
conversation.
that
as I
practically
may be.
everyone here knows what an embryo is. Okay.
An embryo being a fertilized egg.
No, that would be a zygote. Right. I'm referencing an embryo. This is later in development once the pregnancy has already occurred. I'm saying when most
Okay.
abortions happen, right, are through the context of the first trimester, right? And in the context of the first trimester, right, I do think that it's obviously not wrong. Do you think it's wrong to kill a zygote?
Yes, I would agree that it would be wrong to.
Do you think
And
IVF should be banned?
Personally, if I had to take a hard stance of yes or no, because I think it's very important to understand that there's nuance in all of these issues, right? So if I say, do I support abortion? Do I mean that I support every single abortion? Which is, I'm assuming you don't support every single abortion. I believe, from what I've heard you saying, even in this conversation, you support the principle and right and freedom of abortion. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
So in the same way, myself saying that I am against a general principle, it doesn't necessarily mean that I am against every single principle or ideation associated with it. More so, ideally, if we were to look at a world in which morality was first and paramount, there's certain things that we wouldn't do. And one of those things in that conversation would be IVF. But I think before we sidestep the IVF,
Okay,
we should
so
talk about
IVF is
specific
wrong.
issues.
Do you think IVF
Yes.
is serial murder?
I don't believe that IVF is serial murder. And
But
I
they
think
did.
that
But
you
each patient
potentially-
discards, on average, multiple zygotes or embryos.
Yes. So if I
under
had to
your view,
choose-
the engaging in the process would be engaging in a process of serial murder.
it is a process that personally I would not engage in. God forbid if my wife and I were not able to conceive more children.
What?
My solution
I
to
see
that-
nothing wrong with it. It's clearly not murder, okay? But for some reason, you think discarding zygotes and embryos in all of these instances,
So, do you-
even
do
when
you
they're not
think
even
that
viable,
discarding-
right, is
Do
murder.
you think that discarding a zygote when it is viable and inside of a woman is
Wait,
not
now
murder?
it's now okay. So now the value of it is about viability.
No, what I'm asking you, I'm asking you this question. I already told you right away, I do not agree with the discarding of any human life, and I believe that life starts at conception. I believe that naturally that process, and when I say naturally, I mean the mother enacting it with reasonable care towards herself and the being that is inside of her, loses the child. No, I do not look at the mother as a murderer. However, if there is intention...
But should you investigate people who have miscarriages?
I believe that if in a nation with limited resources, that is not the best place for those resources to go. But in theory, if we did have unlimited
Okay, so
resources,
someone could just have an abortion, right? And again, you don't know whether or not it was a miscarriage. They could just claim it's a miscarriage.
I agree, which is where I'm not, just to clarify, I'm not saying that anyone that gets an abortion should be tried and put in prison for murder in the same way
Really?
that if you walked in the street and shot someone and killed them. I do not
Okay.
believe that those two actions are completely and totally equal. in
Okay,
terms of
so then
consequence.
if you can't say that they're completely and totally equal, then how are you going to say it's justified to support Donald Trump even though he's literally supporting someone who murdered, right? An ICE agent who murdered someone, a US citizen, right? And say that it's comparable to this because of the fact that you're overall reducing murder. You seemingly don't view it the same as murder,
No,
as just
no.
someone on the street. So then how could you bring it up as a comparison to say that you're not going to look at the fact that he's literally supporting, right, the murder of US citizens from the hands of ICE?
Just to clarify, because I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication there. It may have been on my end. I am not at all condoning, nor am I condoning Donald Trump's support of the murder of this young lady. What I am saying is the fact that she was murdered is wrong. She should still be alive today if everyone acted and handled that situation appropriately. And there is no way, especially on the highest floor, that the President of the United States should support that openly. However, that is not the single issue that we are voting on. We are voting on the future of America in terms of policies, culture, and where we are moving and the direction that is going. That is, the election is not based on sole incidents. It's based on principle and direction of the country. Would you agree with that?
I think that
Or do you like typically vote based on like isolated incidents or even unisolated incidents?
well, I think that there are some isolated instances where you're going to say that it's enough to disqualify someone from you supporting them, right? Obviously, that's the case. Now, in the situation that we're providing, I'm showing you an explicit example that you should be like, oh, I don't support this guy anymore. Not only has he called for the death threats of some Democrats just because they literally disagree with him, but he's also been calling literally to annex members that are of NATO and possibly start World War III, right, and the dissolution of NATO, right, and then also trying to act as an imperialist sort of country, right, and trying to take Venezuelan oil because he believes that the U.S. has total control over the Western Hemisphere. I mean, it's all of these things in totality. It's not just this one thing. It's all of these things in totality. I can keep going. Those are just a few things that are pertinent to literally the past week.
And I genuinely will say I appreciate the fact that you dedicate as much of your life and your influence to pointing out these flaws and issues, because again, I believe that that's important. I think that America should know and be aware of all of the facts surrounding our leaders, whether it's positive or negative, and we should make decisions based off of that moving forward. Again, with that being said, even speaking about the situation of Venezuela, do you promote or are you okay with the transportation of drugs into the U.S.?
No. By the way, you can't say
And
any DRUG name in specific because I'll have to go on to the next person because it's TikTok TOS, just letting you know.
Wait, one more time?
You can't say any specific DRUG name. I'll have to go on to the next person because it's TikTok TOS and it will like limit the push of the stream. Just letting you know so that you don't do it. You can say like C drug, you can say M drug, or you can say F drug,
sorry.
but you can't say the specific
Gotcha.
names, if that makes sense.
No, for sure. Yes, but okay. So saying any of these substances, and I don't even necessarily need to go into detail to say that. I think that you and I can both agree that they're not having those substances in America is not good for our future. Can we agree on that?
Of course. Now, I don't think that the way that Trump is enacting this is actually creating conditions where we can address that to the greatest extent. I think that this is actually, making it worse in terms of addressing it because it's making it seem like the only issue in terms of this is that they're trying to address the DRUG trafficking when they're not. Donald Trump pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker who literally was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, right? So if he cared about that, he wouldn't be pardoning quote-unquote narco-terrorists.
I can understand what you're saying in terms of that, but I believe that if we were to look into even the details of why specifically he was pardoned, it goes deeper than the fact that of him simply peddling substance.
Yeah, Trump claims it's not legitimate, but he believes an allegation of doing this is enough evidence to murder someone in the South Caribbean, but he thinks that a conviction is not enough to say that you shouldn't support them or that you shouldn't pardon them. He pardoned him.
Do you believe that individuals have been wrongly convicted in the United States of America?
Sure, right, but there was no evidence to indicate that this person was wrongly convicted.
So my question, I'm going to ask the follow-up and then you can go from there. If you were an individual that had literally the highest level of top secret clearance in the United States and you had access to information that maybe people like you and I didn't, is it at least potentially possible that he has access to information that would lead to a more rational pardon that maybe you or I as everyday citizens without...
So why did the Biden-Harris administration indicate that this person was guilty? They were in the same position. They had the same access to resources.
I believe that, and I believe you're probably on the same page with me. Politically, a lot of the time it's not necessarily about what morally is the most right thing to do. A lot of times it can be a game of chess in terms of putting your players or team or politicians in alignment to be able to poke or say certain narratives. So even if this was something that maybe they thought could have been done but saw potential backlash for it, there could be underlying reasons that you or I are both unaware of that could lead to this being a pretty rational reaction. I'm just saying that we don't have enough information as standard citizens to be able to say with 100% certainty, there's no reason this man should have been pardoned. Would you agree with that?
Well, I believe that based upon the information that we have, there's no reason to indicate that.
I can understand.
I don't think we should make determinations based upon what could be the case in terms of what's unlikely. We make it based upon what the evidence is and what's most likely to be the case about what happened. Now, you
Oh,
can't
that
just say
totally
about
makes
every
sense.
single thing that happens and every single thing that the president claims that just because they're the president, they must have different information than us, and it must be justified what they're saying. Because we have to be critical of the person who's in this position of power, regardless of the differentiation in information, the asymmetrical information that does not justify that at all.
I can understand where you're coming from to a degree, because I am not one for, again, blindly supporting anyone regardless of their political side or affiliation. But what I think it's really important, and you kind of like moved out of the way when I asked this question. Do you think that it is reasonable or possible that Trump had information that made that pardon acceptable, given information that maybe you or I didn't have access to? Is that a possibility?
Is it possible? Sure. Is there any
Yes.
evidence indicating that that's true? No.
I mean, how? Let's just be clear in the fact that if it is information that you or I don't have access to because of security clearances, of course, from our perspective, there's going to be zero appearance of that because we are unaware of the information. So I think it's just really important to make sure that we're noticing and grafting those nuances, because yes, when we're making the
I mean, that's like
decision,
that. I think that's just like crazy. Like you could say the same thing for January 6th, the violent rioters. You could be like, Donald Trump could have some information that indicates that this didn't happen, even though we literally have all the evidence in the world to believe it did happen. We have them pleading guilty. We have the video. We have the officers talking about the fact that it happened. But you could say, oh, Trump possibly has some information to indicate that actually they aren't guilty at all, and all those information was AI fake, and they're all actors from the deep state. Like, you could say that it's possible that that's the case, but obviously we're not going to say just because something is logically possible that we're just going to accept some random QAnon conspiracy theory.
I 100% agree with that, and think that we would be in a scary place if that was where we are. I guess what I'm stating is not one January 6th. I think that there were a lot of primary sources and individuals that witnessed. I mean, I do believe that in specifically January 6th, there were some individuals that were placed by political groups or organizations to incite and create certain actions and appearances. But I do believe that generally the narrative that we're hearing there is what actually happened.
There's not really evidence for that, and even so, Donald Trump pardoned the convicted violent rioters who beat police officers.
Are you saying that, like, you believe that police officers are like one of the highest levels of authority in the country, and that there's never a reason for physical resistance to a police officer?
I don't think that DGR Rodriguez driving a stun gun to the neck of Officer Fanone was justified. And by the way, that being your argument is so cult-membered, because, like, can you imagine that it happened in terms of, like, the BLM protests or any Democratic protests, right? That the fact that happened, and then there were violent individuals that were pardoned, right? In these protests, you would sit there and it would make sense that Democrats would be in support of that and be like, oh, do you think there are any justified circumstances to assault a police officer? Like, you imagine if we were the ones arguing that.
Just to clarify, I'm pretty sure that that's how the conversation on police brutality
No, it wasn't.
The conversation on police brutality was probably brought to the forefront of American politics by organized groups. And I mean, I appreciate the fact you even mentioned BLM, especially regarding the controversy and funding and what we know that they've been propagating as falsehood, or not necessarily caring about the true.
I like how you're not addressing like the meat and bones of what I was trying to say and some like obscure random point that you feel like addressing.
Oh, I'm kind of doing what you did when I brought up the point of abortion, and you kind of pivoted to IVF.
I addressed abortion, right? And also the reason why I brought up IVF is because I'm saying the difference between our perspectives is my view is based on sentience, subjective experience. That's when I consider it valuable. Prior to that point, I don't see it to be a person. I see no reason that you could indicate that it'd be morally wrong to engage in abortion.
So really, what do you draw as that line of sentience? Like, how do you
subjective experience around 20 through 24 weeks. Neuroscience papers indicate that.
Okay, so would you say that, are you individually against abortion after that 23, 24 months or 23, 24 weeks mark?
Yeah, just no one's waiting till that point in time to have a lethal abortion that's elective.
When you say no one, did you actually believe that to be true, or are you using that as a generalization?
I do think it's practically no one, right? I don't think people are. I have yet to see a single case where that's true, where someone's waiting till a week.
Gotten an abortion after 24 weeks?
Yeah, for just an elective reason, just for fun.
So, I mean, as far as you're aware, I'm not sure if we're looking at the same statistics. What is the reason or cause for majority of abortions?
I mean, I have to look at the statistics. I'm not quite sure. I think financial reasons is one of the highest reasons.
Okay. Uh, do you have an idea of any of the other like top reasons? Like I'm looking for anything that you would say would probably constitute like 75% of abortion. Like
I don't
I
know
can
something
agree
that would
with
constitute 75%, but I do know that 51% of abortions come from failed contraceptives.
agreed. And I think that the question that I'm asking is when people go to get abortions, are you aware of what are the top reasons that they're citing as the issues?
I have already brought up things I don't know. Any of the others, I already brought up things I think it would be.
Okay, so I mean, we can even talk about the top issue. We would say financial stress. Do you believe that financial stress is a reason to end the life of an individual?
I don't think it's murder.
I didn't necessarily say murder. I said end the life of an individual.
Oh, of like a zygote? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so and I just want to make sure because one of the things that I personally have a hard time wrapping my head around is what seems like an arbitrary line that it looks like you drew at about 24 weeks. So morally and ethically, if someone were to get an abortion at 28 weeks, would you say that you would oppose that?
Like an elective one?
Yes, an elective abortion.
An elective
Like
lethal abortion.
When you say lethal abortion, we're referring to
Yeah, like because like at that point there would be an induction of labor because it's already at the point of viability.
Gotcha. So you're saying that you would be opposed to an
Yeah,
abortion?
yeah. In that situation, you would induce labor, and it would be birth because they're viable.
I mean, I think in any situation in which a zygote or fetus or embryo is removed from the body, typically it is out of the vaginal canal, so you could technically consider it to be birth. I can understand why you wouldn't say that because you don't look at those, what I would consider to be beings, as people or with rights. So I guess it's not birth if you don't consider them to be individuals, but they still pass through the same vaginal canal, correct?
Wait, repeat what you just said?
So I'm just clarifying the fact that you're saying at 25 weeks, the mother would, in theory, have to go into labor and pass.
Yeah, you said 28 weeks. 28 weeks, it would be an induction of early birth. Yeah.
Yeah. So the fetus, honestly, I'm just gonna call it a baby. It's a baby, right? The baby would come out of the woman's vagina unalive.
Or alive. Yeah. That or a C-section alive.
You're referring to an abortion at 25 weeks. You're saying that the baby would be birthed alive.
I'm saying after viability, they induce labor early. Okay, that's what happens. People are not doing lethal abortions at that point, right? Unless it's like medically necessary to save the life of the pregnant individual.
And I believe that like this is where it becomes hard to have a conversation because it doesn't necessarily sound like you're acting in good faith to say that this is something that's just not happening. Because the reality is...
Can you give me any sources to indicate that people are just doing this?
When you say people are just doing this, you're saying, can I source any situations in which an individual in which an individual has had an abortion at 25 weeks?
Yeah, like a lethal abortion.
And when we're saying I guess I'm confused by the term lethal abortion because I'm not sure.
Yeah, that leads to the death of the fetus.
So when you're saying abortion, you're using the term abortion to just mean forcing labor, to clarify terms?
No, some people can use it in that way, and that's why I was clarifying. I typically use it to refer to the lethal ending of a life, right, alongside the termination of pregnancy.
That is typically how I ended as well. And I guess...
Yeah, but again, no one gives a shit about it prior to sentience. Like, seriously, who gives I care way more about the pregnant individual having a right over their body, getting able to determine what's going to be best for them over the non-sentient embryo. Like, seriously, where are your priorities? My priorities are with the people that are sentient, that are living, that have determinations and desires and have lives for them, that are actually, they're living and they're experiencing. My priorities are not with zygotes and embryos.
I can understand how with your pattern of logic you could get there, but I think it's also important to take a step back and think about the fact that majority of abortions that do occur are not due to rape or incest. Majority of these cases are...
I never said that.
No, follow me. I'm walking down a path. You got to walk with me, brother. Most of these cases are
failed contraceptives, yes.
consenting individuals that are engaging in an act whose product is procreation,
Okay.
right?
And
So if the consequence or end result of an action is to procreate, the idea of ending the life that is created as a result of that behavior and saying it doesn't matter seems weird when there's another individual, or even, I guess, to argue partially through your lens, an entity that has the ability to become a living, breathing, talking human with their own unique experience that could enhance this world in ridiculous and radical ways.
yeah, you don't have an obligation to something that could possibly exist in the future. You have obligations to things that exist or have existed and will exist in the future. That's what you have an obligation to. It makes no sense to say that you have an obligation to something that's never existed before, that if you had an abortion, it would never exist. Makes no sense.
I think it doesn't really make sense to go down the logical path or illogical path to say that you are engaging in an act consensually and knowingly that leads to the production of humans.
Yeah,
and
do
then
you think that
killing
every
the
single time
human
you have
at the
sex,
same
it's going to produce a child? I bet most times you've done it in your life, you've known that it's not going to lead to a child and that you don't want it to lead to a
is
child.
very strong, and I can say, I mean, thankfully, at this point in my life, that yes, majority of the times, and I mean, every time that I've engaged in sexual behavior, I've understood that there is a possibility of there being a child produced.
You can understand there's a
Have there been-
possibility, but you think that that's not going to happen.
I mean, in the same way that we isolate ourselves from other risks or behaviors or outcomes that we don't necessarily want to happen, right? So, in the issue of failed contraception, my
For example, every time I have sex, I'm not thinking, "Oh my God, pregnancy's gonna happen," right? Like that's not every single time I have sex what I'm thinking, and I think that's true for 99% of people. Okay, I don't think every single time they have sex they are like thinking about it so specifically like that.
I think
Because
that
we engage
also
in
that-
usage of contraceptive and we utilize things to limit the likelihood of these things happening.
I can hear where you're coming from, but I think it's also a little silly to say that should not be a consideration before that act is taken. Like I would hope.
I never said it's not a consideration.
So would you say that before you engage in sexual behavior with an individual, that you at least consider the fact that this could create a life that I would be responsible for ethically and morally?
Of course you can consider that, but you don't think that that's going to happen.
Do you consider it?
That's like saying when you drive a car, do you consider the fact that it could lead to an accident when you're driving a car?
Yes, it's actually.
Yes, of course you consider it, but I don't think it's going to happen every time I get in my fucking car.
But you know what the weird thing is? Every time you get in your car, you have your insurance to make sure that if you do get into an accident, even though most of the time you drive your car,
and
you
you
don't,
also use
that you are safe and
contraceptive.
okay.
Again, most abortions are a result of failed contraceptives, so people are utilizing contraceptives in most scenarios.
And even the definition of contraceptives and where we're getting this data source is a very interesting perspective.
The
because
Guttmacher
if I
Institute,
were
you
to
don't accept that?
clarify what you're asking. If I
The
accept.
Guttmacher Institute? It's literally just an institute that indicates the amount of the population that specifically, or essentially amount of pregnancies that have been a result of failed contraceptive, or abortions have been a result of failed contraceptive. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say as I currently stand, I don't fully put my faith in that organization because I'm not saying that means that
Would
they're
you like
100%.
to provide a different source?
I would like to finish the statement that I was giving you because I was saying that I don't completely and totally reject the information that you're giving me, but I can say that I haven't looked into that source to see how they're collecting this information, who's funding the collection of this research, and what the history is behind it. Because I think that that's also very important. Like one of the really most hard-hitting problems that I have with abortion is the placement and perpetuation of the practice, specifically referring to organizations such as Planned Parenthood, where you have the women that founded it, literally placing Planned Parenthoods and encouraging abortions in this case, Black or minority neighborhoods.
The founders of this country, were they bad people?
Some of them.
Yeah. So, and does that mean that that is representative of people in this country today?
Not necessarily. I think it's
No,
also
right?
important
So
to
then,
look at
like,
the time and
even if
scale.
this was the case, right, in every context that it's the exact same thing that you're saying, for everything you're referencing, that still does not indicate that people in terms of Planned Parenthood should be viewed this way today. So just because Planned Parenthood originates in a certain way is not a reference for how it should be viewed today.
I can hear where you're coming from and how you get there, but I believe that like it gets a little scary when we start to kind of hands-off support the result or product of eugenic beliefs. I think that's a little bit of a scary place to be, especially as someone who supports the political views that you do. At least when I think of the
I think
Liberal
that's a
Party,
dishonest way to argue that, because again, the argument here is just because something originates a certain way does not mean it should be viewed that way now, right?
and I think that it's important.
Do you agree
to
with that
notice
statement?
No, not in totality. I agree partially. I can explain the nuance. So if we're referring to the foundation, meaning that there were multiple, for example, such as in the United States of America that we now live in today, there's not a single individual or even 5 individuals or less that you can attribute the primary growth and start of this country to. It is a huge conglomeration, and we're saying
The founding fathers?
yeah, I mean, the founding fathers even were the individuals that were basically leaders in their segments of the role of creating America. Like, those were not the individuals that made all of the decisions that led us to where we are. I think in the case of Planned Parenthood, you can point to a single point or individual that created the ideas, beliefs, and started the practice, and that individual is the one that I'm referring to. Like when we're
what you're talking about is the people who created the baseline for the government. So I don't know what you're talking about. The Constitution had no relevance, has no relevance today.
That's not
Continental Congress has no relevance in terms of how we run things today.
I think that even the fundamental ideas and beliefs that are stated in the Constitution, most Americans can agree to, especially the Constitution.
You can say that at that point, but that doesn't mean that like it wasn't foundational in terms of the direction of this country. It still was. Now that doesn't mean that, again, just because the originating founders specifically did those things, that everyone who lives today who's an American citizen should be viewed that way. That's obviously absurd. So in the same way, it makes no sense for you to refer to Planned Parenthood, right, based upon, again, an origination of it. Right?
Okay,
again,
so
what about that today is reflected on how Planned Parenthood conducts their behavior today?
So if we were to look at the location of Planned Parenthoods, would you say that they're equally dispersed despite ethnic breakup in an area? Or would you
They could be, they might not be, I'm not quite sure. Does that change? Again, Planned Parenthood is somewhere where someone can go to where they can voluntarily get access to help that they need, okay?
I think that's a very interesting way to put that. I will concede the fact that Planned Parenthood
that's true.
When you say get the help that they need, and I can say
it's literally not just for abortions, right? Like
that's why I said I can concede. Like, hey, if I
like contraceptives, like other sort of help, like screenings, plenty of things that people can get in terms of access to or through Planned Parenthood. It's not just abortions.
100%. But I think it's fair to say that a large portion of what the organization is known for, and even proponents for and against, the pivotal issue is not, hey, are we okay with giving out condoms? It is, is this organization perpetuating the killing of unborn individuals? And the answer
and there's nothing wrong with that. Because again, we're talking about non-sentient individuals.
And I'm really confused at the idea of sentience as you're explaining it. Like, are we considering this to be a connection of a certain group of nerves, or we looking for brain act? Like,
yeah, it's the integration of the mind and body, the thalamocortical connections, and the prefrontal cortex, right? The connection between that and the body.
And so, just to clarify, we're saying that single action is what quantifies whether an individual has sentience or not.
Yeah, sentience means subjective experience.
Okay, and what is it for you that makes that the parameter of whether it is okay or not okay to take a life? Or are you
Because I
saying that
think
likely
I don't think it's murder to pull
described
the
by
plug on an
something?
individual in your family that's brain dead. They're still cellularly speaking alive. What's the relevant quality that's different? It's because they don't have an ability to have a subjective experience ever again. So it's the idea of past or present and future subjective experience. I'm not going to value it prior to it just having subjective experience because of the fact that I could posit examples where you'd value sperm and eggs prior to that point then. Because there
I
could be a
can
condition where you could have something that's on its route for a sperm and egg to fertilize, which will lead to a sentient individual in the future. But if you break up that particular process, right, that's not murder. Obviously, it's not murder to kill a zygote, or not a zygote, a sperm and an egg. But under your worldview, because there was a future potential subjective experience that would exist from that, right, obviously, you would think that's murder, which is absurd.
Not necessarily, and I think it's important. Honestly, I think right now we're getting into the minutia, and one of the easiest ways to, on a large scale, explain it, and this may be a bit rudimentary. Have you heard the cake example when we're referring to
Yes.
the issue of abortion? Just for the people that haven't, right? If I go through the prep of getting the ingredients, creating the act that makes a cake, and place it in the oven, have the oven set, and in 20 minutes I will have a cake. You, 4 minutes into it being into the oven, take cake out and throw it on the floor. I have the right to look at you and say, "Hey, bro, why'd you do that to my cake?" I believe that same principle.
If I started making a cake and I was baking it and I wanted to take it out halfway through because I didn't want a cake anymore, I didn't want to eat it, did I do anything wrong?
I'm not. We're not talking about moral subjectivity with cake. What I'm asking is it a cake? And I think that the answer there is yes. I can understand how
It's not a baked cake.
but it's still a cake.
Okay.
And right, like at what level does it become a cake? Because before it was
I don't think
flour,
that I don't think
eggs,
that's
and
a relevant quality that's the same because the only distinction is based upon the baking. In terms of that scenario, there's a lot smaller of a
I think
distinction
it's a combination
than
of
whether or not
ingredients
something
and
has
environment.
sentience.
Wait, and I think that that's like an interesting artificial line for you to hide behind. What I'm clarifying is ingredients and environment, right? So if the ingredients for a baby are sperm and a viable egg, they come together in the proper environment. If you then disturb that process, you are unnaturally interfering in the process of creating a child and or baby.
I don't think it matters whether or
That
not
makes
it's
sense.
unnatural under your view. Even if it's a natural process, like through the process of IVF, you still think it's murder to discard the zygotes and embryos. So the point I'm making is that if there's some sort of contraption that we have, sperm and egg on the track, I clicked a button, they're all on the track, they're going to lead to fertilization here very soon, and I destroy that shit before it happens. Okay, under your
Oh,
view,
yeah,
that's
no,
murder
like,
because
of
it
course,
would be a
pulling
person
out.
that would exist.
No, it's literally the definition of pulling out, right? Like you're stopping the
Exactly my
connections from
point.
happening.
That yeah, it is, and you'd essentially have
Yes,
to
so
argue
like
that
there's a
that's
difference
wrong.
between pulling. No. There's a difference between not allowing the combination of
Yeah,
ingredients.
because you don't
to
just
happen.
care about future, you care about it once it's already existed and the fact that it will have a continual future.
I repeat that one more time.
Yeah, you don't care about it in terms of it just having a future. You care about it having a future once it's already established a past or a present, right? Once it's already able to have something that can continue.
So I believe that for something to have a future, typically it has a present, and by having a present, typically there's a past. Would you disagree with that?
If there's a present, there's typically a past. Yeah, I mean, I say past or present because there's certain the first moment, there's a present moment, but there's no past moment.
Yeah,
And then there are some
that's why.
conditions where there can be past moments, but not present moments for experiences in terms of certain individuals who are in comas. So obviously, it's not going to
agreed.
just be present and future. It's going to be past or present and future. So there's obvious examples to establish that. But do you get what I'm saying there? You don't just value the potential future, right? You value it once it's already able to exist, and it will then be able to continue.
And like this is where I think that we agree and we're closer than we both realize, but at the same time the gap
Then
is
why do you
still
support
wide.
Trump is my point. If we're a lot closer than you think, and you're really close to the pro-choice perspective, then why do
Whoa.
you support Donald Trump? Just because of the fact that you are against abortion? Because there's so many instances I'd be able to give you of Donald Trump explicitly supporting murdering people. Like straight up murdering people. Okay? Not about allowing it to be legal for people to get access to abortion, which you didn't even deem to be the same thing as murder, but straight up literally murdering people.
Wait, just to clarify, what you said, what was the statement that you just made about my feeling on legality regarding abortion? I just need you to recap that last part.
I said you were close to a pro-choice position. That's what you said. You said you were closer than you think.
No, I said we're closer than you think. So I think that
Yeah, I'm
you being a
pro-choice.
I think you being a logical individual, you're actually a lot closer to not being pro-choice. Especially, I mean, you're a young guy. I respect it. I get it. A lot of people traditionally in this country do start with more liberal ideas because it's more attractive and more of an, I guess, emotional call.
I grew up in a
to,
conservative
like,
Christian household.
that, yeah, there's probably some deep-seated trauma that's causing you to resent the ideas that
Nope.
you're currently arguing.
Nope. Literally not. Why does everyone say that? Like, genuinely. Like, why do people impose that whenever I say that I'm a liberal now who's an atheist or an agnostic atheist and I used to be a conservative Christian? It does not necessarily entail that you've had trauma.
So
I literally just just critically thought.
how do you understand the meaning of the word trauma? Because I think that that's a very important delineation before I express my point.
What? I don't think that's relevant. I'm saying that I didn't have trauma as it relates to this. Why do people
So I'm
superimpose
saying
that I
if
had
you
trauma?
can say I did not have trauma, I'm asking you, how do you define trauma? Because I think that is literally a keystone in the argument or conversation we're having.
I think that's like one of the most irrelevant fucking things to ask me to define ever. This
If
is like
you're
this person.
saying, I
Yeah,
do
I'll tell
not
you, but
have
like this is
trauma-
absurd. Why the fuck do I need to define trauma to you? What the
Because
fuck
if you're
is
saying-
relevance?
If you're asking a question, and I don't know if you're asking this in good faith or if it was a rhetorical question, but if you're asking the question, why do people say that I have trauma? The first thing that I want to do to level with you is understand what you think is trauma. Because
Actually,
that
I
could be
think
an
I think
option.
typically most people would know what I'm fucking saying in the circumstance and wouldn't need to ask me to define trauma. Quite literally, the
I
first
think
person in my life that's
specifically
ever
what I'm-
asked me to do that. I'll tell you though. Obviously, it's
I
going
mean,
to negative
just to
implications
clarify,
on someone's
whatever-
psychological or physical health that is going to be from a past event.
So negative implications based on a past event.
Yeah, from something that has happened in their life.
So you're defining trauma only as negative effects of an quote unquote important. Or,
Typically, we use it as a connotation to refer to negative impacts that someone's going to have on their physiological or psychological health from certain events that have happened in their past. I don't think that's a
I
complicated
guess-
definition.
No, and I just want to clarify one aspect of it. Do you believe that there's ever trauma that leads to a positive or increase in quality of someone's life, or do you think it's only negative?
Do I ever think trauma can lead to positive implications on someone's life?
Correct.
Well, I don't think the trauma in of itself would ever be considered good. Are there things that happen in someone's life that are good after traumatic events happen? Sure, but that does not mean that traumatic events led to that.
And I can understand why you say that. I think that when I think about trauma, like from the perspective that we're talking about,
Why
it's a
are we
deeply
having this
sig-
conversation? Like, I genuinely
Because
don't see how this is
you asked me
relevant.
the question, why do people always ask if I've experienced trauma when I say I grew up in a Christian conservative household?
I
and
said, why do
now
people
I'm-
always superimpose that it was trauma that led to me being a liberal, right? And having some deep-seated hatred towards like my family or something, right? Every single time I say that I'm liberal now and I grew up in a conservative Christian household.
Because typically, if you grew up in a properly functioning family unit with healthy relationships, it is less likely that you would strongly divert from the political beliefs of your family if there wasn't at least.
I don't even
underlying
think
trauma.
that's necessarily true. You don't
So-
think that people disagree? You don't think it's common for family members to disagree? And
So
given that they
I
have good
think-
relationships?
I think that family members, and again, I'm referring to the idea of a nuclear family, and I know that there's a lot of liberals here. Nuclear family meaning like two parental units, specifically a mother and a father, and a child or multiple children. Typically, when we're looking at those groups, if there is not inherent conflict or lack of trauma, a lot of times there is cohesion and ideas between the family unit. Would you disagree with that?
Is there
Like in a
cohe-
nuclear family unit, that they're like, would you say it's common for an individual that comes from a solid nuclear family unit to have the complete and opposing ideas to their family unless there
Yeah.
was negative interaction or trauma that happened?
Yeah. That's how it's been true in my life. I think that's relatively common.
I guess I can't disagree with your subjective experience, but I can say that it's not necessarily common. But
Yeah,
also, I can say if you were someone that grew up in a household that did not experience trauma, that's honestly uncommon. So shout out to that. But to get a little bit more into the question,
I never said I didn't experience trauma at all in my life. I just said that there was no trauma that led to me being liberal because of the fact that I was just in a conservative household.
And I wasn't saying you never experienced trauma. I was saying that from what you're saying to me, you're communicating that you have not experienced trauma within your nuclear family unit. And I'm saying that is awesome.
I never said that I've never had trauma in my life.
So I guess that if you're saying that you have had trauma in your nuclear family unit, because both times that I said that you disagreed, I would perhaps argue that maybe one of the unknown psychological effects of that said trauma that you were kind of pushing me to say that you had could be diametrically opposing your family's political and ethical moral views.
I think it
Does that
has
make
no
sense?
relevance, and I think you superimposing it is really weird. And by the way, us having to go into this entire conversation is unhinged just because you superimposed that about my life. Yeah, like
really
genuinely, you
confused
superimposed that about my life.
No, I asked questions, you gave answers, and I asked more questions based off of your answers. And then when you disagreed with questions that I'm asking, I made a statement. And then
You
you
asked
said that that's
those are leading questions and assumptions that you are making based upon the different types of things that I've said.
okay. So really quick, without any leading questions, just objective yes or no. And if it's leading, please call it out as leading. Did you grow up in what we would consider to be colloquially a nuclear family unit?
Yes.
Did you experience trauma within that nuclear family unit in what could be noted as your developmental years?
Yes. Really weird question for you to ask me, though.
Okay.
Genuinely.
Follow me. Were either of those
You want to know my social security number? You want to know what my first animal's name was? You want me to tell you the name of my my childhood teddy bear?
No, but I do find the way that you're retreating to be kind of interesting because we both just agreed that I'm not asking leading questions. I'm just clarifying a statement that you made and saying that you lack understanding as to why people ask you this repeatedly. I'm trying to give you insight on that, but you're not necessarily taking it. Would you want to talk about something else? Because if you're uncomfortable, I can understand why you wouldn't want to talk about it.
I asked you why it was relevant, and you have yet to even demonstrate how it was relevant. I've given you, 5 minutes to do so?
No, you've demonstrated the fact that this is a conversation that you're heavily uncomfortable about, but I do appreciate
Yeah. I genuinely don't think it makes sense for a random guest on the live to ask me about my family life growing up. Yeah. I think that's totally fucking irrelevant to the live stream. Yeah.
Do you think that any of your developmental years or your family has an effect on
Zero
your
relevance to
values?
the live stream. Yes.
You think it has zero effect on your
Absolutely.
values and morals as
Zero
individuals?
relevance to this live stream.
Okay, I guess wait, when you say this live stream, we're talking about political views and opinions, correct?
Yeah.
And generally speaking,
And there's no reason why any guest would have to ask me about that ever.
So if you can answer the question, if you don't want to, you don't have to. If we're talking about political views, those political views are typically led by values and beliefs. Is that correct or incorrect?
Sure.
And I guess to clarify, because I'm not attempting to pry, and I would even invite you to ask me similar questions if you were curious. I am asking you questions about the formation of your beliefs because it is and could be considered interesting by a lot of people that your political or your values and beliefs are the exact opposite of the people that you spent the majority of your founding years with, when you were stating that that is not due to any trauma or negative experience. Those two things do not seem to go together, but I'm not understanding where that's not clicking.
In your head, they seem to not go together, but they clearly do. This isn't like an uncommon thing, right? And even so, if it is uncommon, that doesn't matter. There's no reason that I would have to answer any questions associated with this at all. I don't think it was relevant to the conversation. I don't even see how we even got to this conversation in the first
It
place.
was actually due to the fact that you volunteered information and kind of asked what I assumed was a good faith question, and asking, or in making the statement, I don't understand why people superimpose if there was trauma. I was looking to provide clarity to that.
Yeah,
But
and you
with
asked
that
me
being
to
said-
define trauma
Yeah, because
instead of
I
answering the
understand
question.
that
By the way,
it's really
Like-
weird when I'm having conversations, individuals can't give definitions because a lot of times, especially when
I
speaking
did
to liberals,
provide
they give
definitions
with a lot of pushback and unnecessary comments.
because of
before
the fact that it's just an irrelevant question to ask me to define trauma. Like genuinely,
when it was based off of the statement that you made previously, I
it
think
was
less
it was
so, but
quite literally irrelevant. You knew what I was saying. Right? I defined
I
it for
did
you.
not.
I don't know what the point was.
It's really
It didn't provide any
interesting
broader
thing.
clarification. Like seriously, what did it lead to? I've gained no broader understanding of this conversation because of the fact that we've gone through that.
You've gained no broader understanding. I think it's partially
No.
because of the way that you were participating in this conversation. The information that I potentially volunteered, and of course you can do with it as you would like, is particularly potentially strange, right? For an individual saying that they were not influenced by any trauma or extreme negative events or circumstances to have completely, totally opposite views and values of their nuclear family when there
Hey,
was no.
honestly, I don't care at this point. Can you make a point that's relevant to the live stream?
Why do I support Donald Trump? A big reason why I support Donald Trump is because in conversations that I have with any individual, one of the most important things that I look for is definition and truth. And I think it's important to have clarity and alignment on what things mean. And a lot of times when I find myself
Can you
talking
define
to-
clarity?
Can I define clarity?
Yeah.
Concise. So clarity in the context of speaking.
Yeah. Like in the way that you
So-
just used it. I have to clarify. You brought it up, so I have to clarify what you're saying.
I do appreciate the light trolling that you're doing right now. I find it to be equally as funny as you do. But clarity. So clarity is
Do you
not.
see how ridiculous this sounds?
I can understand. So trauma and clarity are two different words. Trauma is something that majority of individuals have used or expressed in ways that are completely different. When
Yeah,
I
and same thing with
speak to the word
same thing with
clarity-
clarify and clarity, right? Like I think that people use that in different ways. So obviously I have to like what someone's going to determine as clarity is going to be different from what another person's going to determine as clarity.
And I agree, there's levels of clarity, and individuals need different things to achieve or have what they would consider to be clarity. But I think trauma is something that is
I still have yet to
very-
hear a definition of clarity.
You actually want like it
Yeah,
just
I do.
words.
I do want a definition of clarity.
So to clarify, or the act of clarity, or to clarify. So clarity is the quality of being coherent.
The quality of being coherent. Yeah. So then like let's just clarify real quick. What does coherent mean?
What does coherent mean? To
Yeah.
be coherent is to be of sound understanding.
Of sound understanding. And what does it mean to be
Logically
of sound
consistent.
understanding? Logically now. So
Logically
like
cons-
now you got to
logically
define to me
consistent.
what logic means. What is that?
So
Because like people can use these terms in different ways. So it's just like
I mean, to define the word logic.
yeah, just define that for me, please.
Oh, that makes sense. As a liberal, you probably are not aware of what the word logical means.
Oh no, not at
logical-
all. Yeah, us dumb libs have no clue what that means.
No, you're not a dumb lib. You're a smart one.
And apparently you don't know what trauma means.
No, I like to
Because you asked
understand
me that
what-
definition. Yeah, nice job.
I
It sounds like
to
you can't
understand
define it
what
right now. Do you
individual-
actually know what it means?
Trauma?
No. What I just asked you to define. What I just asked you to define.
Oh, logical, reasonable, makes sense. Like it's not.
Wait, logic is not just reason. What?
No, logic
Oh.
for something to be logical, it is reasonable and makes sense. That is.
Yeah, makes sense. Is it? Wait, so again, let me clarify. Can you tell me like what is the law of identity?
How is that relevant?
Now you're asking relevancy? Hey, I'm just
No, I'm just
clarifying
asking,
because
like,
this is how I
you're-
commonly hear logic to be referred to, at least in the context of like the law of identity.
I mean, the law of identity is the concept and principle in which each thing is, each thing is identical to itself.
Yeah, like A equals A.
Yes.
Were these relevant for me to ask you, like in just basic conversation, or are these things that we both commonly understood that were not relevant to the nature of the conversation?
I would say that if in good faith you asked one or two definitions, there's a difference between asking the same question consistently.
No, it's
seven or more times.
specifically what you're asking for me to define, just to clarify. Because like if it were just any general thing, right, it would make sense. Like if it were just like, oh, if you don't know what I'm saying in a certain context, you clearly knew what I was saying in that scenario. It was an irrelevant question to ask me. It's like someone asking me to define circle or something like that. Like, come on.
I don't necessarily think that's
or
in
like
good faith for
like
you to
Jordan
say that.
Peterson saying, "What do you mean by believe?" When I ask him if he believes in God. What do you mean by believe? Like clearly he's not trying to answer the question.
I think that the principle that you're missing there is there are certain words that are objective in which individuals as a consensus, if I asked everyone in this live to draw a circle, everyone could draw a circle. I believe that your followers are all smart enough that they could draw a circle. Would you
I don't
agree?
know. Some Trump supporters might not be able to do that.
I think some of your schmefty lefties might not be too, but at least most of the
Nope,
people.
every
we can agree
single
can write a
liberal
circle.
in the live stream
You know
would
what?
know what a
I
circle
guess you
is.
got the smartest. So if every single liberal knows what a circle is, I can agree with that, right? I think that if you asked every single individual that was liberal in this live stream to point to an instance of trauma, that you would get some incorrect answers there. Do you think that that's logically fair to say?
Sure. I mean, maybe there'd be some people in the comments.
Wait,
What
if
again?
you
What?
had to give me like a yes
What is
or
the?
a no.
What are we even talking about right now? Holy shit!
We're talking about.
You know what? How about
we're
this? How
talking
about this?
About the importance of defining terms, brother.
I
And
just don't-
if you're going to retreat from it, I get it.
It's
but
not
if you're
about
saying that-
retreating. It's about like,
It is
what
retreating.
the fuck is this conversation? The point of me
Brother.
bringing this up was to show you that there are irrelevant things to ask for definitions for, right? Because it doesn't lead to the broader understanding of the conversation. That's all I was trying to demonstrate. And we have to go on some like elaborate, like, so in-depth sort of thing in order for you to understand that. You have to get so much clarity. It does not require this much of clarity. And this much
but I
time of
think
our
even-
conversation dedicated to that. That's why everyone in the
Even the point-
conversation is bored out of their mind. They have no clue what's going on, honestly. I bet most people in the live right now are fucking waiting for me to add the next person up because of the fact that they don't even give a shit about what we're talking about right now. Genuinely.
So, what is the most interesting piece of this conversation that you think we could pivot to?
What is the most interesting? How about the fact that you are willing to overlook practically everything that Donald Trump does just because you want to restrict people from getting access to abortion? Right? On the minor
I would
level that
not-
you're going to be able to do so, right? Based upon the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
So that is not the sole reason that I voted for Donald Trump. So
No, it
I
sounded like
don't
it so
know.
far. What else? What else do you take into account?
I mean, when it comes to Trump, one of the things that I
Wait, so
look at
Trump,
and
if Trump was pro-choice, you'd still vote for him?
if Trump was pro-choice, would I still vote for him? I think that it's important to see. I am not 100% behind Trump in the same way. Are you 100% behind Kamala Harris? Like, do you believe everything that she said?
No, but was that an answer to my question?
Oh, I'm clarifying, I'm providing context.
You see what I mean? Like, instead of answering my questions, always unnecessary clarification, but go for it.
So what I'm giving to you is if Trump was pro-choice, would that be a huge issue for me? Yes. Would I have to reconsider my stance and my vote? In the case of Kamala versus Trump, unfortunately, I think I would probably still end up leaning Trump. But
Why?
would specific? It's not one specific issue. It's a
So tell me, be
conglomeration.
specific. Why? If Trump were pro-choice, why would you support Trump over Harris?
Economic plan for the country in terms of strategy for such. One of the things that I do
What
not
economic
strongly
plan?
believe in- I'm not referring to specific economic plan. I'm referring to patterns over time and how to solve economic problems.
Like, be specific.
So, for example, Trump's tariffs are one of the best ideas that I could think of in terms of raising American revenue. And I think that we're seeing positive effects of that in our economy right now. When I look at what typically the economy and the motion that it makes when we have liberal presidents or left leaning presidents in office, the policies that are being passed are not as pro America in terms of increasing the money that we're bringing in and decreasing the amount of money that we're sending out to other countries in forms of aid, considering the issues that we have here.
Okay. Let's clarify. What is a tariff?
A tariff would be practically a tax in a very basic or nuanced term. Tariff is a tax that we put on goods that are imported into this country.
Okay. Who pays that tax?
The companies.
What companies?
And everybody. The companies that are importing the good.
Okay,
Or
so the
the
American
countries.
business importing the product, and it's passed down mostly to the consumer. Agreed?
No, I would not agree that it's mostly passed down to the consumer. I would agree that it has a lot of effects on supply chain that cause businesses to operate in ways that encourage, one, internal growth and manufacturing inside of the U.S. and discourage the idea of importation because of the enhanced cost.
Okay,
Would
so
you
you
agree
think
with that?
you think most of the tariff is not passed down to the consumer. Most of the tariff is inherited by the business that is importing the product. So that's what you think?
No, because when we're saying
So who bears the
tariff,
cost?
Are we speaking of strictly the financial cost, or are we talking about the decisional role that
The
plays
burden
in the
that the tariff imposes in terms of a cost, who is taking care of that burden?
in
mostly.
terms of a financial cost, a lot of that is paid by individuals, but also
What
we have to-
individuals?
Citizens, us, consumers.
Consumers.
Yes,
So it is mostly paid by the consumer.
yes. On the negative, on the positive side, who stands the most to benefit from the income that is brought in from tariffs? What is that money used to do? Who does that benefit? Also,
Okay, so here's
consumers.
why this is an issue. If most of the revenue is coming from consumers, and if we look at consumer goods, people who are lower and middle income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods as cost of living makes up a greater percentage of their overall income. Therefore, if you increase the cost of consumer goods, it's imposing a greater tax disproportionately on lower and middle income individuals. So this is a regressive tax. So it's actually not a good mechanism of raising revenue. It'd be better to use income tax that has a progressive bracket structure.
So when we're talking about income taxes specifically in this country, I believe it's really important to understand that income taxes are not necessarily as broad sweeping or clear in terms of how much people pay, even based off the amount of money that they bring in. I think you and I can both agree, if you're a major corporation, you can produce an astronomical amount of income, but not necessarily pay taxes on all of that if you are doing things that the government incentivizes through tax bills. Would you agree with that?
So maybe there are certain tax credits in certain industries where you can pay less in terms of taxes, given that you work in that certain industry. Sure, but I don't.
Wait, you would
I
say
don't know
it's
your
only
point
in
is.
certain industries? So what I'm
Yeah,
clarifying is
It's
saying
not tax
income
cuts across
tax.
the board. It's certain industries.
Yeah, but when we're referring to income tax, like tax on individuals, individuals have options for deductions. Of course, they vary based on the industry that they're in. But if we're talking about the idea that, oh, just increasing income tax would be a way smarter idea. The people who are getting the most tax deductions are not necessarily the individuals that need, from what you're saying, the low and middle class individuals that need the funds the most. They're not the individuals that are leveraging these tax benefits. So increasing income taxes is also going to be a pain or burden on them as well.
Yeah, but it disproportionately the revenue comes from the rich and wealthy.
But I think disproportionately the rich and wealthy understand and also have the ability to lobby and put in place legislation that will decrease their tax burden.
And who are they supporting? With that corporate funding, who are they supporting disproportionately?
Who are they? When you say they, we're referring to corporations. They're
I mean
supporting
Donald Trump. I mean, he's quite
shareholders?
literally going to big fossil fuel companies and said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. right?
So
He's
I
given
guess
tax
with
cuts to
that
the
being
rich and
said,
to the wealthy
why?
and to the well-connected and to the corporations and the big businesses, right? The
Yeah, that's
small businesses
exactly
are the ones
why.
that are harmed by these tariffs to a disproportionate extent, and it creates better conditions for large businesses that are going to benefit off of increased market share because of decreased competition. So
Which is
large
exactly
companies
why it would be a
love Donald Trump, but for the average American and in terms of the small businesses, they are negatively impacted as compared to what Harris's policy would be.
And when you're saying as compared to what Harris's policy would be, bless you,
Thank you.
is that compared to like her campaign promises? Are we going off for a political track record? What are you gauging as what
Campaign
Harris would have done?
promises, things that she did while in office.
And when we're attributing things that she did, are we saying specifically Kamala or Biden and Kamala as a subsidiary being the fact that she was his vice president?
They would both
I
be
just want to
together
clarify.
within that as she was the vice president. Right?
Okay.
It's their administration as a whole.
Yeah, and I think it is really important to clarify as well, like even what you just said, income taxes and increasing them is not going to affect the top corporations and the highest financially.
So I didn't
valued
just say
individuals in this
income
country.
tax, right? I think we should also do
Yeah.
corporate tax in terms of a progressive tax structure, alongside the fact that we should also do long-term capital gains for the highest levels of income in terms of capital gains. So obviously, those are all things that Harris wanted to do as well.
Do you believe that those things would disincentivize industry in America? Like, do you think that there's a possibility or a probability that any of these large corporations would see those tax implications and decide maybe we don't want to do business here? Like,
I
a
think
lot
tariffs
of
are a
other
greater
countries have done
disincentive.
before.
We've seen a reduction in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump's got in office. Did you know that?
When you we're referring to in-country manufacturing. We've
Yes.
seen a decrease in that.
Yes.
No, I was not aware of that. What was the source for that?
From the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
That is an interesting fact to see, and I would dare to say that there's probably other outside contributing factors outside of just the tariffs that were passed and implicated by Trump. I think, do you care at all about the financial deficit of the country? Is that like a deciding factor, something that at all holds political weight for you?
Wait, repeat what you just said?
The national deficit, is that something that is a factor or holds any political bearing for you?
Yeah, of course. Trump caused more debt-related spending.
Caused more debt-related spending. Do you think that he overall increased or decreased the deficit through his actions?
I think he overall increased the deficit based upon his actions.
And are we saying specifically in this term that he's in right now, or are we also correlating his first term? I just want to
Both
understand
terms.
where you had that. Both terms. Okay, and I guess on what basis would you state that? Like, what would your
The
source
Committee
be
for
that?
Responsible Federal Budget, Biden versus Trump. Trump did over $4 trillion more debt-related spending compared to the Biden-Harris administration. Plus, you can look at Harris versus Trump in terms of campaign plans, and you can compare them. It was $4 trillion more for Trump compared to Harris on a central estimate.
And with that fact being considered, my question to you ultimately would boil down to how much of Trump and the legislation that he's put in place can we attribute to the numbers that we're seeing today, and how much of that is lag from policy that was put in place by Biden and Harris? Like, how do you differentiate that when stating these statistics?
In terms of the effect on what particular statistic?
In terms of the effect on, we were talking about the deficit, so let's say the deficit. How do you associate that particular causal action to Trump?
Because these are things that he signed into law, and the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget has an analysis on it already set up.
And I guess what I'm pointing to here is the nuance between the fact that there is, of course, an immediate consequence to any of these actions that are made, and then there is a long term. Like, I believe a lot of the decisions and choices that were made in the short term can have what looks like a consequence, but be better later as a benefit. Does that make sense?
I don't really see anything that we could point here in terms of a benefit, but
As far as strategy in investing and allocating more spending in the U.S., you can see benefit.
No, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump's got in office.
Yes, and I guess it's really important if we look at since Trump's gotten in office, we're still looking at the first half of his term. How much of the numbers that we're seeing now are an effect of everything that he's signed into action versus the outcoming?
I'm not just referencing now. I'm referencing what they signed into law.
You're referencing what they signed into law as far as time frames?
As far as debt-related spending, yeah.
Yes, and I'm talking about effect. I'm not talking about
overall,
the spending
yeah.
that they authorized. I'm referring to effect and saying that, yes, Trump has only been in office in his second term for 2 years. So to say, looking at his second term, we've had a decrease in manufacturing, is it more logical to point to the administration that was running the economy for the past 4 years and that Trump inherited?
No,
or
this is since Trump got in office that we've seen a decline. Right? There was a
I
massive boom
understand.
under the Biden-Harris administration.
And do you think that there's any chance that that was consequently because of the lag or after effect of policies that were put in place by Trump? Or
No,
is that simply...
because the Biden-Harris administration put into effect policies to address the level of manufacturing, whereas under Trump's first term, we saw a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment.
I mean, in Trump's first term, it's also important to realize that we were in the middle of a quote-unquote pandemic.
For the first few years, we weren't, and we saw a decline under those years.
Quick question, is that something that is still banned within TikTok's terms of service? Referring to that event or the big sneeze?
COVID?
Yes. Okay.
You can say COVID. Here, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we're going to say our last things and then end the conversation. You've already been on for almost like an hour and a half. Scarfy, thank you so much for the push the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very true. That's very true. Thank you so much, Scarfy. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Go, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Yuli, thank you so much for the $2. Holden, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holden with the $2. Thank you. Yuli, thank you so much for the $5. Alice, thank you so much for the $7. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Corky, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Jog, thank you for the $5. Tony, thank you so much for the $2. Diamond, thank you for the $2. John, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree. It does seem like that. Honestly, it's very crazy. Natty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Natty in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's totally true. Jog as well. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I totally agree. And they seemingly don't want to take care of them once they're out of the womb. DV, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Albert, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Nike, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was Phil, definitely, for sure. Omega, thank you for the $20 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Totally serious. Satan, thank you so much for the $22. I really appreciate it. DK, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for telling me that. Chupa Batman, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. DK, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. BC with the $100. Thank you so much. Give some W's for BC in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for ICE assassinated a U.S. citizen today. I want MAGA to talk about this. Forget Planned Parenthood. Forget abortion. Forget immigration. Forget everything else. Right? The U.S. citizen got assassinated by the government. Speak up. Absolutely.
Assassinate? Is that like even like grammatically correct?
Yeah.
To say assassinated?
Yeah. I mean, I do think that would be considered like an assassination. Depending on how you define it. Omega, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Wait,
Philly, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Heather, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Soon here in a second. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Philly, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lisa, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. They said, as a Christian whose father fought for this country, I would like to know... Oh, I totally agree. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you. Winnie as well. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Winnie in the comment section. Who, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mary, thank you so much for the $2. Satan, probably. Thank you for the $13. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Satan, probably, in the comment section? I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. BC, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ellen, thank you for the $10. Philly, thank you for the $2. And then Satan probably again with the $13. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll try to ask that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As well as Satan probably thank you for the $2. Jessica, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sam, thank you for the $5. Bruno, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Shannon, thank you for the $6. Lacey, thank you for the $10. Danae, thank you for the $3. Logan with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on PayPal. For Venmo, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I totally see. Thank you. Ashley, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate it. Thank you. Stephanie with the $50. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Who's of W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now on Venmo. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jeremy as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm totally appalled as well. But yeah, I totally agree, Stephanie. I feel like the same thing happened to me, honestly, with my schooling as a kid. Coral, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Joshua, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I totally see that. I think it's very common. Megan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. James, thank you for the $5. Jaina, thank you so much for the $5. Maze, thank you so much for the $2. Maze as well, thank you for the $7. Jory, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. And David, thank you for the $2. As well as, again, Jessica, thank you for the $5. Steve, thank you for the $5. Thank you for having define. And then Jessica, thank you for the $5. And Charity, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Charity. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Doug, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I totally agree. Thank you so much, Doug. Alrighty. What was the question you were asking me? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a question that you received. You were saying thank you, but I don't even think you finished it. I just wanted you to repeat or finish something that you were saying. I don't know if it was just on my end of the stream that it broke up, but
I was
either
just
way,
saying thank you to people.
it was like a question or a comment that someone said, but I wasn't sure if you were going to respond to it and we were going to speak on it, or if you were just acknowledging them and saying thanks for the money.
You know, what you were going to say?
No, I was saying I didn't write it down. Like I don't have that. But
Okay.
In closing,
Alrighty. Well, yeah. In closing, go ahead, and then I'll go on to the next person.
Dude, at the end of the day, I appreciate the open debate, even the fact that we were able to have this conversation for an hour and a half, regardless of the debatable progress that was made. It is nice to even see that we can be in an arena and have these conversations. And I think it's important to keep doing that, even if you are on a completely different side of the aisle of me. And wish you the best.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Candace, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you very much. And HME, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate all the gifters. Thank you very much. Via, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. If I did miss you at all, I really apologize, everyone. I try to make sure to get to everyone. I should be keeping up more with the donations. I got caught into the conversation because we were doing that for about an hour and 30 minutes or so. So let's get on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
And do you support Donald Trump? Jolly thing of the galaxy. Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
All of the reasons we can figure, and I'm happy to point a few out, but I think the real question is, why do you want me to not support Donald Trump and like convince your viewers that we shouldn't support Donald Trump?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that he's actively support. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I said that a little bit incorrectly. If I told you all of the reasons, would it change your mind if I was right? Is there anything, honestly, that I could tell you that would change your mind?
You could change my mind on certain things. I don't think that you could get me to support Trump, though. Right? Because I think that Trump has done so many atrocious and horrible things that would disqualify me from supporting him. Right? But, like, yeah, could you change my mind on niche things? Absolutely. I'm open in terms of my mind. I have a position on this. I've done a lot of research. I've talked about this a lot. Right? I don't think you could change my mind on terms of like being against Donald Trump.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of why it's a little bit from my perspective. You know, sitting here, I already know that I can talk to you about tariffs and I can teach you a little bit about how your progressive tax theories might have a few holes in the argument there, and we could refine that and maybe get you on my side. But in the end, you still wouldn't vote for Trump, so it would kind of be all for nigh, except for maybe some viewers of yours that aren't so staunchly opposed to him. So my question is, if these horrible things that Trump has done that are atrocious are so bad, because see, I'm not going to give up on economy, right? Like, I want to address the heart of the matter. What really makes you unable to vote for Trump? Because, you know, it's got to be something that no other president has done that Trump is doing specifically, that's so atrocious that no other president was equally atrocious in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, this is going to be a long list.
I want you to explain that to me if you can.
I got you. It's going to be a long list. It might take a few minutes.
No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be long. You can give me one or two. Just give me a brief summary of what it is that, if you can. I mean, listen. I know you can make a list of 1,000 things you hate about Trump, and I can make a list of 1,000 things I love about him. What is it that he's done that is different, that is more egregious than, without me making a list of things that Obama did that were in violation of so-called international law, and then going back to Bush, and then going back to even Reagan, you know, who is the so-called...
Can I make the point, and then maybe you can make this broader point?
Yeah, go ahead. Make your point.
Sure. Yeah, so Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said he had sex in common with his daughter. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. And his daughter's voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. I can point to plenty of his economic policy that obviously is detrimental. On top of this, alongside him literally allowing and supporting ICE and murdering someone in fucking literally broad daylight today, right? Renee was murdered in broad daylight today when literally the ICE officer wasn't even in front of the vehicle when the shot they fired actually took place.
Them to be, and you're not going to believe me.
What's up?
Okay,
you cut out.
So if those are the things, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so if those are the things that are most atrocious about Trump that would prevent you from voting for him, I'll address them. Jean Carroll. Have you seen the interview that she gave describing her interaction with Donald Trump on, I don't remember what station it was on national TV, where she described like the actual being in the dressing room and her experience of it? Have you seen that in its entirety?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't find that to be a highly awkward conversation, not from the sense that it was awkward because of, you know, the fact that she was describing a purported sexual assault, but from the perspective of a woman who has had that happen to her, to define it, and I'm trying to remember her exact words. It was something like she felt thrilled and exhilarated to be with this billionaire. You don't remember that part of the conversation?
Like before this happened, she was thrilled to be around a billionaire? They had met prior to this point. Yeah, they had met prior to this point. Like, this is like, there's a picture of them together. That was like in the 80s, I think. So this was, they'd met like
right. There's a picture of
a while before this happened.
Now, wait a minute, Parker. Did you see where Donald Trump said, listen, I take a picture with a lot of people. I'm a rich man. I go to a lot of
It wasn't just that. It wasn't just that.
I didn't know that woman.
Yeah. So it's not just that. It's the fact that he said that they never met and that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that. And all of those things don't really prove anything, but we can sit here and argue about it. Parker, no doubt. But the bottom line is this. My takeaway from her interview and Donald Trump's testimony was that they probably got it on in the dressing room, and she decided that it was convenient for monetary purposes to go after Trump. And he's a complete, perv. He likes to screw around with women in dressing rooms, and she was a complete floozy that was willing to do it. That's my takeaway.
That's disgusting.
As
One, because Trump never
it's
even
the
claimed
same thing
this.
that- I
You're
know, I know.
superimposing something that never even was claimed by either party. Okay? Trump said they never had met. Trump never said they engaged in consensual intercourse, right? And who actually did claim events about specifically them meeting was the fact that E. Jean Carroll referenced literally being assaulted by Trump. And instead of actually accepting that, you come up with your own explanation of what happened that no one claimed about the event in order to make yourself feel better about it. Okay, can you name one piece of evidence in the case you don't accept or you think is not good evidence?
I don't need. That's an insult. Now listen.
Name one
Now-
piece of
now,
evidence you
Parker,
don't accept
I
in
did
the
not
case.
Insult you, telling you that you. Let me finish. I did not insult you about your belief. Now the fact is, and if we have to accept this, if we're to come to an understanding, okay, the fact is, neither you nor I know what happened, regardless of all the testimony, regardless of the guilty or innocent verdict, regardless of whether it was settled or not. Neither you nor I, the only people on earth that know what happened are that woman and Donald Trump. And it is my belief. So I'm respecting yours. I'm not telling you that you need it to cover up and mask your, some kind of hidden weakness that you have. So don't do that to me, please.
Name one piece of evidence in the case you don't accept.
Now, with that being said, I don't accept Donald Trump's testimony that he didn't have sex with her. I think he did. And I think he was lying about not doing it. But I also think that she's lying about it not being consensual. I think she wanted some of that billionaire, you-know-what.
One, she was already a millionaire. Two, again, this whole argument that you're making makes no sense because, again, you're claiming that Trump lied about the circumstance, but yet you believe that consensual intercourse happened. Why would he lie about the scenario if it happened consensually?
Strategy. He was trying to not have to take any responsibility for a woman making false claims about him. But here's the thing. I also didn't believe her testimony. Her testimony, her interview.
Well, he would have
that
you
she
supporting
gave
him
on it,
anyway.
which is
Like
what I said at
he
the
would have
beginning.
you supporting him. You said he didn't want to be held accountable for this, so then why didn't he give up his DNA in the multiple years allotted that he had so that he could have proved that he wasn't at the scene of the crime if he claimed he was never there? Why was he lying about the set of scenarios? And by the way, she was proven.
Well, he
she was
never
not.
said
She
he
was
wasn't
never proven
there.
to have lied.
He didn't
Name
say he
one.
wasn't there.
Name one lie that E. Jean Carroll engaged in.
Well, wait a minute. You said two or three things. First of all, he admitted that he. Did he not admit that he was there shopping that day?
No.
I'll have to watch that again. I watched her interview. My judgment based, I watched his deposition where he said the things that you were saying, and I agree. He said that she's not my type, and he even told the person who was deposing him was a woman, and he even said, just like you're not my type, and I hope that doesn't offend you. And so,
No, he said he wouldn't have
he's a
sexually abused her because she's
master
quote unquote
at
not
what
his
he
type, but
does.
then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. That makes no fucking sense. Why is he lying? She never lied. You can't name a single circumstance where she lied. You can't name a single piece of evidence in the case you don't accept, and yet you believe that she's lying. You also probably believe that 26 plus people
He
that have
didn't
accused him of
lie.
sexual misconduct are
didn't
also
lie.
lying.
Wait a minute. He didn't lie about thinking that was his wife. I mean, that I could tell, but who cares?
No,
It's
he
irrelevant.
lied. No, let me clarify.
Based on Jean Carroll's testimony.
Yeah, he lied about the fact that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type.
Okay, well, you can have it if you want to believe that. And so here we are back to square one, which is based on Jean Carroll's account of the story that she gave on national television, I found her to be very incredulous. I don't believe her testimony, and my opinion is what it is. So we're going to have to X that one off the list and move to the next one.
But you
if
gave
we're gonna
no
get
reason
anywhere
to
with this
say that. What you don't believe
Can
her.
we agree to
You gave
disagree?
no piece of evidence you dispute in the case. You gave nothing about the testimony that you dispute. All you said is you think that they engaged in consensual intercourse, which is something Trump didn't even claim himself.
Yeah, because he was lying about it. That's my opinion. Why would you admit?
So then why couldn't you
to
think he was
having
lying
sex
about
with a
graping
woman
her?
that's trying
Why
to
don't you
sue
think he's lying about graping her?
because honestly, based on her testimony, it doesn't seem like she was accounting a rape. She was accounting. I mean, I
Wait,
can't
name
believe
one
you
aspect
watched
of her testimony that you
not
think
her
is
testimony, her
wrong.
interview. Do you know what intuition is?
Yes.
I'm sure you do. Okay. Well, I have intuition that has served me well in life, and that's what I took away from it. So I can't prove it to you, just like you can't prove to me
Yes, I can. There's a civil court
that
with
he
a
did.
unanimous decision of 9 people
It's
that vindicated
he
that Donald Trump
said,
engaged
she
in this
said,
behavior.
dude.
You claim it's just he said, she said. You think both of them are lying, and you think that they had consensual intercourse when they didn't even fucking claim that. No one claimed that about the event. You're superimposing things that you think to be the case about the scenario because you don't want to accept that Donald Trump engaged in horrible behavior. Okay? Not only was he held liable in a civil court for doing this, but he also has 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. There's also a bunch of people that specifically have come out and talked about the fact that, again, 18-year-olds at the time, that have talked about the fact that there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in some of the changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. And he literally went on Howard Stern and bragged about how he would barge into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. And then he grabs women by the vagina without asking. Right? And he thinks every woman wants him. Okay?
Okay.
He's
have you
protecting.
been to a strip club, Parker?
No, I
have you ever
haven't.
been to a strip club?
No.
Have you ever been to a strip club?
No.
Okay. I have. I've also been to. I've also seen a lot worse than strip clubs, by the way. But anyway.
Why do you say
let
this?
me tell you something about. Because I have nothing to hide. So. When he went back into those changing rooms, did the women come out and complain, or did they say he was weird and creepy?
Yeah, there were women that have come out and complained. Yes, there were women that came out and complained. There was also an 18-year-old that was 18 at the time that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
And all they said is that they thought it was strange that he would come in, but he didn't do anything. He came in to look at his contestants. And now, if you've ever been to like a strip club or any place where a male-owned business where there are females changing in a back room, okay, a pageant for beauty, it doesn't matter. Let me explain this.
Miss Teen USA.
If you
Miss
work
USA.
in a business and you own a business and you go and check on these people to see what they're doing and how they're doing, it's a cultural thing. Let me tell you a story about me that's cultural, that's really freaking creepy, okay? And I was at a basketball match in Kennesaw, Georgia when I was 15 years old. And my dad had met the Italian basketball team on the airplane back from Italy because we had been on summer vacation. And they invited us to their game, and we invited them to our house for dinner. And so when I went to their game, they invited me into the dressing room. And I was 15 years old. And in my life, in every dressing room in America, men wear towels. They don't go around naked with all of their genitals hanging around. And I went into this dressing room because they invited me in to hang out with the boys. And I felt about as uncomfortable as could be. But none of them were inappropriate. None of them did or said anything to me. They were just naked and lounging around, and it made me uncomfortable. So I can understand why the girls felt uncomfortable. But that doesn't prove that Donald Trump did anything or said anything to them.
What are you talking about? Listen to this.
Hello with vagina. And
what you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So he's bragging about how he gets away with things like this. An 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms who Donald Trump would barge in. And you're going to sit there and you're going to defend that. Let me clarify here. I've been on Jubilee before. Do you think the owners of Jubilee would be justified in putting cameras in the bathroom to watch people where they go to the bathroom? Would you think that would be justified? Or for them to walk into the bathrooms while you're going to the bathroom? Would that be justified for them to do that?
Well, I mean, hey, if you want to make a law that says that an owner of a business can't go into, inspect the girls that are getting ready to go out for the pageant, then that's fine. I think that that's maybe borderline. I mean, I've never run a pageant, but I would expect, the owner might want to make sure everything's going okay. I don't
He's
know.
bragging about
I don't
how he can
know.
get away
And
with
quite
perving
frankly,
on
if
them.
the law said that, then that's fine.
He's bragging about how he can
he's
get away with
bragging to
perving
his
on them.
boys. He's
Yes.
bragging to his boys.
Yeah, about
He's
how he can
bragging
get
to his
away with
boys.
perving on women and girls.
Well, listen. When I was 20 years old, and when I was 15 years old, and when I was any age, until I became a non-sexual being, or at least tried to, I would have done the same thing. And 99% of men would have.
You would do the same thing? You would walk into the changing rooms of naked teenagers? Did you just say that
when I
you
was
would? You
15,
just
I'd
say
be
that you would
dying.
brag
I'd be
about
dying.
walking into the changing rooms of
I'd be
naked
dying for that.
teenagers? You fucking weirdo!
Hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. When I was 15 years old, when I was 20 years old, ever.
No,
until
you
I
said at
became a
any age. You
non-sexual
said at
being.
any age. Would you walk? And by the way, that's fucking crazy. Even to do at that fucking age, that's disgusting to fucking say. But you would wait. You would say at your age that you are right now that you would walk into the changing rooms of naked teenagers while they're changing without their consent.
I'm a non-sexual being at this point in my life. I do have a girlfriend, and even with her, I try to keep it non-sexual because I believe.
Okay,
in
I'm asking
the
you
message
prior
of
to you
Jesus
being
Christ, and I'm
non-sexual
trying
when
to
you were.
follow that way of
How
life.
old were you when you became non-sexual?
I started practicing, which means I failed a lot, but I started practicing when I was in my late 30s.
Okay, so if you were prior to your late 30s, let's say you were 38 years old, okay, right, and you were in a circumstance where you could walk into the changing rooms of naked teenagers while they're changing without their consent, would you do it?
Yeah, but if they told me to leave, I'd just leave.
That's so fucking gross. That is so fucking disgusting. How can you fucking sleep at night? Genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with that person? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? It is ridiculous, dude. It's fucking crazy. He just admitted to wanting to be a fucking predator, okay? He just admitted to wanting to be a predator on fucking live stream. That's so fucking gross, dude. That's absolutely fucking disgusting. That's who's defending Trump's actions right now, by the way. So fucking gross, dude. That is so disgusting.
Oh, hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, for sure.
Alrighty. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Bruno, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Abigail, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Abigail. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Totally true. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Abigail, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Abigail. Can we get some W's for Abigail in the comment section right now? Gene, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. W's for Abigail. Thank you. Janaya, thank you so much for the push the $1. Thank you, of course. Riley, thank you for the $25. Thank you. Monica with the $10. And Tommy, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, it's based. Thank you so much, Tommy. Of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. As well as let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on to our conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. BC, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh no, am I lagging at all? Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not lagging because my YouTube for some reason isn't loading.
I know you're good.
Okay, alrighty. Do give me 1 second.
I appreciate your time, by the way.
For sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For
Also,
some
that
reason,
guy was,
yeah, that
that
guy
guy
was
was,
crazy.
out of line, man. Yeah, that was out of pocket. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely insane. That was definitely insane. It looks like we're fine in terms of the internet. I don't know why it's not. Oh, there we go. I think it just loaded. There we go. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah,
It
you're
just
good.
wouldn't load. BC, thank you so much for the $10. Again, thank you. Darcel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Lionel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. And Kat, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. BC, thank you so much for the $5. Nina, thank you so much for the $2. Luke, thank you for the $5. Thank you. S, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Doug with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Mary, thank you for the $2. Satan, probably thank you for the $2 and for the 13. Thank you very much. And then Molly, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. If you want to support me as always ever in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I think right now we're currently at 1,500 likes on YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We're about 2 hours and 14 minutes in the stream, meaning we have another about an hour and 45 minutes left, everyone. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump from an economical standpoint. I saw what the Democratic Party and tried to do under Joe Biden, and I feel like things just got worse. You know, economically, prices went up, and price of gas went up because he stopped local drilling. So I just support Trump's economical plans. You know, the tariffs. Like this year, we'll get, I believe it's like a $2,000 dividend check. I believe something like that. And
If you're talking about the military,
hear me?
that's it's a reallocation from housing funds and funds that were already set up through the Department of Defense. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that Donald Trump is engaging in tax policy that leads to middle class and lower class Americans being negatively impacted in terms of the overall spending that they are putting out because of the fact that consumer prices are going up from tariffs, which they wouldn't have otherwise done this if the tariffs weren't put in place. We also have a worse off economy in terms of labor market, so it's actually harder for people to find a job now than it was. So what has
So
Trump
do you feel
done
like
to like
under-
benefit us?
So do you feel like under Joe Biden that things got better in your opinion? Is that what you're saying? That they
Yeah, I feel like
have
Joe
better
Biden
policies?
did a better job than what Trump does.
I beg to differ, just from what I've seen, and I don't know.
What?
The prices of gas just went up over time. Like in 2020 when Trump was president, things were relatively good till the pandemic happened.
Okay. So if you want to reference gas prices, did you know gas prices were the lowest in 2016 prior to Trump being in office than any point in his administration, including during COVID?
Well, I know that Joe Biden stopped local drilling, which means we couldn't produce our own oil. We had to get it elsewhere.
No,
We
you're
had to
you're
get
talking about
imported.
drilling on federal lands, and that was for a short period of time. That was brought back quickly. We had the highest level of domestic production of oil of any country at any point in time for the point in time we were referencing, alongside the fact that we also had investments in renewable energy production, which also build energy production. Energy prices have massively gone up since Trump's got in office because of the fact that he's been against renewable energy production, alongside the tariffs of being detrimental.
Interesting. Well, clearly you know a lot more about politics and whatnot. This is your forte. But I was just saying from what I know and what I've learned that I just don't see that. Like Biden's whole thing was renewable energy and less drilling and less gas. So the prices of gas went up around.
Okay, so addressing climate change doesn't mean completely getting off of fossil fuels. It means transitioning off of it. So we don't think that we're at a point where we can completely transition off of fossil fuels yet. So it's using both to build up the industries in renewable energy so that we have the capacity to do that in the future. Not that we would do so right now.
Interesting. I see your point.
Alrighty. And in terms of gas prices, again, Trump didn't do anything to reduce the gas prices overall, right? Specifically. So I wouldn't say that. Like, I mean, since Trump's got in office, over the past year, we've only seen gas prices go down by like 13 cents on average.
Well, I think he's just getting started. No, I honestly am, I have hope that Trump is the way to go right now. I don't think that things were going to get any better under a Democratic Party.
Okay. And like, why so? Like,
And,
can you name
well,
one
I mean,
Democratic
'cause-
policy you disagree with?
Just like the whole thing with gas prices, and I feel like they're not really trying to make prices lower. They're not really trying to support our economy or get us out of debt. Like ever since the national debt, I believe it's starting to go down now, and we're actually making money as a country because of those tariffs.
Okay, a few things. Trump's added more debt-related spending into law based on what he signed into law comparative to the Democrats. So although the Democrats aren't like reducing the debt, neither is Trump. Trump's actually worse off for the debt and adding more to the debt than the Democrats are. And then in terms of gas prices, what did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause the gas prices to go up?
Well, they stopped local drilling, like I said. Isn't that what I believe that
So
was
then
the
what?
policy?
No,
and
the
that it was
main
less-
increase in gas prices came even when we had that back.
So
Right,
you're
because
saying
it's
even
because
when
the
Biden-
Russia-Ukraine situation where we were getting less Russian oil, right?
Gotcha.
And that would have happened regardless of whether or not Trump was in office. Oh, okay. You cut out. You swiped out of the app. Hello? Okay, it looks like they might have left. Okay. Alrighty, do give him a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I think they did. I think they did leave. Yep, they did. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I requested, but I am with you all the way.
Oh,
So
based. Don't worry then. Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. Ben, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the kind message. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Totally get you very much. Thank you very much. Irina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Well, thank you very much. Work with Mike. Thank you for the $25 as well. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on Venmo and PayPal. Let's go on to the next individual. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It's absolutely free to do so. You can subscribe if you haven't already. We're on the route to almost 500,000 on YouTube, which is crazy. Gene, thank you for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Thank you very much. Aaron, thank you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sure I do, and you're from Bettendorf originally.
Yeah, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Why would I vote for Kamala Harris? Why would you vote for her?
Kamala, because she's a better candidate to Trump. Trump's like delusional and stupid. He has no clue what's going. What? Hello?
Hello?
Is everything okay?
Hello? Yeah?
Okay. So again, Donald Trump is a worse candidate, and he's very dumb. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote
Why
counter,
is he very dumb? I think anyone that has created 700 businesses can't be all bad.
well, he has 6 bankruptcies, some of them including casinos. Most of his net worth has been accrued under his administration, so he's quite literally using the
Wasn't
presidency in order to
Ford
make money.
bankrupt one time?
What's up?
Wasn't Ford bankrupt? Everyone that's ever been successful has been bankrupt pretty
Not
much.
6 times though.
Well, out of 700, that's only 6. That's not even 1%.
I still don't think that you can mention any big billionaires that have 6 bankruptcies.
Well, you can have business failure when you do infrastructure stuff.
Okay. Well, the point that I would make is that I don't think his business has made him good at in constructing economic policy. I think he's made the economic policy significantly worse off comparative to what was existing under the Democrats. Could you name any certain policy you like of Trump's?
Well, I have one question for you.
Go ahead.
Well, you said about the fossil plants. Do you realize there's all the Midwest has to rely on coal fires because there's no nuclear plants between the Mississippi River and going to the West Coast?
I'm not claiming that we have the ability to totally go on to renewable energy quite yet, but I think that we should build up the infrastructure specifically to be able to address it in the future. So that would mean building the infrastructure within the Midwest and all around the U.S. in order to be able to ensure electricity and energy needs without utilizing fossil fuels in the future. So that doesn't mean right now,
So
but
do
it does
you
mean in the future.
realize, did you realize Ukraine makes methane gas out of garbage for the green space?
What's your point of saying this?
Well, don't all airports have to be green space?
Don't all airports have to be green space?
They have to go to green, yeah, for the energy.
I would preferably like the whole world to go green in the future. That doesn't mean right now.
Well, it's not going to be able to.
That's like pointing to the fact that military operations take oil or like gas. So, like, of course, I can acknowledge that. I'm not saying the usage of oil and gas right now is going to be considered morally wrong or something. We're just claiming that we want to preferably switch to other things because it can lead to bad conditions in the long run if we don't do so, right? So, like, that's what we're saying is going to be helpful from a scientific perspective.
Well, I've worked all energy plants, so I know a lot about them.
Okay. And are energy prices doing worse off or better off now since Trump got in office?
Well, Obama was cutting all the powerhouses, so that totally destroyed one craft, like the Boilermakers.
Well, I'm asking you,
Because
under Trump's administration, since he's been in office, right, has electricity prices, have they gone up?
Mine hasn't. That's all I care
They
about.
have. They absolutely have. They've gone up at higher rates than what they were previously going up at,
Well,
according to the
know
Bureau of
that-
Labor Statistics.
I know that the pumps have gone down for $1.99 in Iowa.
Sure.
So that
By the way,
you know,
I think the price has gone down I think it's like 13 cents, right, over the past year.
not compared to Illinois, it's still at $3.
I mean, I haven't been to Illinois in the past recently. Of course, state policy does lead to it being more expensive. What's your point?
Well, we have a Democrat governor in Illinois, and the gas tax keeps it up, and people go if there's 5 states that border Illinois, so they'll go to another state to get the gas, so it's cheaper for them.
Okay.
Isn't it pretty much everyone cares about what affects their pocketbook? That's what they care about, in infrastructure. And
Okay.
So
And who has
double
plans to make things affordable? I don't think Trump has a single plan in terms of healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Could you name any of his policies in relation to those main things?
Well, I'm retired, so I'm forced to be on Medicare. And, they make you choose. Every year you have to choose Medicare again and sign up again every year. Did you know that? Did you know that you pay for it all the time, right? As you're working. But if you don't file on Medicare, you're forced to file. But if you don't take Medicare, the first time you get a check, they'll take $1,200 out because they take the Medicare out of your Social Security check. You have to pay for it. You don't get it free like most people think.
Again, in these circumstances, if you want better conditions for Social Security or Medicare, why wouldn't you support Democrats that actively want to ensure that there's a public healthcare option for everyone, for people to get access to in terms of universal care?
Because I've watched other countries, like my friend's father was unalived in South Africa because in the United States he could have a heart stem, but in socialized medicine that was not an option, so they let him be unalived.
I think in
Because
socialized
that's a
medicine, we could absolutely do the same thing. The only distinction is just that there's not a for-profit middleman between you and your doctor.
No, there are other countries like Canada, you have to go on a list, and if you're not approved of that
Yeah,
surgery, if they
there's
don't
lists
think it's
in
okay for you.
there's
Pardon?
lists in the United States as well, and also how many people don't get access to these things because of the fact that they can't afford it in the United States is ridiculous. We can also point to the fact that in terms of Canada, they're going to do so based upon severity, which is the exact same way that we set up the ER. We determine that based upon severity.
Okay, I'm glad
Do
you brought
you get
that
mad
up
that there are
because
wait times
I
at the
sat,
ER?
Parker, I sat in the ER for 4 days because if they don't accept you, I had a stroke this summer and
Sorry
they
to hear
would
that.
not accept me so then the Medicare won't pay unless they accept you. But what they're doing, these hospitals, they're making you go on ambulance because that's an extra 10 grand for them. So they make you go to another
So
hospital.
how about we provide a public option so it's not so costly, like it is in other countries, so that those types of things aren't even taken into account, and we can have a better system that ensures that people have broader access to healthcare. Because again, Trump had no healthcare plan. He doesn't care that that's happening. He didn't even care to have anything address that. I have a plan. Kamala Harris had a plan, and we were wanting to address it.
Well, since I've been self-employed most of my life, but then I went union, I've never had health care. I always, I don't go to a doctor. If you have insurance, you go to a doctor. But if you don't have insurance, you get to see the hand of God heal you. You don't have to wait. You don't have to go to a doctor. When people are on Medicaid, they go to the doctor right away, their kids. But if you don't have health care, then you take care of yourself homeopathically. You don't sit there and waste the tax dollar money.
What? I'm confused. Again, I don't think that it's wasting money to go and get access to healthcare. I think everyone needs healthcare. I think you will utilize healthcare. I think everyone in your family will utilize healthcare. I think everyone's family will utilize healthcare. I think every person will utilize healthcare. So the fact of the
Well,
reality is
Parker,
is
you're
that
wrong.
you don't think
You're
everyone
wrong.
needs healthcare?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And
You don't think
and
people need healthcare with
so
birth? Everyone profited off of healthcare because of the fact that practically everyone was born in a hospital.
no, they're not.
Most people are.
There's a lot of people that do home births. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
people that
understand.
are homeopathic.
What is the percent though?
Well,
At some point in their life, they had vaccines. They had something to do with the hospital.
well, I
They
don't
went
believe in that.
to get a
I
checkup.
don't believe.
You don't believe in the hospital?
AMA. No, I don't believe in vaccines because the AMA
Okay, why not?
in 1960 went to the government and said that we do forced inoculations and that all the malpractice the government paid for. Why if they paid $5 million on autism if they're saying it's not from the vaccines? I'm very homeopathic. I don't believe in pharmakia musation. I'm probably the missing link that Hitler would say, if we don't all do it, then you'll get sick if I don't get the shot.
Did you just
Then,
quote
then
Hitler?
why would your shot work unless I get it? I don't believe in that propaganda.
What? I'm sorry. We build up a society's immunity so that we can respond to illnesses. That's why children don't get polio like they used to, because of the fact that we've given people the vaccines to a greater extent. Okay, so we
Parker,
build up
have you
herd
ever looked
immunity.
at how many kids have gotten polio from the vaccine? Have you ever looked at that? No, you
Yeah.
you believe their propaganda.
No,
You believe
I acknowledge there are certain conditions that come from vaccines in terms of side effects that have negative implications. But what you're not understanding is that those negative implications are so much less likely to happen than the indications or implications when people are going to get the virus to a greater extent because we don't have this level of vaccination. So vaccination is
No,
super
I
important
totally
and leads to better
understand.
conditions. And
I
by the way,
don't
let
believe
me
in the
address all of this.
propaganda.
In terms of the autism claim, we actually have studies in the bibliography in my bio that you can read into that indicate that vaccines do not cause autism. I have studies in the bibliography in my bio that indicate that vaccines are safe and effective. And also, we have very good research, historically speaking, that indicates that vaccines have been very effective at practically eradicating a bunch of different illnesses that were significantly more rampant historically. Like it's like very overwhelming the consensus that vaccines work.
Well, I disagree.
With the consensus of doctors and medical professionals?
Well, did you know doctors were slaves at one time? Luke was a slave, and they had slaves. The rich people had slaves to be their doctors. How did they rise in the ladder of success?
Well, I don't even know what the fuck you just meant by that. I'm asking you, doctors, do you believe in the consensus amongst medical professionals? Or do you think that they don't make accurate determinations?
65% of doctors only know what they've seen before. They don't even recognize half the things they see.
Where'd you get that stat from?
Because I used to work in a clinic and I was married to a doctor.
Okay. Well, I don't think it being true, even if it were true about one clinic, that wouldn't be true about all clinics. Okay, my dad was a doctor, my mom was a nurse.
I know it.
Or my dad is a
I know
doctor, my
that.
mom was a nurse.
I know that.
Okay. So then, like, you know that I've been very associated with the medical field. That's definitely not true about all clinics.
But, you know, I've seen. So why is 93% of oncologists for cancer doctors prescribe chemotherapy when they know 93% it's not effective?
So why would medical professionals prescribe things? Because they see it to be the most effective
No,
out of
that's
all of
not
the
what I
choices
said.
provided.
That's not what I said. I said cancer doctors prescribe chemotherapy when they know 93% of it is not effective.
Okay, where's that stat that you're getting? Where are you getting that from?
Well, you can Google it on the internet.
I mean, I bet I could, but I'm asking you where
bet
you
you
got the stat
could.
from.
Well, that's where I got it.
Appreciate the head mustache. Like, where'd you read on Google?
I think I read it about 15 years ago. You know,
Okay.
my grandfather died when I was 3 years old, and he had a book that grapes cure cancer. And
He
they've
had a book
known
that
this.
grapes cure cancer?
Yeah,
The galaxy.
in 91.
Okay, that's
No,
just obviously
excuse
not the
me,
case.
in 1961.
Grapes definitely do not
61.
cure cancer.
Yes, they do. The grape seeds do.
There's no evidence that grapeseed cures cancer.
Well, he beat colon cancer.
Yeah, that doesn't
By
mean that
being
grape seeds cure
homeopathic.
cancer.
Well, they had research back in 61, but you know, they don't make
And none
money
of that
on
indicates
you
that
being...
it cures cancer.
Parker, do they make money when you're when you're cured? Do
Yes.
they make money? Are they do no? Do they make money when you're
Yes,
sick?
companies have an incentive to give you the cure because they will make more money off of that. Yeah, it might not be the case that a certain company that's providing that care specifically would make money, but there'd be incentives for other companies to make money off of providing the cure.
Parker, do you know what the terminology pharmakia means? In Greek?
I've heard it. I think it's just in relation to. You could remind me. I've heard it before. Someone else has made this claim. You're gonna remind me.
It means witchcraft.
Okay.
controlling.
Okay. I don't think that that's
So
witchcraft today. Do you think that all terms are predicated off of the etymology of the term? Also, you're getting so many messages. You must be in like a group chat that's like seeing you
I'm
on the
getting
live or something.
messages.
Yeah, I hear a bunch of
No,
buzzing.
honey, I'm popular. No. Yes, I save dogs on the euthanized list, and the videos are ready to make. So they're trying to get a hold of me. I have an international team on saving animals in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
So my team is contacting me.
Okay. Well, I was okay. That's totally fine. I was just saying you're popular.
Well, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Alrighty. But like, obviously,
It's because
I don't think that grape seeds cure cancer. I think there's no evidence to indicate that. And if there was, there would definitely be companies trying to profit off of that. There's a huge
well,
incentive for that.
I do know that Jesus Christ does cure cancer because I prayed for people stage 4 cancer and they've totally been healed.
Okay. So,
I know you don't
what about
believe
for
in
all the
God.
people who are not cured? Did they just not pray hard enough?
Well, there could be 3 reasons why they're not cured.
Okay.
It could be generational. It could be like job related. Like I worked nuclear for 25 years. So by the environment that you put yourself in can cause it.
No,
And
but why
another
doesn't
way it
God
can,
cure it from those things? Like, did they just not pray hard enough?
well, maybe they don't know how to break the word curse that they spoke over their body. Like
Oh, okay.
if they'll
So the
say
reason why
like
my
I
grandpa
would,
died of cancer is because he just didn't break the word curse.
what kind of cancer did he have?
What kind of cancer did he have? I'm pretty sure it was lung cancer,
Did he ever smoke?
which I actually learned. I thought it was breast cancer for the longest time. No, he didn't.
So sometimes we're like, say myself, I did the asbestos removal on the courthouse. So that can be in the lungs. Like you can be in your environment or your job related that could cause the cancer. You could say a word curse that causes cancer, giving
Okay, I
Satan
understand
legal
that that could
rights.
cause, but he was a devout Christian. Explain to me why he couldn't be healed by God.
Did you pray? Did you pray for him?
Yeah, like as a kid, yeah.
He could have been healed.
He could have, even though he
Yes, he
died.
could have. Huh?
Even though he died.
He could have been healed. Maybe he didn't go the right person to pray for him.
Okay, so just the right person didn't pray for him.
Well, some
Bagel,
people.
think of the galaxy.
Do you remember the 4 people that were ripping off the tiles to get the man to Jesus'
So
feet?
my grandma wasn't good enough. My mom wasn't good enough. My whole family wasn't good enough. Someone
Can
else
you
just needed
listen
to
to my
pray.
analogy?
Go ahead.
So you know the guy that the 4 guys were ripping off the tile to get the man lowered through the ceiling. And because of that, not his faith, but the people that lowered him, he was healed. Jesus said because of their faith. And sometimes it takes someone else to pray the faith. I'm not saying your grandma and he wasn't good enough. He just didn't go to the right person that knew how to pray.
So my grandma didn't know how to pray, even though she's a devout Christian, always at church all the time. My mom didn't, even though she's
that
Christian.
doesn't make you a Christian going to church.
Yeah, my grandma's like the most Christian person I've ever met in my life. Like literally, I don't think I've ever seen my grandma do something wrong. Ever.
Well, why? Then why
My
did
grandma's
she
the
fail
nicest
with you?
lady ever.
Then why did she fail with you?
Why'd she fail with me? What? What are you talking about? Why did she fail with me?
She failed with you because you're not serving the Lord.
Okay, so my grandma doesn't force everyone in her
You can't
family
deny
to believe
that.
the same thing as her.
Parker, can you deny that you don't love Jesus?
Well, I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe it. But the point of the reality is
So
my
then she
grandma,
failed
my
with
grandma
you.
does not force it on other people. That's not failing me. That's her letting me determine it for myself and not forcing it upon me. I don't think your religious
No, her
beliefs tell you that my
testimony.
grandma has to force it on me or something.
No, her
So you're literally
testimony.
you're trying to say that my grandma's not Christian because of the fact that I'm not Christian? Is that really your argument here? Are all your grandkids Christian?
I don't have children.
Okay.
You're assuming.
Yeah, I did. I apologize.
Thank you. But by your grandma's fruits, you should have loved Jesus, but you deny him. So there's a reason why you deny him when your grandma, you're saying, was a perfect example. So that is very weird.
Yeah, I
that
said
her
you were
grandchildren-
essentially saying everyone that was in my life was just not a good enough Christian that when they prayed, that their prayer just wasn't answered. So it's ridiculous. Why does God pick and choose who specifically is going to be saved and who's not? It's absurd.
God doesn't pick who's saved.
You literally said he does.
No,
You said
twisting
God has literally chosen to heal people that you have prayed for. Apparently you can pray correctly, but my grandma can't.
No, Parker, that's not what your question was. You said salvation and healing is two different things.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about prayers for healing.
And then you changed to salvation, and because I said you don't serve the Lord and you're agnostic, and you said your grandma was the best Christian ever, but obviously
I
by
said I
her
don't think my
example-
grandma has. I have never seen my grandma do something wrong, and that she's like the most Christian person I've ever met in my life. Because of the
Then
fact
why
that she
would you
actually
not want-
literally
if she
embodies
was-
what she believes in.
Okay, I'm not trying you to take this personal, but
Okay.
if your grandma was so perfect, then why
I
don't
never
you
said my
love
grandma
her
was
God?
perfect.
If she was such a wonderful example of what a Christian should be, then
Yeah.
why do you not serve God? And you deny him.
Because
And
I simply just don't have
agnostic-
good reason to believe. And a good Christian does not force their beliefs onto their grandchildren, right? A good Christian allows for them to come to that determination themselves. And by the way, I still choose to go to church when my grandma comes, right, for Christmas, right? I still choose to do that because of the fact that I like being around my grandma and I like being in that sort of environment with her during Christmas, right? And that's a choice that I decide to make because of the fact that she's so nice and that she's willing to be there and she's so respectful and she's not forcing it upon me. She might want me to be Christian, but she doesn't force it on me, right?
But you're a hypocrite.
Not that way. How am I a hypocrite?
But you're a hypocrite.
How?
Because you deny Christ, and agnostic means ignoramus in Greek.
Okay, so agnostic atheist means I don't know what the cause is for the world and what's prior to the Big Bang, and then atheist just means I don't believe it's a god.
So which one
So there's
are you?
no hypocrisy there. Not believing in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior is not hypocritical.
No, but yes, it is, because you're going to church with her when you're saying you don't
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah, there's
So
no
if a
hypocrisy
Christian-
there.
Well, it's easy for people to say Christians are hypocrites, but not atheists when they're going to church.
Yeah,
And knowing that it is, it's kind of a joke.
anyone can go to church, right? You don't have to be Christian to go to church. Like, people of other religious beliefs can also go to a Christian church. That doesn't make them Christian.
Parker, believe me,
You actually,
I know
that was the
devil-
argument you were making earlier. But now you're making the
I know
argument
that-
that because I go to church, I have to be Christian, and that somehow I'm being hypocritical because I'm going to church.
No, I wasn't making an argument. I was making a joke of it.
Okay.
To me, it was a joke. But of course, I know the devil comes to church.
Okay. Well, Abigail, thank you so much for the $42 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Abigail in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Ava, thank you for the $65. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for, as a Christian myself, this lady is crazy. I'm praying for both of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Ava, thank you. Sydney, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Addie, thank you so much for the $1. And Ben, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Joanna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Joanna. Thank you. Give me some W's for Joanna in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've been working on my patience a lot. I appreciate it. And Ulissa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And Brandy, thank you for the $1. Continue. Sorry, I apologize.
No, you don't.
I don't apologize?
No, you don't.
Okay. Well, Nicholas, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Susan, thank you for the $2. Silver, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Diamond, thank you for the $2. MG Lola, thank you so much for the $5. Chalupa Batman, thank you for the $6.68. Susan, thank you for the $2. Chalupa Batman, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Susan, thank you for the $2. Satan, probably, thank you for the $2 and for the $2 as well. It is. MG Lola, thank you for the $20. Thank you. And Glory, thank you for the $5. Go ahead.
So, do you feel like a pimp?
What? No.
Well, because they're paying you to entertain them.
Yeah, that doesn't. That I don't know how you got that. What? Do you would you consider every like comedian a pimp? Every person who's on TV a pimp? Actors a pimp?
Do you think you're a comedian?
No, I think that I'm a content creator. I meant like you were saying that like you're doing something for money. Well, technically every person who has a job then is a pimp.
Some people, people pimp out their dogs to sell their puppies.
Wait, no, so how am I can you explain to me how you think I'm a pimp?
Because you're making money and people are giving you gifts. So you're
Because I'm
kind of
making
like-
money. Wow. Okay.
No, they're giving you gifts. And
Okay.
so I was just joking with you
Okay.
when you were saying you're going to church with your grandma. You know, that's great.
But
that
not
you're
when you called me a pimp.
I'm just sparring with you, Parker.
So do you actually think I'm a pimp or?
No, I think you're a nice young man, and I think you have some morals.
Okay, well I appreciate that.
You know, and I know you're an Iowegian originally.
Yep.
So, yeah, I watch you every once in a while. I know you. You know me from my other account as Raz.
What account was that?
Raz. R-A-Z-Z. Raz.
I don't remember. I'd have to see a profile picture.
So.
Have I talked to you
phone
before?
fell out- Yeah. My phone fell out of my purse last Sunday and it crashed. So this is my backup account.
Oh, okay.
And I can't get my other account up.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it just won't. I have a couple accounts for saving the animals. Then this is my backup one.
Well, I really think that you should agree with us. I just think the only reason you don't is because of the information that you have.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I really think that like you would agree with us if you had the same informational outlook as us. I don't think
No,
that
I
you're
won't.
like maliciously intent at all.
No, I won't ever agree with you. Honestly, I'm registered as an independent for 45 years because I don't think it's anyone's business what party or what I want to vote for, and I actually read up on them and I watch their attendance if they even show up to vote. So, I think it's hypocrisy, someone picking someone because of their gender or their color. That has never once been a reason for me to vote
We're
for
not
someone.
doing that. I think that people were doing that when they picked Donald Trump. because they didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman.
No,
Like I had
no,
plenty of
I
people
heard.
argue that on my live stream.
Well, Parker, I heard people at my union hall say they were voting for Obama because he was black. And I thought that's the ignorant statement. I couldn't even believe people were saying that. And then people were going to vote for Hillary because she was a female. And that's never been a reason for me, being a female, to vote for someone because of their gender.
Okay.
You know,
So although you could say in those circumstances some people didn't have reason to believe what they believed in terms of supporting someone, that's not a reason to say that you don't like that candidate, right?
ask that again.
Oh, what did you
Ask
hear?
that.
Sorry, because I literally read a comment and I can play it back because I just read a comment and my brain just completely.
You said, I didn't understand what you were saying
That's fine.
about.
Don't worry. Give me 1 second. National outlook as us. I don't think that.
No, because I don't think it's anyone's business what party or what I want to vote for. And I actually read up on them and I watch their attendance if they even show up to vote. So, I think it's hypocrisy, someone picking someone because of their gender or their color. That has never.
Oh, I remember. So I don't think that just because you said that there was someone like who had a particular vote that they voted without good reason means that you could say that that's applicable to like all Democrats or that's a reason to like be against that particular candidate. So like I guess what was your point there? Because there are plenty of people who vote for either side that don't technically have any reason to do so. And obviously that's what I'm trying to create to a greater extent here when I'm advocating for people to like provide a reason or debate on it, because you have to like think about why you support them, what would be good reason to support, and what are the implications of both sides.
So, my grandmother would have voted for Hitler if he was a Democrat because she just would have pulled whoever was on the Democratic Party. If he would have ran Democratic, she would have voted for him. I'm serious.
I just
It
don't
had nothing.
think that's probably the case. Now, if it's true about that person, that's crazy and they shouldn't hold that view. But to me, it sounds like there's a lot of MAGA that literally would vote for Hitler if he were the candidate.
And I believe that for the Democrats too. So I'm double booked union, but I also come from a strong union family that have worked, in the shops. But I also come from my parents had their own businesses. So I have a lot of businesses in my family. So I see both sides. So that's why I kind of went independent. So I can pick and choose who I want to vote that would be best beneficial. When I was working, I would look at who was voting for infrastructure, how I would get jobs, and who was supporting that. But I also listened to them at my union meetings, come and talk. But I don't believe in being brainwashed. And just because my union says you need to vote for this person, that's what they'll tell you. And they tell you who you have to have their signs in your yards and stuff. I don't believe in brainwashing. I believe I have the free right to pick and choose who I want to vote for and who will be beneficial for me.
Okay.
So I
So then I'll
happen
ask
to
you a
like
question.
Trump.
How is Trump better off? Yeah. Why do you like Trump?
Well, I know you want to talk about his sins, and this is what I think about it. If salvation works for me, why can't it work for Trump? I have a past too, and I don't want you to use my laundry on the air. So
Oh, I don't think
I
it's at all
really,
comparable to what Donald Trump has done. It's nowhere near.
you don't know, honey.
I don't know.
No,
Would you, are you serious? Like, I don't think it's comparable.
no, I wasn't like the guy 3 times ago. He was kind of out there.
Yeah, like,
But
there's a huge difference between you in between Donald Trump. I don't think you're anywhere near the same in terms of the particular character, attributes you have, and in terms of like what you've done in your life. Like I bet if there was
Well,
100% information about what you've done in your life, it's not comparable to what Trump's done.
well, for me, I actually applied to go to the porn convention to help get women out of sex trafficking, but I don't have to be in sex trafficking or experience that in life to help a person get out of it. So
Okay.
I understand that Trump has done some things in his past. And, I might have not, but I'm not planning to run for president because one time I was at a party and they had a male dancer there, and he came up to me and wanted to take a picture with me, and I said, "Walk away from me because I may run for president," jokingly. But that you have to be very covenant about your testimony and how you behave. And yeah, he probably wasn't going to run for president at one time, and so he should have been more careful in what he did in his past. But it really is sad. Even, I mean, I'm like shocked at some of the stuff. LBJ used to sit in the Oval Office in his underwear and, had most scandalous affairs. Every one of these people that get in power have unbelievable amount of affairs. And it's really sad.
One, you can't say that with Kamala Harris, and two, again, that in of itself isn't comparable to what Donald Trump has done.
What? You
What?
really can't say that when she slept her way up through the offices? Come on.
Who did she sleep with?
No one I dated.
No, who did she sleep with that caused her to be in that position?
Well, honestly, I don't keep records of it.
Okay, well,
don't
she
sit there-
didn't sleep with. So the person that people typically bring up his name is Willie Brown, and her being in a relationship with Willie Brown for a period of time is not reason why she got to vice president, to senator, to attorney general, or district attorney, or any major positions. Okay, right? Just knowing someone in your life and being in a relationship is not reason that you quote unquote slept your way to the top. Do you think Hillary Clinton slept her way to the top?
With females, yes.
You think Hillary Clinton slept her way to the top?
Oh, definitely. I believe. Why else would Clinton flowers come out in the centerfold of Playboy, and why would Hillary stay with Bill? Because he said, "I'm going to make you president someday if you stay with me." I don't like Hillary.
Then why is
She's
she
a
still with
practice-
him, even though literally, like, she's not going to be president?
Well, she's a practicing witch. And I'm not going. She's gone to Wicca conventions, since Hillary was in there in LA. I think that's funny.
Okay, all right. No, so let me try and get this clear with you, right? I don't think every single woman who's in a relationship with someone who's also in power slept their way to the top. I think it's ridiculous to say that, and you're essentially trying to discount every single thing that they've done in their life, right, as a woman, just because they're a woman. Because if the same thing were true with a man, and the partner that they're with, right, was in a position of power, and then they were also trying to get into positions of power, we wouldn't claim that he slept his way to the top. But just because she is a woman, for some reason, people are comfortable with saying that she slept her way to the top.
Parker, all inclusive, that is ridiculous, the statement to include everyone. Just because I say one person does not mean all inclusive of everyone. That is an assumption. And that I never said all that. You're putting words in my mouth that I did not say.
Okay, I was being a little bit hyperbolic with that statement. I agree. Not every single person, but it sounds like you're kind of just doing that.
Well, sometimes we watch this in the workforce. I mean, working construction, you see I never have, but I saw other women getting sexual favors to people to keep jobs. And it's really sad that people would lower their morals to do
Wait,
that.
so why would you blame the women? Why wouldn't you blame the men for putting women into these particular positions? That's exploitative on behalf of the men who put women into these positions, not the women who specifically, in order to be able to get into these positions of power, they have to engage in that in order to be able to get into that position. So even if this were true, it's not a reason to look at the women in a negative context. It's a reason to look at the men who set up the system in that way in a negative context. Plus, there's no good evidence to indicate that she did this, okay? Literally absolutely none.
Parker, I agree. It is men. I believe that, you know, just like in the, I don't know if you want to go there, but you know, God expects moral to be a virgin for a man, just like a woman. But a lot of men, you know, these parents, like even in a Muslim, they say like Iran, they don't teach their young men to keep it in their pants to their wedding, like
What?
just like women.
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, they do. They also teach that premarital sex is wrong. Like, what are you talking about?
Did you know under Sharia
By the way,
law?
I teach that premarital sex is not wrong.
You sound like I hope your girlfriend is proud of that.
She is. Why would she not
They
be?
do teach it. Under Sharia law, it says that they can have sex with any woman not in a burqa. That's 2/3 of the world. There's no holy, righteous.
That's. I don't think there's
fabric.
evidence. Wait, I don't think most Muslims hold that interpretation that they can have sex outside
I
of
said
marriage.
under Sharia law.
Wait,
I said
there's
Sharia law.
Again, we're talking about this premarital sex, right? Is it considered sinful within Islam? The answer is yes.
Yes, and Christian too.
Yeah, that's kind of like the point I'm making.
Yes, but the thing is, under Sharia law, that's why you'll see like gang rapes because of they're taught under Sharia law that they can have sex with any woman not in a burqa. And there's
Again, that's
righteous.
just there's just no evidence that you have for that position, right? Muslims are not taught at mass specifically that they can engage in gang rape, right? There's no good evidence to think that most Muslims think that. There's really I don't know where you got that from.
You've never heard of a woman in Australia by 10 guys or India?
Tiffany, I push the galaxy. There are absolutely situations where people are assaulted, right? In those conditions, I just don't associate that with Islam as a whole. I don't know why you would associate that with a particular religion.
How about the doctor last year that 30 people, they found enough semen from 30 different men that broke her pelvis and everything on her break in India?
Yeah, that's horrible. I don't know why you're associating that with Islam.
Because
as a whole, I don't think every Muslim holds an interpretation that that's okay. Right?
I'm not saying all of them. There are a select that they use that. They believe that they can have several marriages, like when they're in college, because they want to.
There are certain Christians. Wait, by the way, I don't know why you're specifically hyperfixating on Islam right now, but there are plenty of different religious beliefs that we would believe that are wrong or incorrect. I believe that your views in terms of premarital sex being wrong is obviously absurd. I view Christians' views in terms of plenty of things to be absurd. Right, and I can talk about them. I can bring it up. I don't know why we're specifying just Islam here.
It was just one point, and
Sure.
you don't know So I was a virgin till I was 24 because I don't believe in premarital sex. I believe what God says to keep the covenants holy and to keep yourself holy and righteous. So when I got married at 24, I did not indulge before marriage. But that's my moral opinion.
Okay.
So, but you can't teach someone else your morals. That's what a person chooses. Like your grandma couldn't teach her morals to you because you made choices yourself.
You can teach morals to children. Yes, you can.
Well, your grandma made her influence on you, but you didn't keep her values.
I don't keep every aspect of it, but there are plenty of things I was taught by my parents and my grandparents that I still hold today.
But you also have free will that God gives you, and you have made choices. Like
Okay.
Jesus died on the cross, and you still don't love him.
I don't think Jesus rose from the dead. I don't believe in God. Now,
But you
that's just
can't-
because I don't have evidence.
No, because God can't make you love him if you choose not to. If you don't want to love Jesus,
It's not about whether or not I love, it's that I just don't believe.
Well, I'll pray that he does a visitation to you.
Hopefully your prayers will work.
Well, we'll see by the evidence.
Which there is none.
There's plenty of evidence.
Like?
What? In resurrection?
Yeah, like what's the evidence?
Well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are testimonies of evidence. There are more eyewitnesses that saw Jesus rose from the dead.
No, there aren't. So those are claims of eyewitnesses.
There are.
They're claims of eyewitnesses, but there's no first-person accounts from those eyewitnesses. And even Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the different aspects of the Gospel and the New Testament, those aren't even first-person accounts of what happened. These were stories passed on word of mouth for at least a generation prior to actually being written down. So you know how the telephone game works, right?
So John, that was boiled at oil, wrote Revelations at Pappus. You know, there were eyewitnesses. John was a cousin to Jesus.
It was. Do you agree the Bible was, for the New Testament, was written down at least a generation after Jesus died?
Well, I disagree.
Okay, so
I
you
did
think
my
it was
thesis
prior?
on the
When was it written down? When was the Bible first written?
I did my thesis on the Vatican Codex, and it was like 32 AD.
32 AD. Isn't that like a generation after? And by the way,
No,
that's an
didn't-
extremely early estimate even.
Didn't Jesus die 32 AD, 33 AD?
Wait, to clarify.
Wait, Jesus died when he was 33 years old.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Jesus died in 32 AD, right? Okay, I don't dispute that.
No,
I
he's 33.
apologize. I thought you were trying to make a reference after his death. I thought that's what you were trying to claim, right? There is no reference for it being written down, right, that close to his death. There's nothing for that. It was at least like I think 30 to 70 years after.
So a third of the Bible was written by Paul, and he was chained in a hole in the ground with candlelight. I don't know how he got it done, but he did, in between two soldiers.
Okay. I mean, that's like a belief you have. Again, when I'm looking for evidence, I think I need a little bit more than just like, this is my interpretation, this is what I think based upon, trust me, bro, you know? Like, I need evidence to believe things to be true, especially when we're talking about, like, claims about, you know, every aspect of reality, right?
Well, let's see. Have you ever been to Jerusalem?
Nope.
I have 3 times when I was 12, 15, 17. So the Golgotha is right outside the city gates, right outside, that's the merchant gate where the people are traveling, and just probably not even a half a block is the Garden of Gethsemane. It's just like it walked out of when Jesus died on the cross. The Via della Rosa, where Jesus carried the cross, is like cobble streets. Jerusalem is still in the setting if Jesus was just there. It's amazing if you've ever been there.
Okay.
So
Are-
there's very much evidence, and there was a man that
No.
found underneath Golgotha. There's a cave where there found blood drip down there, and when he looked under the microscope, the blood was still alive.
Yeah, there's
But they
no actual evidence for that at all. There's just a claim that they have themselves, and they won't let anyone else test it.
Well, the garden tomb is empty where the stone rolled away, and it couldn't have just rolled away by itself.
Wait, so to clarify, if the blood is still alive too, do you think Jesus is still alive biologically?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know why there was a folded napkin in the tomb when Jesus rose from the dead?
Why was there a folded napkin? I don't know. Tell me.
Yeah. His grave cloth. Because in the culture, they always fold their napkin when they're done. And that's why he folded the napkin there.
I think I need to fold a napkin.
So have you seen about the Noah's Ark being discovered in
Oh,
the
God.
Turkish?
Yeah,
in
so
the
I mean,
Turkish
Noah's
mountains?
Ark was not discovered.
Yes, it was.
No,
It's
it
found
wasn't.
in the Turkish.
You're talking about those rock formations? Those are natural rock formations.
No, they found gopher wood in the mountains, and they found a hull of a ship up in the mountains in Turkey.
Okay. And does that mean it was Noah's Ark, even if they did find one?
Well, there's no bodies of water very anywhere around it. How did it get stuck up in the mountains?
I mean, I'd have to see the certain conditions. Could you send me the article that you're referencing?
I know you always.
And also,
want
like, just to
that, but
clarify,
I-
you believe in a global flood, correct? Which there's no geological evidence to support.
in Genesis, did God not say to Adam, go replenish the earth? He didn't say plenish the earth. He said, go replenish the earth. Does that not include that there could have been and then when Satan fell from the heaven?
So Adam and Eve weren't the first people?
Well, the terminology in there, it could lead to like dinosaur age.
Okay,
And-
so
and then
dinosaurs.
when-
So did dinosaurs exist alongside humans?
So did you know unicorn is in the Bible? Did you know that?
I'm asking you, did dinosaurs exist alongside humans?
Well, obviously they found them, so they obviously must have. Have they not found bones of dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs did not live alongside humans. There's no fossil record of dinosaurs hanging out with humans.
You don't believe in cavemen?
Yes, I believe cavemen existed, but they existed at a significantly different time period comparative to dinosaurs. Like, vastly different time period. We're talking difference in millions of years. Tens of millions.
Okay, I want you to go look this up, where Satan fell from heaven. And it says that there were cities and no one was to be dwelled in. So when Satan fell from heaven, and then it says these cities were not dwelled in. So there were
Why don't you take this in like a
obviously-
figurative sense? Why do you take this in such a literal sense? Like, it's obviously ridiculous for you to make a claim that the Earth's thousands of years old, that dinosaurs existed at the same time as human beings, and that the Noah's Ark was actually a real global event. Why can't you just take it in a figurative sense? Why do you have to take it as a literal sense? Because it just makes you have to deny science.
Well, I do.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, Carol, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I have no clue at this point. Thank you so much, Carol. Stacy, thank you for the $6.66. Helena, thank you so much for the $25 for coffee. Thank you very much. Barbara, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Erica, thank you for the $6.66 from Lucifer. Thank you. Abigail, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Abigail in the comment section right now for just supporting our pimp? That's crazy. Thank you so much, Abigail, for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Deborah, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, Parker, as a Christian and as a person who understands words, agnostic in Greek actually means unknowable. Thank you very much, Deborah. Paige, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W. Lenny. Clint, thank you for the $5. Libby, thank you so much for the $30 for the show. Pimp Parker, that's crazy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Adriana, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Adriana. Can we some W's for Adriana in the comment section right now? Amanda with the $10. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Tawny, thank you so much for the $6.68. Addie, thank you for the $1. Jennifer, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm glad that they are. Thank you so much. Claire, thank you for the $5 for the napkin fund. Abigail, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Absolutely, they were. Absolutely. Hollaberry, thank you for the $6.66 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Courtney, thank you for the $5. Brody, thank you for the $6.68. Thank you for Pimp Parker. That's crazy. And Yulisa again with the $5. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. Actually, I do have some people to thank on YouTube. Hollaberry, thank you for the $6.68. Thank you. Sudakina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, as a Muslim woman, this lady's incredibly disrespectful. She has a lot of baggage and only spreads hate in the name of Allah. Thank you, Parker, for standing up against these people. Absolutely. Thank you so much. MJ, thank you for the $2. The Centrifugal, thank you so much for the $2. The Duke, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Terry, thank you for the $2. Kiwi, thank you for the $2. Diamond, thank you so much for the $5. Diamond as well, thank you for the $2. Bubbles, thank you for the $5. MG Lola, thank you for the $10. Nicholas, thank you for the $20 for praying lessons. Chupalo Batman, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6.68. Luke, thank you for the $5. Acadia, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate it. Thank you. Susan, thank you for the $2. Silver, thank you for the $2. Diamond, thank you for the $2. MG Lola, thank you for the $5. They said chemotherapy is 54% to 76% effective depending on the stage, type and stage of cancer. Thank you very much. Daniel, thank you so much for the $3 for unicorns, napkins, and cavemen. Thank you. Chalupa Batman, thank you for the $20. And Susan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I have a question. Do you think that the ICE agent murdered Renee in Minnesota today?
The senator?
No, the ICE agent murdered Renee, like the woman who was in a car, right in Minnesota today.
Oh, I didn't know her name.
Uh-huh.
So you asked me, obviously she was murdered.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't understand your question. Say it again.
I just want to clarify. You agree that like it was wrong for that ICE agent to do that, and you think it was murder, correct?
No, I don't agree with that. I believe the officer, I saw a video where he jumped out, told her to get out of her car. Their car was stuck because of the snow up there. So
no, it wasn't.
They were. The one on the other side was. Did you see the white car?
Which other side?
Of her car. That
There was a car that went past. I don't.
There was a car that was stuck, and the officer came from that side of the across.
I'm looking at the video right now. You said there was a car that was stuck. No, she was like in the street, and then cars were going in front of her. She was saying for them to go in front.
There was one
go
car
around.
that went around her, but there was a white car on the other side of them. They were in a gray vehicle.
Oh, I see this.
They jumped out, but the officer came from around the front of her car, had his weapon pulled, and the one.
We saw the video of him pulling out his weapon. When he shot, they were already turned right. They weren't even headed towards them anymore. So like there's no basis for that. And by the way, if they were trying to run over officers, why didn't they turn left?
Well, he told her to get out of her car, and the thing is, when he told her to get out of the car and the officer put his hand through the down window, he tried the door and he tried to open her door, and she shouldn't have gassed it. And when you use your car as a weapon,
No, she
if
wasn't
she
using it as a weapon. She was turning to get away. Okay, the argument that she was headed towards the ICE agent, you can actually see the very moment in which he shoots, he's not even in front of the car at that point.
well, what I heard and I saw,
I'm looking at the video right
clipped
now
him.
as we speak, by the way.
Well, there's a lot of videos, and the one I saw,
I'm on the one on
she
Fox
clipped
News,
him.
by the way. This is like the worst angle.
Well,
There are other angles that make it even more clear.
did he not go to the hospital, the agent?
Yeah, he did, but I'm not even sure, based on the video, that he was even hit, really.
Well, it doesn't matter. They were trying to detain her, and because she did not listen to him, she caused her own death.
No, that is ridiculous to say that she caused that death. No, it was the officer that fucking murdered her brutally, okay? And by the way, there were police officers and there were officers getting on and talking about how this was not a justified murder, right? That this was obviously not a thing that you would do in the situation, and you would try to get out of the way of the fucking car in that circumstance, and that they clearly had the ability to do that, and that it's obviously unhinged for them to have murdered them. Shot 3 times in the head. Renee was shot 3 times in the head.
She shouldn't have accelerated her car. She should have got
Accelerated against. By the way, if you accelerate away from the police, that does not justify them shooting you. Okay?
out. Has there been female terrorists before?
Has there been terrorists that have been women? Absolutely. But she was not a terrorist. Okay, for you to refer to her as a terrorist is disgusting.
Parker, they don't know that. They
Yes,
don't
we
know
do.
what's in her vehicle.
Yes, we do.
No,
We know
they
who she
don't.
is. We know that she's not a terrorist. Wait, you know
We
what was in
know
her
this
vehicle?
now.
You want to know what was in her vehicle? Stuff for her kids. It was literally stuff for her kids to be in the car. Okay? That was in her vehicle. Because she has children.
Parker, any officer stopping a vehicle, they do not know what's in a car. I was flagging one time. A lady got out of her car and wanted to beat me up and say I stopped her because she was a different race. There is a glare on windows. You can't even tell what the person. I was flagging. I couldn't. It's just their time to take turns.
What? I think you're superimposing something that happened with you onto this. We're talking about a scenario where it's daylight. You can see who this is. You can see what they're doing. They were going 3 to 5 miles an hour. There's no reason for that officer to believe that their life is in danger. Secondly, they decided to go in front of the car. They're supposed to, based upon their own training, not go in front of a car or cause a situation like this that could possibly happen. You understand that, right? They're not supposed to do this.
At the video, he came from across the front of her car. That officer did.
Yeah, which is
From the
exactly
white
what you're
car.
not supposed to do.
He was.
ICE is
helping
not
his-
supposed to do that.
He was trying to help his partner to detain her, to stop her.
So why didn't he go
When
around the
an
other way?
officer- When an officer pulls his gun, I don't think I would move. I would put my hands on the steering wheel and not move.
Yeah, but the issue is that officers cannot create a possible risk, and in the case that they do, they literally can be held accountable or essentially for what happened. Okay? You understand they cannot use the risk that they created as a justification for murder or justification for a use of force. Did you know that?
Of course I know that, but why did she not do what the officer say and open
Regardless
the door?
of whether or not she did what the officer said, that does not mean that she should have been murdered. Okay? I'm serious. There is no reason to believe that because she didn't listen 100% to what the officer said, which again could have been plenty of different things, it could have been various things, right? In this situation, does not mean that it was justified to literally shoot her 3 times in the head. Okay? She runs away. That is not justification to shoot her 3 times in the head. That is absurd. Okay? The car was not even pointed towards the officer at that point. It was turned already. You can see at the point, you can slow down on the video, and you can see at the very point in which the officer makes the first shot, you can literally see that the car is already moving to the right. If she was trying to run over the officers, she would have run to the left. She would have turned left, not right. Okay? I'm serious, like genuinely. It was obvious that she was not trying to utilize her car in order to harm the officers and that she was trying to get away in that particular circumstance.
Well, why was she trying to run from them?
It doesn't
Why was
matter.
she try-
It genuinely doesn't matter.
It does matter. 'Cause
No, it doesn't.
Caused her death. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Caused her death
No, it
because
doesn't.
She was running. They don't
Okay,
know
so
if she
if you
has
watch the
a
video,
bomb in
she
her
is.
car, if she's a terrorist.
Oh my god, a
They don't
bomb?
know
You think
any
that
of
that they were thinking that she had a bomb in her car? Get a grip, dude. Are you serious?
I'm not a dude. Thank you.
I was, I wasn't using it in a literal context. I was, you know what I mean.
I never have been a dude.
I never said you were. I wasn't claiming that in that type of sense.
Yes, under their circumstances, they don't know what to expect out of anyone. They don't know why she's running, but their job is to detain. And she chose to do this to herself by not complying to their request to open the door, or she decided to run. They don't know if she's illegal. They don't know any of that at that point.
Dude, I'm sorry. This is
Now
absurd.
it all comes out.
You can't shoot someone because they're undocumented in the circumstance. They have to have a reason to believe that their life is at risk. Do you think this was a case of self-defense?
I felt he did what he thought he was supposed to do because she was
No, that is ridiculous.
stopping, and
There is
she-
no justification for ICE to act that way. Okay, again, they were going 3 to 5 miles an hour. Their life was not at risk at all. Okay, it is absurd. Any reasonable person that watches it, I really think you should go back and watch it, because no reasonable person can watch that video and think that ICE agent's life was at risk. No one reasonable person can. It's only people that
Well,
are
the
trying
damage
to
on
run
her
the
car
narrative
will
of the
look-
Trump administration that clearly is not the case. Like, any reasonable person can look at that video.
Well, the damage on her car would not say she was going 3 to 5 miles an hour.
You said what?
The damage on her car would not say she was 3 to 5 miles an hour.
What? I'm sorry. You can look at the video. You can see it's clearly 3 to 5 miles an hour. If anything, less. 3 to 5 miles an hour maximum. Like, genuinely, look at the video. I'm serious.
Well, it hit another car.
Yeah,
hit another
because
car.
because they were murdered.
But the damage on her car is more than 3 miles an hour. She gassed it.
Because there
to
was
get away.
acceleration after she was murdered. It was,
You're
you can
just
literally see the
assuming-
smoke, or it was accelerating into the pole after she was murdered. So you're blaming her for something that was an event that resulted after she was murdered.
I'm not blaming you. I'm saying she made an ignorant choice in life, and it cost her life because she.
I'm sorry. No,
chose
stop
to do
blaming her.
that.
Why don't you say that about the ICE agent that murdered her? That shot 3 times in her head.
I didn't see him shoot 3 times. I saw
He
him
did.
shoot
He shot
once.
3 times in her head.
Well, he had. Wasn't there another officer there on the other side of the car?
Mm-hmm. Why didn't the other officers pull out their guns?
Well, you obviously think.
Why didn't any of the other
Yeah.
officers pull out their guns?
Well, the officer was trying to get in the car. I didn't sit there and study the video. I didn't look at it time and time again. I was scrolling on TikTok and it came across my feed. I wasn't keep looking at.
Well, I have
to
looked at this
see
over and
things.
over again. I think this is a clear case of murder. This is blatant murder. And the reason why it's such an issue here is because ICE will never hold this guy accountable. The only way that this guy will be held accountable is based upon state charges. Okay? There is essentially no likely chance of federal charges going after this because the DOJ was defending it. Okay? And by the way, the DOJ can fight the state determination because of the fact that they can not give up the information about this agent. They can choose to not give up this information and to not comply with the warrant for the arrest. So, by the way, there are plenty of conditions that will limit this person from being held accountable, and that literally Trump is going to allow them to get away with murder. With murder, and literally all in front of us, in front of millions of people see this, by the way. Millions of people have seen this. And that person's likely going to get away with it because of the fact that the Trump administration is defending it. That's who Trump wants on the streets. They're not worried about the murderers and the rapists and the criminals that are coming to our country. They're quite literally releasing them onto the streets, protecting them, defending them, and saying they did nothing wrong.
That's not true because
I mean,
Biden
you
did
voted for a
that.
rapist. They're literally defending murderers. Okay, they've pardoned convicted narco terrorists. Okay, they pardoned domestic terrorists, right? Who literally assaulted police officers on January 6th. Like, all of the things you say are true about immigrants coming to our country, which they're disproportionately less likely to do, is actually true about things that Donald Trump has done, things that he supported and pardoned.
Well, Parker, if we had a perfect world, yes, it would be nice if these people would come to this country and get a job and to better our country. And
That's
but
what they're doing.
there's been a few incidents where they have not. There is a lot of women that have been unalived. You know, maybe it's not thousands, but it's one person. And just like this one person, it's very sad she lost her life today. She made some wrong choices. She should have stopped her car. She should have opened her door.
And the ICE agent shouldn't have shot 3 fucking times in her head. Okay? She should have been able to do everything she did without being murdered. Nothing she did was justification for her being fucking slaughtered.
No, you have to respect officers and you have to do.
No, I do
what
not
they
respect the ICE
do.
agent that murdered her, brutally murdered her in broad daylight. I do not respect that ICE agent. I think that ICE agent should be fucking put in prison for the rest of his life. Without parole. I'm serious. That was blatant fucking murder. And they should be held accountable for such.
That's your opinion.
It's true. Like, I just
Well-
genuinely, I don't know how any person could defend this. We don't know their political affiliation. We don't know what types of things they thought. All we know is we've seen this video and that they were at no likelihood of hurting the ICE agent. And the ICE agent decided to fucking murder them. 3
Well,
bullets
I saw
to the head.
him limp, and I saw the picture. I saw it. He looked like he got clipped. He jumped back.
Regardless, he gets clipped. That's not justification to murder her. Their life was not at risk.
Well, Parker, I personally don't use a gun. I wouldn't want to have to ever take someone's life, and that is a very sad situation that a person could even do that. And it's really sad this poor lady had to die by
She
making
didn't have
some
to die.
wrong. Well, she didn't have to be there either. She didn't have to get in her car. She didn't have to move her car. She could have stopped her car. There's a lot of what ifs, but it's really sad. It's over now, and it happened to her because she made some wrong choices. And we all have free will to make choices in our lives.
Okay, I have a question. Let's say that there was
Only one.
it was a Republican, a Trump supporter, that was defying an
was?
order from the Trump administration or from the Biden administration or for some officer. For example, Ashley Babbitt. Do you think it was justified that Ashley Babbitt was shot?
I don't know. Was she the one that's
She was the one
On
shot and
January
murdered on January 6th. She was breaking
Do
in
I-
to the Capitol, and they shot her. Do you think that was justified because she did not listen to orders?
she shouldn't have been there, and she shouldn't have done what she did.
Okay, so you blame Ashley Babbitt for that?
Actually, I was on live at January 6th with people from 30 people from my church, and they had hands laid on the doors, and we were praying over the courthouse, and then we went to the I can't even think. Sorry, sometimes a stroke comes up. So they had hands
worry.
laid on the door, and they were praying over the door when they were saying on CNN they're breaking in the doors, and none of the doors were open, and they all opened from within. Do they not? Have they not proved that?
I'm confused. What do you mean? Or repeat what you just said. Go back to the beginning of what you just said.
January 6th. So all those doors open in. You don't pull out, you open in.
I would have to look. I can show you literal videos of them breaking windows with a riot shield and trying to break in. That was
So
the original way that they got in.
the front
And Ashley Babbitt
doors.
was breaking in and got shot. Do you think that was
So I have
justified that she got shot?
no, I have a question for
Wow,
you.
wait, you don't think it was justified that Ashley Babbitt got shot, even though she openly defied what the officers said to do?
To stop?
Yes.
I did not watch her videos. I never saw them. I don't watch TV. I did not see them unless I see it on social media.
So then
I
why did
don't
you
see
say it wasn't justified? By the way, a court
I kn-
determined that Ashley Babbitt was a risk enough, right, that it wasn't murder on behalf of the officer. Like, literally, that was determined in a court, okay? But in this circumstance, a bunch of Trump supporters think that it was not justified, right? And think that this wasn't a risk to the officer. So if you think that this wasn't a risk to the officer, well, then obviously, why would you think it's true in this circumstance?
Well, because every circumstance is different and they have to take it in consideration.
But in both
when-
circumstances, they didn't listen to the orders of the officer.
Well, she wasn't using a 4,000-pound car towards him like
Wait,
like this lady.
wait. The person who was driving wasn't either. Renee wasn't driving towards the officer. Renee was driving away from the officer, turned
Okay. So
away
we
from all of the
admit-
officers. And by the way, Ashley Babbitt had a weapon.
We admit that she was moving forward, correct? She
Yeah,
was moving forward.
Moving to
so
the
you
right,
admit that,
forward to the right.
And a vehicle can be used as, a weapon.
And if she was, she would have turned left, not right.
And the lady, and so I have a question for you. January 6th, 1 million people were praying for the United States. Do you think there's any expiration dates on those prayer requests?
What? Are there expiration dates on prayers? Yes.
No, there's not.
Once the
And
prayer
those-
finishes.
No, those prayer requests are still resonating before the throne of God. God has not answered those. They were praying.
Obviously, I'm an
million
agnostic
people.
atheist. I don't believe that.
So 1 million people were one accord in praying for America. Not only those people, but people from all over the world. I have a lot of pastors on my page, and they were all praying for America's freedom. So January 6th, isn't it normal for Satan's imps from hell to destroy the testimony of Christians? And you don't think that was all orchestrated by hell to ruin the prayer requests of Christians that were all praying for America on January 6th?
So you think that Satan set up January 6th?
I believe there are portholes of entries that a lot of people allow Satan to rule in their lives.
So that must have been Trump influencing Satan to exist to a greater extent, because Trump is the one that led to January 6th. And Trump pardoned the
was a
demonic.
rally.
Trump pardoned all of the demonic individuals influenced by the devil. So Trump pardoned all of the MAGA demons.
No, I think your logic is slanted and you're influenced a lot by the gates of hell.
I'm
And-
influenced by the
no.
gates of hell. How so?
Well, I think you are.
How am I influenced by the gates of hell?
You like to mock a lot of Christians.
How am I mocking you?
Maybe you don't think it's mockery. Maybe you think it's toiling.
Okay. Well, then can you tell me what the mocking is?
Well, your smirks.
My smirks. So I'm
Yeah.
influenced by the gates of hell because I smirk?
No. Well, a lot of people on your page want to do the 666.
So I'm influenced by the gates of hell because people on my live stream in the comment section typed 666?
No, I said you're influenced by him.
So I'm influenced by Satan. Aren't you as well?
He would like to, but no, I fight from victory.
Okay. Can I say the same thing?
You
Or
can say whatever you want.
how does
Doesn't
Satan?
mean
How about
it's
this?
true.
How does Satan influence me?
So he's already blinded your eyes because you don't believe in Jesus' salvation. You don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. So you are already been blinded. You don't see the truth. So
Okay,
you're
so
already
the
influenced.
reason why I'm influenced by Satan is because I'm an atheist.
Well, you weren't influenced by your grandma at all.
Yes, I was.
Only to go to
I
church
think I was
with her.
influenced by my grandma more than Satan.
Well, maybe in your younger years, but not your older years.
In my
And you're
older
not
years
that
too.
old. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I because I don't think Satan exists. So, of course my grandma has influenced me more than Satan. Satan is a fictional character.
Well,
Okay.
just because you don't believe in him
SpongeBob has
doesn't
influenced me more than Satan, okay? And SpongeBob's
Just
also a
because you don't-
fictional character.
just because you don't believe in him doesn't mean he doesn't exist, just like God.
Well, he doesn't exist. I can give you an argument for that. But Lucila, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Athena, thank you so much for the $10. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. They said read aloud slowly. They said daylight murder. When a daylight murder is filmed and then applauded by the president, defense is no longer a political judgment. It's moral annihilation. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't
Good
use
to
the M word
What?
on your live.
You mean
Don't
murder?
Use the M word on your live. I don't
You mean-
think you can. You have to say unalive.
Oh, okay. Okay, I will. I'll say on alive. Dana, thank you so much for the
I don't have a
$1.
problem, but I'm just saying you can get blocked from it.
Yeah, it hasn't happened quite for me, especially recently. So, I don't really hold myself back that much, but yeah, generally I do. Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I totally get you. Thank you so much. I appreciate Megan. Haley, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Benjamin. And for the $10. Katie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Totally agree with you, Katie. And thank you for your service, of course. Benjamin, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Tyler, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just because you believe in him doesn't mean he exists. True. Chloe, thank you so much for the $15. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said ICE approached Renee's vehicle and demanded she get out, tried to yank her out themselves, and blocked her from being able to move out of the way. Does not violate the Fourth Amendment. Either way, that was straight up murder. Absolutely. Deb, thank you so much. Thank you for the $6.68. Thank you so much for your daily payment from Satan. Thank you. Tyler, thank you so much again with the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alexis, thank you for the $5. Satan 666 probably. Thank you for the $13. Thank you so much for I'm literally Satan right here in the chat, bruh. Apparently influencing me right there. Andrew, thank you so much for the $6.68. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank
Parker,
you.
did you not darken your hair?
No, this is my natural hair color.
I thought it
Bose,
was
thank you for the
blonder
$6.66. Nope, this is my natural hair color.
Was it lighter in the summer?
Maybe I don't know. My hair has always been the same color, so
Well, it
push the
might have
double
been.
flower.
No, you looked like it was lighter when I saw you like a year ago, I think.
It could have just been the lighting.
Because it looks a lot darker now.
A
Do
year
you have
ago,
red in it?
I didn't live here, so that's probably why.
Well, I don't know where you live.
Or you talked to Dean.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Dean Withers, the guy who's blonde. I'll show you a picture of him.
Oh, your friend.
Yeah, he's like this soyed out lib.
He was on the live one time with you. He's your friend.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you for probably about a year.
Okay.
Well, for 6
here,
months, I couldn't open my account.
here's Dean Withers.
I can't see him.
Oh, sorry. Let me get a better picture of his face.
No, I remember you because you had. I remember him, but
Yeah,
no,
is that who you talked to?
You had lighter hair color.
Okay. I mean, I think I've always had darker hair color. Like this
Maybe
is from
it's just
me.
aligning with the.
Here's from
purple
me about a
behind
year
you.
ago. Sorry, I'm just notification. Lincoln, by the way, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. But thank you.
No, I remember you from a year ago.
Okay, well, as well as Boys Cry, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I'm a particularist, or you could say threshold deontology, which I think is a form of particularism. But that's my general thought process.
Why did you guys move from Iowa?
Parents didn't want to live there. Weather.
Oh, so you live down south now?
Yeah, we live in LA.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My parents were
wow.
over the Iowa weather, the winters that are never ending.
Actually, it's 50 degrees today. No snow.
Really? Push the
Really?
galaxy, thank you. Well, throughout my whole life, it was like literally winters were very long. I can say that.
Oh, I remember the 21 inches in January 22nd. Yeah, it was pretty bad one year. It can get very bad. And I moved back from the south. So just to be with my family but they're all passed away now, so.
I'm sorry to hear that. I do have a question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him before I go on to the next person?
If there was anything he would do that I wouldn't support him.
Yeah, like anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him. Tiffany, think of the galaxy.
Well, no matter who is in office, I always respect the president just because he's my president. And I don't have to agree with everything they do to support them. It doesn't matter who's been in the office. I prayed for Obama. I prayed for whoever's in there. I don't have to like them. I know, according to the Bible, America will fall, will be in one world power.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I don't know. What did he do that made you stop supporting him? Or
Well,
did you ever?
I'll tell you, he was held. I did. I used to when I was a kid, when I was in high school. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms
Oh,
when
I
Donald
heard
Trump
you
would
say
barge in.
that to this other guy.
He said he
I
would
heard
date a
you say
10-year-old
all
girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying he had a
What
Howard
did he
Stern.
do it in 10 years? What did he do in 10
He
years?
said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years to her face. He said, "Are you going up the elevator?" She said, "Yeah." He said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." And she goes, "Ah."
Well, all of those things are really sad. And I understand your point, why you're saying these points, but again, my point was, I believe he's had an experience with Jesus Christ. I believe his wife has, because when I look at Melania, I don't feel shame, and I know what her background has been also. But I believe she has raised the bar, being the first lady. I know that she wore an outfit more vampy on New Year's Eve this year, but that was the first time I've seen her do that since in the presidency both times. So, and I know what her past is, being that she's done things, but we all have past. And yes, you said before, my past doesn't have to be like his past, but he is my president and I do support him. And whoever's in
Did you
office,
support Biden?
I prayed for him.
Did you support him and did you respect him?
Probably not, because he married his babysitter.
He didn't marry his babysitter.
Jill was his babysitter. Yes, she was.
What? And that wouldn't even be bad on him?
That's his wife. He married
When was Jill his babysitter?
his children's babysitter.
Yeah, when was Jill his baby's
When
or his
when
kid's
he had
babysitter?
kids younger.
So not his babysitter, his kid's babysitter.
Yeah. Well, that's usually when people hire people, they have a babysitter.
Was Jill Biden a babysitter to Joe Biden's kids?
Did Joe Biden ever grope any
No.
children?
No, the claim is false. Yeah, there's something from Newsweek and from Yahoo and from Snopes indicating that that's not true. It's a false rumor.
How much
PolitiFact,
younger?
false rumor, AP News.
How much younger is she?
How much younger is she?
I think 30 years.
No. I think they're right next to each other in terms of age. Joe Biden's
she is-
74. And Joe Biden is, I think he's just over 80, so they're less than 10 years.
Well, which Joe Biden? The one that was 4 inches taller than the other one?
Oh God. Do you think
My
Joe
God.
Biden? Do you
You
think
don't
Joe?
even believe in God. Why didn't you just say God?
Wait, do you
Why
believe that
did
Joe
you say
Biden's? Do you
Hindu?
believe Joe Biden's been dead since 2016?
I believe he had a look-alike. Haven't you ever seen these Hollywood latex masks that they can make a person look totally like someone?
You think that Biden is a person in a mask? I'm sorry. Why is this like the second person I've had say this in like the past few days?
Then we must have saw it, huh?
No, there's no evidence that Joe Biden is a person in a mask. Okay? Joe Biden is Joe Biden. I understand he's old. I understand. I get it. But that does not mean he's a person in a fucking mask. And if he was a person in a mask, why would they make him seem so old then?
Does he suffer from Alzheimer's or dementia?
There's no evidence of that. Do you think that there's evidence of that? Because there's not.
Well, I've seen. You know what? We watch different channels, so guys see things on Trump against Trump, and we get to see.
What channels
things
do you
against
watch?
Biden. Whatever's on YouTube or Facebook.
YouTube and Facebook?
Well, I'm not. I'm not. The last time I watched TV was when Trump held the Bible upside down.
And that was
During
bad,
the-
right? You didn't like that?
Well, I knew they didn't have it secured. My nephew was with the Pentagon Secret Service, and they were throwing cocktails a block away, and they couldn't. It was a hurried up job. They handed them the Bible to get a picture, and they could not secure the location because
Okay.
of the demonstrations.
Do you think
going
Trump
on.
is someone in a mask?
Excuse me?
Do you think Trump is someone in a mask?
No.
But they have all these great masks now, like in Hollywood. And so if you believe that it's true with Biden, why is it not true with Trump?
You couldn't get the hair like that if it was a mask. Right? You couldn't have his doo-wop on his head, like combing it from one side to the other if it was a mask. Well, I know the colors
Do you think that there's
change.
fake hair?
Oh, there's scrape hair, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they would use.
Yeah, I'm a makeup artist, so yeah, I understand all
So
that.
okay, maybe one point you could have made is that they couldn't do the spray tan that badly. Like how it's just
Well-
literally like his from like right here and on, it's super white, but like for here and forward, it's orange. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, that's because you're critical and you're looking for fault.
I mean,
I
it's
don't
not
look
because
at
I'm
that.
critical. It's I can literally show you pictures of Trump. He looks orange from here on forward, and then he's literally white as fuck right there.
Okay, show me the picture.
Okay.
Let's see your
Donald
evidence.
Trump Okay, let's pull it up. This is actually such a brutal. This is so brutal. I can't believe you're having me do this. This is not going to be good for you.
Oh, I'm okay. Well, his eyes look really pink. Nope,
Okay.
there's no line. That's his
Really? There's no
double
line?
chin.
No,
Where are you seeing
that's there's no line. I mean, I can literally see it right there. Like, do you see this line right here? You can see it's clearly a different shade. You can literally see it on near his ear, right next to his hair.
That's because his temples are white.
No, you can literally see how his spray tan is just on his. Like, seriously, look at it, dude. Look at his eyes.
and I
Look at
don't
his
see
eyes.
it.
Look at his eyes, dude. You see
I'm
how it's like.
not a dude.
Sorry,
We've
I
already
apologize. I apologize.
established this.
My girlfriend and I
Well,
use
his
that in gender
eyes-
neutral terms like all the time. Like,
Well,
so
his eyes are
I'm used to it.
pink from sunglasses.
No.
That's why
He
they're
barely
light.
wears
Yeah,
sunglasses.
raccoon eyes.
He
has
barely wears.
raccoon eyes.
He barely wears sunglasses. Do you want me to show you a video of him looking at the eclipse without sunglasses on?
Parker, if he's golfing
take a
in
look at
Florida,
this.
you don't think he has sunglasses down when he's
Yeah, because he's
playing
golfing
golf?
so much. Get a grip. No, that's obviously not. And his glasses don't look like that. Okay, why are they like so circular around?
Obviously, you've never been in a tanning bed. That's what they look like when you go to a tanning bed.
Oh, okay. Well,
They're little
again,
cups that go on your
it
eyes.
makes you look
because
orange
want-
too. I bet it makes you look orange too. So take a look at this. This is Donald Trump. This is him looking at the eclipse.
It's got to be bigger. Well, he was foolish there.
You think that this was a little bit foolish?
Yep.
He did a double take. Why did he double take that?
Because he's Donald Trump. He can do what he wants. Just like you,
Yeah.
Parker, you can do what you want.
Yeah, he can do he can do what he wants. Yeah, that's a great argument there. People are not saying that he has hunter eyes in the comment section. That is a diabolical thing to say, okay?
He's
Trump has
not what?
hunter crazy. Do you think Trump has hunter eyes?
Biden's son?
No, do you think Trump has hunter eyes?
Oh, Hunter? I thought you meant, I was thinking, you're thinking he's like,
Yeah, do you
Biden's
think
son,
that
Hunter.
Trump has hunter eyes?
Like he's like hunting?
Sorry, no, it's
You're
like
saying-
it's an inside joke. It's an
I
inside
don't know
joke.
what that means.
Yeah, it's an inside joke with some other person on the stream who their name is Brock. They said that they have hunter eyes. So it's
Like
just like
they're
a
hunting women?
I don't know what they mean. I have no clue. I still have no clue what they mean.
Well, so Parker, why are you using the terminology if you don't know what that means? You need
Because
to
I'm
back
making fun of
everyone-
it.
No, you're supposed to have evidence and back everything you say. That's what you want. So you need to do that too.
Well, I need evidence on what someone is saying in each circumstance in order to like make a joke out of it. No, I don't. I could make for example, Donald Trump makes statements all the times that are incoherent, and I don't have to like know that that's the case in order to like make fun of him saying make fun of him saying it because it's clearly incoherent. I don't. What's your point? I'm so confused.
That's my point. Because you always say you have to have evidence to back whatever we say, but you're saying things that you don't have to have evidence. So it's okay if we say things.
What did I
too
need
that we
evidence
don't-
for? Tell me, what did I need evidence for?
Well, the only times you need evidence when the judge says it's discovery time.
No, what did I need evidence for? How someone
said the
else was
only-
using the term hunter eyes? Like it was a joke I was making fun of. I'm not making
I
a
know,
fact. I'm
and
not
I'm
making a claim about a fact of reality, right?
Are you not used to people teasing you back?
I thought you were being serious. I'm sorry.
No, I'm a jokester.
You're a jokester?
Yes.
So you don't actually support Trump, right? You were just joking?
No, I do, but I've owned a singing telegram business for 37 years, so I joke a lot.
Okay. Well, you should stop supporting Trump. You know, like you said, like for example, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him? You said nothing earlier, right? So is there anything now that I brought up things that he's done? Like if he raped a woman, would you still vote for him?
I'd pray for him for sure if he did that.
Would you still vote for him?
Well, I probably can't because he's already ran for 2 terms.
No,
He
like
can't
if
be
you
a
could,
third.
if you could vote for him, would you still vote for him?
You mean a hypothetical?
Hypothetical?
Yeah. So, I won't have to, will I? Because he can't run 3 times.
I'm just saying, like, if you could go back in time, would you still vote for him, given that you knew that he raped a woman?
Well, yes, because at the time, you have to have, 2 evils. You have to pick the lesser one. You have to make a choice.
I'm sorry.
when you
Why
go
would
to-
you think that Kamala Harris was more evil than Donald Trump if he raped a woman?
I did not care for her at all.
Why would
didn't.
you say that? Why would you say you don't care about the person that was raped? That's such a crazy thing to say. Why would you do that?
Harris was raped?
No. We're talking about E. Jean Carroll.
Oh, I thought you just said Kamala Harris.
Did I just say
The
Kamala
vice
Harris?
president. That's what I thought you said. If I was to vote again, what was the 2 choices? Was her or him? And I said, I have to choose one or the other, right? The worst of 2 evils. So then you asked me, I thought you were talking about her. I never heard you switch to the other lady. I apologize.
So no, you're voting between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Yeah, of
that's
course.
what
That's
we
the
were
that's the
talking
vote.
about.
But I was
Then
saying
why
you
then
don't
you-
believe that
did you
Donald
come
Trump
up-
raped E. Jean Carroll.
No, you said that. I never said that.
Okay. So you didn't care for Harris, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I didn't care
Why?
for her. And then pardon?
Why?
I just didn't care for her.
Why?
Well, one, she didn't even go to the border
She did.
like she should have. Well, not after a long time as the vice
She went in
president.
2021.
When was she in office?
That was the first year she was in office. It was within a few months.
Did she ever go back?
Yes.
How many times?
I can look it up. I'm not quite sure on the overall amount of times.
You better have your evidence ready.
Okay. Well, I never made a claim about how many times she went. I just told you that she's been a few times. I can show you.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to change your mind, and you're not really changing anyone else's
I
mind.
have changed thousands of people's minds.
Thousands?
Yes,
More
thousands.
like maybe only 150, not
What?
thousands.
There's currently 10,000 people watching this stream on YouTube and TikTok. And that's every day. You don't think I'm changing it? Like, I mean, maybe I do that a day. I'm just kidding. That's a bit much. But, like, I do think that, like, genuinely thousands of people, especially with how many times I've done this.
Well, are any of these people in here voting age?
Yeah? Type your age in the comment section, everyone.
Do their parents even know their homework's not done? They're on YouTube?
They don't live with their parents. Eli, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I don't even remember, to be honest. Corey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you so much for the $1. Twice. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I didn't know that.
well,
Thank you so
that
much, Stacy, for
person's-
letting me know. Brianna, thank you for the $2. Thank you so
They're
much.
from Canada. They can't even vote. Here.
Julie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Patty, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Patty. Queens of W's for Patty in the comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind message. I appreciate it. And I'm so sorry to hear that. AJ, thank you for the $5 for I'm 47 and have my homework done. Julie, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
School?
What's up? Jeanette, thank you for the $3.50.
They're
Thank you.
still in school. They're 47. You can only be in high school, I think, 21.
They were obviously joking.
Well, we don't
And
know
also, you
that.
can have homework in college, by the way. That's possible.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you can have you have homework in college. I did when I was in college.
I tested out of a lot of classes in college.
Do you have a degree? What was your degree in?
I have several degrees.
Nice. Good for you.
Well, but I always planned to be self-employed, not work for anyone.
Okay.
So I've been very eclectic, just taking more education.
Via Think of the Galaxy. All right. Well,
For
I am going to go on to the next person now. I do appreciate you coming up. Hopefully, I
Hey.
could change your mind in a broader sense. I really don't know what I could bring up to you that would change your mind at this point. I tried, honestly.
I just want to wish you a happy New Year's and have a blessed life. And I'm going to pray for you, Parker. Okay?
Happy New Year's. I'll pray for you too.
Okay.
Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Claire, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. And Paige, thank you for the $5. Thank you. We're going to do one last person here for tonight, everyone. One last person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. It really, really does. Let me see how many people have liked the stream so far today. Let me take a quick look real quick. About 2,000. Let's try to get to 3,000 before I end it today. I would really appreciate it. Maybe 2,500. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get out to more people. Try to get to 2 million likes here on TikTok. Make sure to follow me if you haven't already. It's the best way to ensure that you see all my live streams. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Probably should be live tomorrow, later in the day. I would assume that's when I'm going to be live tomorrow. But I'll let y'all know because depending on what I want to do, I'll either go live later or early. I think I'll do live later tomorrow. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Natty, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That was pretty brutal. Yeah, I totally see it there. I see you. Claire again with the $5. Ella, thank you for the $2.22. And again, Paige with the $5. Thank you so much. W. Lenny. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 21.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I don't.
You live in Canada? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're going to get one more person here for today, everyone. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Max, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And KB, thank you for the $5 as well. I know, Max is diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Deja, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much for love when you do the night streams. Oh, I was meaning to do this. For people who are here on the night stream, do you prefer later streams or earlier streams? Because I polled my earlier audience, and now I want to poll the later audience. I'm assuming it's going to be like 90% later. Yeah, like practically everyone prefers later. Okay, when I did my earlier streams, it was practically like, it was like split between late and early. So it seems like people enjoy my later streams a lot more. I had a feeling that was going to happen when I polled people. Like, I practically see no earlier streams from people who are later. But, like, that's what I assumed because everyone is here doing that. We are doing a poll right now. You can actually check out the poll here on TikTok. I think you'll see it like the top left or top right, like a little poll thing. You can just vote in it if you'd like. There's like 200 people that have voted in it so far. Most people are saying late. A very small percent are saying early. Max, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And Ark, thank you for the $2 as well. Oh, thank you so much. Diabolical, thank you. Let's go on to the last person here for today, everyone. Alrighty. Anais, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. First time donor, long time watcher. Thank you so much. Love you too. Appreciate it very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said I only talk to people that pay me, not real discourse. What are you talking about? People on my live that I'm debating did not pay me. Plus, you didn't pay me. I just read your comment. Satan666, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Later, gotta run. Havoc to create. Thank you very much. Bovine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the gift. Thank you. Alrighty, we're trying to get this last person. I'm going to try a few more people. If I can't get someone, I might call it for tonight, but I do think we'll be able to get someone. So do just give us a quick second. Alrighty, do give it a second. We're trying to get someone up here. Thank you for the manifesting, Kimmy. Thank you. And Andy, thank you for the $3. Thank you. That was the first time I've been called out before on the live. That was kind of crazy. Let's get this next person up here. Dalen, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. And Anais, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Diamond, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. And T, thank you so much for the $20 for it's almost 2 a.m. here. Yeah, that's a bit brutal. That's a bit brutal. That means it's East Coast for you. Mandy, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. But I'm gonna be up late anyway, probably. House, thank you so much for the $2. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. 1 second. Let me take you off my speaker.
Okay, for sure. Are you driving, by the way? Oh, okay. Seems like they cut out. I can't hear you currently. Do give them a second to come back again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, welcome back.
I'm here. I'm just trying to take you off my speaker because like.
And you aren't driving, correct?
No, I'm not driving. It's
okay,
just
for sure.
connected to the car. I'm just inside.
Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
I think I support Trump because basically he's our president, and it's the American thing to do.
It seems like you're far away from your microphone. You said it's the American thing to do. So, do you support every president?
Right. Let me give me 1 second. Let me take this speaker off. It's still on the car.
Okay. And Matthew, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Tanile, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. That's very true. Thank you so much. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. As well as Claire, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, so why do you support Trump? You said it's the American thing to do. Does that mean you supported Biden too?
Yes. I mean, I would say I supported every president.
Like, so to clarify, like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I didn't vote, so technically, I don't really know. You know, I don't really have an answer, but like I said, I support the president that is in the office until, he's not there anymore, or, what have you.
Okay. Well, for sure. The support and the connotation of support I'm referencing is that like people who would vote for Donald Trump, given that you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, that technically doesn't apply to you. So I will go to find people who specifically in that context would vote for Donald Trump. But I appreciate you coming up, and hopefully you can watch these streams and maybe see why maybe like you probably should get involved and vote against Donald Trump. But I appreciate you very much for coming up. We are just looking for people who meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. People who would vote for Donald Trump if they could, of course. And if you don't know, I would recommend watching the stream, as that informs you to a greater extent on what's going on. That's obviously step number one. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, they didn't mean to join. So I was texting my mom about... I'm going to go see her tomorrow. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Melina. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, basically, I don't really support what Trump is doing with these ICE raids because I do have...
Okay, I'm sorry. I do think that you are younger. I apologize if I'm wrong, by the way, but I do think that you're probably a minor. It sounded like you were a zygote. Or a fetus, sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, we're going to try to get this next person up here. I might call it quits, though, for tonight, though, here in a minute, if we can't get someone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't believe you either. I apologize. I think I'm the only person that believes that. I was kind of waiting to see if the chat would think that, but maybe I'm not so trusting right now. I typically am a little bit more trusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, fuck you, you fucking black nigga bitch.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, why did it put me? I am not a Trump supporter.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. WU. It just had you in the guest box. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump for sure.
And what's your birth year?
06.
And what month?
December.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
It's mostly just because of his policies regarding abortion and then looking at like trans too.
Okay, what about abortion and what about trans people?
I mean, I don't support abortion, so I would definitely, I know that the opposition, Kamala Harris, supported abortion, and I just don't support the access to it.
Okay, and so you're not pro-choice?
No, I'm pro-life.
Okay, and you believe it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
Yes.
Okay, in all instances?
Unless it's like the mother's life, yes, in all instances.
Okay, so even if like a child gets assaulted?
I mean, is the individual going to survive?
Yeah, they'll survive the pregnancy.
Then yes.
So a 10-year-old rape victim should be forced to go through a pregnancy, even though they didn't cause the pregnancy?
I mean, it's a terrible situation regardless, but it doesn't justify the taking of a life. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Well, no, we're not. We're not claiming. I don't think it's a wrong to get an abortion in that circumstance, right?
You
I
don't think
obviously
taking
don't.
life is wrong?
No, not prior to sentience.
What is sentience?
Subjective experience. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No, because they don't
They
have
still
the
have
potential
cellular
for-
life.
Right, but they don't have the potential for future experience, which I mean, you value that anyways, so you wouldn't have a
If you
contention with
value that, then why don't you value it once it has an experience that existed, rather than valuing it prior to this experience?
Yeah, I just value the potential for subjective experience rather than actual subjective experience.
Okay, so if I had a contraption in front of me, and it was a sperm and an egg, and I put them on track by clicking a button to cause fertilization, and say in like 30 seconds it would cause fertilization, but I decide to slap it, would I be committing murder, under your view, because you care about the future subjective experience, and there would have been a future subjective experience there?
Okay, say that one more time.
Yeah, so you have a contraption. There's a sperm and an egg. I click a button. They're moving towards each other. It's going to lead to fertilization in the future, and it will be a person in the future. If I slap this 30 seconds before it leads to conception, was that wrong or murder?
No, because conception hasn't occurred, so it's not human life yet.
Okay, so it's not just it's not that you just value future subjective experience. You value life plus future subjective experience, correct? Within a condition.
I mean, yeah, I value human life.
Sperm is living.
The potential. Human life. So sperm is going to be, it's the same thing as like, for example, if I cut my finger and I start bleeding, those are still human cells, but they're not life with the potential for sentience.
Well, there is some life, and there is within the condition a future subjective experience. So
My blood cells have the potential for subjective experience?
The sperm and the egg moving towards each other do, yeah.
Sperm alone doesn't have the capacity for subjective experience.
And it's not
And neither
alone.
does an egg.
It's in a condition where it's on track to cause fertilization.
I mean, the only thing you're describing is IUD.
No, I'm not. I'm referencing a contraption that allows for you to cause fertilization by using a sperm and an egg and clicking a button, and then they'll move towards each other and cause fertilization and fuse.
But if you get rid of the contraption, then fertilization doesn't occur?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, human life with the potential for subjective experience begins upon fertilization. So that's what I value.
But you value, again, human cells with cellular life and a future subjective experience within a condition. This condition exists. So technically you should value it at that point. But then I can just ask you, do you think IVF should be banned?
In vitro fertilization?
Yes.
No.
But they discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the process. Those are cellular lives with a capacity for future sentience.
Right, but those individuals are still injected into the vaginal canal, right?
Not always.
I mean, so when I'm talking about IVF, I don't
the ones
think
that
we
are
should
discarded
ban,
aren't.
Yeah, so when I say IVF, I'm not talking about the zygotes or the embryos, whichever stage of development you want to put them in. I'm not talking that we should ban that. Now, I don't think it's right, particularly to throw away the other zygotes and embryos.
Well, that's what they do. So unless you think that's serial murder, then it seems like you're the one justifying the murdering of zygotes and embryos and cellular human lives that have the future subjective experience that could exist.
So I'm not against in vitro fertilization in the essence of what it's supposed to be. However, I am against the throwing away of other zygotes and embryos. So I'm fine.
But like, given that the current process of IVF includes that on average, the people that have been involved in those actions, should they be held accountable for serial murder? And do you think that they are serial killers?
I mean, I think that they've definitely ended human life. I wouldn't say
Are they
that
serial
should
killers?
So yeah, I wouldn't say that they should be held accountable since it's not against the law at the time.
Are they
Like, for
serial
example,
killers?
Are they in my worldview? Yes, but however.
Okay, so you
legally,
don't
they're not.
want serial killers to go to prison? You think serial killers should just be allowed to walk on the streets free?
No, I didn't say that, but we can't hold somebody accountable for something that's not illegal at the time. Like, for
Okay,
example,
well then you would
if
use the then you think the Nazis could have used that argument when there wasn't international law at the time, because they
Well, at the
literally
time-
used that as a defense in the Nuremberg trials. Did you know that?
Oh, I did. Yes, I did. So when we're looking at a situation like that, you would have to look at the fact that in Germany it's illegal. However, because the Allies won that war, obviously their law would have been implemented onto what was happening in Germany at the time.
Wait,
Also,
so then
they were
retroactive
receiving-
enforcement?
Hold on. they were receiving they were receiving justification for crimes against humanity and mass murdering,
Yeah,
which
for
we would just
violating
apply.
international law that didn't exist at the time.
I'm actually not familiar with international law. I'm not.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
would
so
have to explain
international law didn't exist at the time. So they literally created the context of genocide through the Geneva Convention, right, in order to be able to apply these crimes, right, on an international basis. So they literally created these crimes from an international basis and then applied it to them, okay? Given that the laws didn't exist prior, you're saying they shouldn't have been like, held accountable because the laws didn't exist? Do you think that was an accurate defense they could have used in the court system?
Oh, sorry, I got a low power mode. Let me plug in my phone real quick.
Okay. Now, do you think that that was an accurate defense they could have used that you think is justified in the Nuremberg trials? Because international law did not exist at the time, that they should not have been held accountable for crimes against humanity and genocide.
It would also be the fact that they understood what they were doing was wrong. People don't
What if
understand.
what if they thought that it wasn't wrong?
Then they would have been brainwashed.
And then in that circumstance, they shouldn't be held accountable?
So, oh shit! Hold on. So yes, they should be held accountable. Yes. Okay. And then I mean,
so then people should be retroactively enforced against in terms of IVF. Therefore, people who are engaged in IVF and are serial killers under your worldview should be put in prison for engaging in the usage of IVF.
People who understand and knowingly do IVF and knowing that zygotes and embryos are thrown away in that instance, yes, should be held accountable.
Wait, but you just said even when they didn't know that they should be held accountable.
Yeah, if somebody's like, so for example, if there's a mother, or not a mother, a woman who
no, we're talking about Nazi officials. You said Nazi officials, even if they didn't know, should be held accountable,
which
correct?
Which example are we talking about, right? Are we talking about the Schnazis, or are we talking about IVF? Yes.
Yeah, so you think the Nazi officials should have been held accountable even if they didn't think it was wrong, right?
If they were knowingly committing genocide, yes, they should be held accountable. However, if they were unknowingly doing acts of wrong, then I don't think there's
They
any
murdered people. We're talking about people who have murdered others. If they didn't think it was wrong to murder them, should they be held accountable?
Everybody knows murder is wrong except for pro-choice people. So
what? I'm sorry, that's just a ridiculous thing for you to say.
How so?
Because we're talking about people who literally thought it was okay for them to murder Jewish people. Okay? In the circumstance that they thought it was okay, would you think that they shouldn't be held accountable?
No, because they can justify it, but they still know that it's wrong.
Okay. Again, when you claim that they know it's wrong, there are plenty of them that think that it's not. Now, if you're claiming that, couldn't you say that for pro-choice people, that they know it's wrong as well?
Yeah, they know it's wrong. Unless there's a pro-choice.
So then they should be held accountable then for engaging in the usage of IVF, even though it leads to the discarding of many zygotes and embryos. You think they should be put on trial for crimes against humanity?
Unless they unknowingly. So if somebody participates in IVF and they're not aware of the process and they don't know.
Let's say that they are aware of the process. They should be put in prison?
Yes. Well, not prison. No, I don't support
So if
prison.
I were to use the IVF process and I knew that we discarded many zygotes and embryos, you would think I'm a serial killer and I should go to prison?
Yes. I wouldn't say you're a serial killer since you technically didn't do it, but I would say that.
No, if I myself discarded the zygotes and the embryos, would you say I'm a serial killer and should go to prison?
If you were taking fertilized eggs, human life, and throwing it away, yes, that is murder. Yes.
So I'm a serial murderer and I should go to prison?
You shouldn't go to prison, but yes.
So you think some serial killers shouldn't go to prison?
No, I just don't support the prison system in general. I think it's a form of slavery.
Okay, you don't think any serial killer should go to prison?
I think that we should have something. I just don't support the prison system as it stands now. I think it needs reformation.
Sure, you could say that, but you still think that they should go to prison or they should be held accountable, right?
They should be held accountable. They should face justice somehow, but not with the current prison system.
What system do you think should exist?
I'd have to give that a lot more thought. I'm not sure, really. Probably some kind of rehabilitation program.
Okay, like they have in Scandinavia, so at least you would have a system like that.
I'm not familiar with the system in Scandinavia, but...
Well, they have rehabilitation type systems.
Then yeah, I guess I would support any kind of rehabilitation center, yes.
So, again, serial killer rehab?
Sure, yeah.
I think that we see some crimes to be so far that, like, we probably don't think that they should be reintegrated into society. Like, I don't think we should be reintegrating serial killers into society. Like, I think that's a kind of a crazy thing to think about.
I mean, It depends on how
You wanna
their
you wanna
rehabilitation program goes.
reintegrate mass murderers into society? Like that's kind of
They
crazy.
don't always. So rehabilitation doesn't necessarily mean integration. At some point, obviously, your rehabilitation process.
So
may
then,
not
what's the
work.
distinction between that and prison?
Prison is
Isn't
more
it
like
just
forced labor.
rehabilitation within prison then?
Yeah, well, prison requires an aspect of forced labor. I don't support forced labor.
It does not entail forced labor.
It
You can have prison
yeah.
without forced labor.
You can, right, but some
Yeah.
prisons require forced labor, which I
Yeah,
don't
and I
support.
disagree with the forced labor.
Okay,
But that doesn't
so
mean you
then
disagree
we're
with
on the same
prison.
page, right? I support the prison system as it stands now, right? Not the whole entire concept of prison, but the prison system that we
Okay,
have
yeah,
in the United States,
yeah. So
I don't support.
I don't know why you felt like you had to clarify that.
Well, I mean, I feel like you were just going to ask if I supported slavery after that.
No,
So.
not at all.
Okay, well then, I mean, I think we would be in semi-agreement about the
Do you
prison
think
aspect.
that? Do you think that I should go to prison if I discarded multiple zygotes and embryos?
No, yeah. I mean, my idea of prison, yes.
For life?
It depends on how your rehabilitation program goes.
So you think some serial killers should be rehabilitated and reintegrated?
I think everybody should have the opportunity to rehabilitate.
So including serial murderers.
Yeah.
Would you try to rehabilitate Adolf Hitler?
I mean, I would say we could try it. I don't think it would work.
Are you kidding me? You would try to put Adolf Hitler through a rehabilitation campaign?
I mean, do you think it would be wrong to deny somebody an offer at rehabilitation?
No, not with Hitler.
Well, Hitler.
I mean, I don't think that we'd want to rehabilitate and reintegrate Hitler into society. Like,
yeah, because he supports genocide and pro-choice supports infanticide. So, I mean,
you think that I'm also supporting genocide by being pro-choice as well, right?
not genocide, infanticide. If you want to classify that as a form of genocide,
Well,
then I
you
would say
are
yes.
classifying that as a genocide, right?
Abortion,
Yes.
infanticide.
You don't consider it genocide?
I mean, doesn't genocide? I could be wrong about this, but isn't genocide specific to race or ethnicity?
It doesn't have to be specific towards race or ethnicity. It's just a certain people group.
Yeah,
Whether
then I would say
it
that's
could
a
be
form
even
of
religious.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's discrimination against a group of people who were defenseless at this point in time. It's discrimination against their stage of development.
Okay, so then you think it's genocide?
Can you give me like 15 seconds to plug my phone charger into the wall? It like fell out.
Okay. Ryan, that's a weird way of referring to debating.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What was your question? Or did you ask me a question?
No, I didn't ask you a question there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would consider that a form of genocide.
Yeah, so then, do you think violence is acceptable to end genocide?
I feel... I mean, what's the degree of violence? Is the degree of violence you're committing worse than the genocide occurring?
No, I'm asking, like, do you think it would be justifiable for you to use violence to prevent people from engaging in IVF?
To a reasonable extent, yes. But then again, I hold a view overall that unaliving people is wrong.
So you think it would be justified to vigilante arrest people for engaging in discarding like zygotes and embryos?
For throwing away human life? Yes.
I don't give a shit about zygotes and embryos, but like, come on. You think it would be justified to like vigilante arrest them? That's crazy.
I mean, if you look at it from if we ignore the fact
How about this?
that
How about this? If you had to murder them to prevent them from discarding multiple zygotes and embryos, would you think it's justified to do that?
are those zygotes and embryos guaranteed a chance, not guaranteed a chance, but guaranteed the fact that they will be implanted?
Yes.
Let me think. Okay, say it one more time.
Wait, do you remember? I have to. I can replay it.
Okay.
Sorry, I just don't remember the specific exact phrasing I used.
You're good.
Oh my gosh, I have to click on it all through this. Do you remember any of it?
You were asking about I think you were asking
Would
about
you think
if
it's justified for people to vigilante arrest individuals that are engaged in the IVF process?
yes.
You do?
If those people in the IVF process are
Or no, I asked you
knowingly-
this. Would you think it's justified to murder someone or unalive someone who is going to discard many zygotes and embryos if that's the only way you can prevent them from doing it?
I honestly don't know. I think that's. I mean,
You
I
don't
think it's
know?
for one.
Let me ask you this question. If someone was about to murder 5 to 6 babies, would you think it's justified to unalive that person, right, who is going to unalive the 5 to 6 babies, right, if that's the only way to prevent them from doing it?
If that's the only way to prevent them from doing it,
Yeah.
then yes, I would say yes to your
Yes, you
scenario.
do. But if they are zygotes and embryos, then you have to think about it?
No, I'll say yes. I'll say yes.
Oh,
'Cause I
okay.
see
So,
it-
so you
I
would
see
think
your
it's
analogy.
justified to murder someone who's going to discard literally zygotes and embryos?
Well, it's not murder or schmurder. Schmurder is the unjustified unaliving. I would consider that justified to save the other lives.
So if I was doing that, if I literally was discarding zygotes and embryos, you think it would be justified to murder me? Or,
Once again, it's
sorry,
not
you think
murder.
it's a justified killing?
I think it's self-defense for another person. Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, is there any last words you'd like to say before I do get off for tonight?
Oh, you didn't want to talk about anything else?
Well, I'm near the end of my stream. What else, what do you want to keep talking about?
I thought we were talking about Trump. I'm confused now.
Yeah, we just had a conversation about abortion for a while, which is the reason why you support Trump, right?
I mean that and trans, and I guess from a religious standpoint, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you want me to continue to keep talking to you about that, or am I not allowed to get off? Or
I mean, you can get off if you want. That's fine.
okay. So, do you have any last words?
I just feel like, my religion says it's wrong. So yeah.
Okay. Where in your religion does it say it's wrong?
Thou shalt not murder.
Oh, sorry, but you're okay with it when Trump supports literally the murdering, right, of Renee today?
Renee Good?
Yeah, Renee got murdered. Do you agree that she got murdered?
I don't. I saw the video. I would say that it was unnecessary for the officer to do that. Yeah.
So that was murder.
Yeah, I don't.
And then
like
Trump
it.
defended it and said it wasn't, and said it was justified.
Yeah.
So he's
just because I
justifying
support Trump as a
murder.
president doesn't mean that I support every action.
But that's against your religion.
Yeah,
So
I know. I don't support that action.
You're okay with okay, so okay, alrighty.
I don't like ICE.
And yet you still support Trump?
I do support Trump, yeah, because that's just one aspect of his presidency.
But that's like the violent treatment of individuals. 95% of those have no violent criminal record. 73% have no prior criminal record at all.
I don't support ICE.
Okay, and I'm just like, you're willing to overlook the impacts of ICE because you're pro-life? Is that the reason? Or because you don't like trans people?
It's not that I don't like trans people, it's that I don't like them in spaces they don't belong in.
So, like, would you ever vote for a candidate that was a man that walked into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
It depends on the context.
Depends on the context now? Really?
Well, no, because
I thought you were about protecting women's spaces.
I don't agree with that action either.
Until it's the president that's doing it. That's bragging
Well, he
about
wasn't the
walking into the
president.
changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old
wasn't-
came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
He wasn't the president at the time.
So? Does that justify him doing this because he wasn't the president?
No, but I mean, he could be a different person now.
Oh, so he's just changed. Even though he sexually exploited women and girls in the past, he changed? That's your argument? Your argument is that you'll
don't-
support him for presidency because he changed from his sexual exploitation ways, even though he doesn't even acknowledge it to this day?
I don't think it was exploitation.
It was. Him bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without consent. Literally.
He never said they were naked.
To perv on them. Yes, he did. He said they have no clothes on. Are people naked when they have no clothes on?
He did not say no clothes.
Yes, he did.
I heard the audio. I don't think
Do
he
you want
said
me to
that.
play the audio and you can hear him say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay?
They're standing there with what? We'll listen to it with full
Can you
speed.
play it normally? Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
He didn't even finish the statement. He could have realized that he was incorrect, and that's why he didn't finish the statement.
You're kidding. Listen.
They're standing there with no clothes.
They're standing there with no clothes. What else would he be saying?
I mean, no, I'm saying that he was probably going to say no clothes, and then he realized, wait, they probably did have clothes on, and it was just something that he was going to say.
Then
I
why
think he's
why
very-
did victims come out and talk about how they didn't have clothes on?
I mean, they might not have been telling the truth. We never know.
So they're just lying,
They could be.
even though Donald Trump bragged about doing this. So that's more likely that they're lying than literally when there's multiple victims that came out and said this, than literally what Donald Trump said was true.
I've never seen a victim come out and say that.
Well, they have.
Who?
Victoria Hughes, I'm pretty sure that's her last name, is an example of someone who came out who said there were 4 girls 15 years old in these changing rooms.
But that's just one person.
It's not just one person. I just gave you an example of one person.
I mean, have you ever been in a pageant?
No.
Okay, do you know that there's people back there all the time, and people are always changing, constantly changing?
Yeah, and do you think it's
Everybody's
okay
back
for men to just walk in while they're changing and then naked without their consent?
No, but I mean, I would agree
so
that
would you
men-
support someone for president and vote for them if they did that?
Well, I'm saying I don't think that the dressing room of a pageant is a private space. Maybe a dressing room in like a store.
So like
or something.
the private dressing room for women specifically is not a private space?
Not in a pageant.
You know,
That's not
oftentimes
how
in these
pageants
events, they
operate.
don't even allow the parents to go in there.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't, but they have other people in there all the time. I've been in them.
Yeah, but like, is it okay for just men to walk in to perv on them? Is that okay?
I mean, they did.
Oh, and that's
Well,
okay.
not perv. Not perv. I mean,
Trump
he
was
didn't say-
bragging about doing that to perv on them.
He didn't say perv.
He was talking about how he gets to do this and he gets away with it, and he sees all these beautiful women standing there.
I think it's just an ego thing. He is a very egotistical person, and I think it's just him bragging about the fact that he has the ability.
So this
to
is what
do
I
it.
mean. You're willing to say that you have an issue with it when it's trans people, but when it's Donald Trump, you're still willing to support him no matter what. So you see what I mean? Like, what's going to convince you to stop supporting this guy? You're willing to defend him sexually exploiting people. You're willing to defend him even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, even though he sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, even though he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I mean, what could he do that would get you to stop supporting him at this point?
Support abortion.
Which, again, he thinks it should be legal, just depending on the state. So under your
Right,
view,
yeah.
he does do that. He does support
He
abortion.
does to an extent, but not to the extent of 9 months, like a lot of.
Wait, Democrats think it should be protected up to viability.
A lot of Democrats support it up to 9 months. Obviously, just not.
Yeah, but like
legal.
you understand, Roe versus Wade is just up to viability, and then after viability, it's left up to the states. So the only
Yeah, I
distinction
mean-
between Trump and Harris's policy was whether or not there'd be protected access to abortion prior to viability on a federal standpoint.
I mean, Trump supports it more, or supports it less than Kamala does, right?
But okay, so then it's not about whether or not they support abortion, it's whether or not they support a certain amount of abortion.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're not going to have a candidate that's going to support it no matter what.
Okay, so then
Wait,
what name something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him? Like a specific thing he could say or do.
I mean, I would probably stop supporting him if he, I don't know, if he supported genocide.
Under your view, he does.
How so?
He thinks it should be legal depending on the state, so he supports genocide.
Well, yeah,
under your
yeah,
view.
okay, but he supports it to a lesser extent than Kamala does, right? So I
not
would
in
be the
not
lesser
in terms
two
of
evils.
Gaza, not in terms of Yemen.
I don't really know anything about the Middle East
Well,
conflict.
you should look those
so-
up. Those are
I
important.
mean, I know a little bit. I just
I mean, he quite literally supported Saudi Arabia in a blockade over Yemen, which starved and bombed over 70,000 Yemeni children. He supports Israel bombing kids in Gaza and adults and innocent people and civilians and starving them intentionally.
okay. I mean, I just know
So
that,
could you
like,
name anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him? Because clearly it's not that.
if he's just a bad person overall, yeah.
Yeah,
I would
like
say
like he raped a woman, like he sexually exploited women and girls, like he sexualized his daughter, like he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, like he cheated on every single one of his wives, like he's a pathological liar. Like, what could he do? He'd maybe engage in death threats towards his political opponents.
I don't think he raped anybody.
He did. He
Are
was
you
held
talking about
civilly
Eugene-
liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, and there was 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. Do you think every single one of them are lying?
Because he's such a political figure, I would say that if they were lying, it wouldn't surprise me.
You see what I mean? So every single one of them. And by the way, there were people that came out before he even ran for president.
Yeah,
But
but he was famous well before that.
That doesn't mean that he didn't do this. Again, all these people, you think every single one of them are lying, when he literally has bragged about doing all of these horrible things. He says he grabs women by the vagina without asking. He doesn't even have to ask. That's what he says. And that every woman wants him in his own head. He's delusional, okay? Like, genuinely, there's nothing he could do that would get you to stop supporting him. It's not murdering people. It's not raping people. It's not literally anything. There's nothing that he could do that would get you to stop supporting him. You can't even mention it. What about if in the Epstein files, it was said that he raped children?
Yeah, I would stop supporting him.
Well, there are FBI tips literally in the Epstein files that indicate that. Oh, wait, you don't believe them. You think that they're not legitimate. You don't think there's not enough evidence.
Well, I know that the Epstein files that were released were redacted.
Yeah, and even with the redactions and everything, there still are FBI tips that indicate that he did that.
Where?
Look up Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan?
Yes.
Like right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Like, I mean, I'll end the live right now, and you can go look this up, but you should look this up, and based upon your own argument, you should stop supporting Trump because of it.
I just saw like a headline thing for it, and that's not like evidence that he did.
Okay. Well, again, when you're disputing the evidence, if it's not just listed in the Epstein files now. And by the way, why is he not releasing them, all of them, and why are they not giving the explanations for the redactions, even though the law mandated them to? Is he protecting pedophiles? Is that a disqualifier for you? Protecting pedophiles intentionally? No, that's not a disqualifier for you.
I haven't read the Epstein files, but my husband did, and he said that there was nothing in them.
Yeah, not all of them have been released yet. And legally has been mandated to do that. So it's either he fired too many people from the federal government that they can't fulfill the tasks they are mandated to fulfill, or is that they're purposefully protecting pedophiles, and you support the GOP, the guardians of pedophiles.
I mean, my husband said like none of that is true, and I trust him, so.
And you're not going to look into that at all? You're not going to literally see it? But it's a fact that not all the files have been released. It's a fact that they have not provided the explanations for the redactions. Those are facts. Whether or not your husband says whatever the fuck he wants to say, that doesn't make it accurate, right? Quite literally, you should do research and not just think that because someone says something that it's true, even if it's your husband, okay? If my girlfriend said this, or I said something, I'm still going to rely on evidence. Now, I might trust her, but I might rely on evidence, especially when there's indicating factors otherwise.
Yeah, but he's a very smart person.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
He said windmills are causing whales to die, numbers never seen before. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection
No,
to fight
not I was
COVID-19.
talking.
He
I
looked
meant
up.
my husband, not Trump.
Oh, your husband.
But
Okay, sorry. I
I'm sure
apologize.
Trump. It's okay. I mean, I'm sure Trump is smart too. But I was saying I trust my husband's word because he's very smart.
Oh, I apologize. So yeah, your husband. You should just like look into it. I'm serious. And also like again, there's so much evidence indicating Trump's done all of this. Like literally so much. Like I feel like you have to purposefully be denying evidence in order to be able to acknowledge this or to not acknowledge this. Because like there's so many victims that have come out. It's like, are you Christian?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How many people saw Jesus rise from the dead? That you have individual accounts of, not the claim of 500 people.
The eyewitness testified to it.
Yeah.
Just the disciples and
Okay.
Mary Magdalene and.
That's less than the amount of people that have come out about Donald Trump. Okay.
Right,
So
but
you
that
have
was in a
better
less
reason
politically
to believe that
controversial
Donald
time.
Trump has done this than you do to believe that Jesus rose from the dead.
Well, I mean, my husband, like, well, I was a Christian. I wasn't a Christian before I was married, and so I'm kind of new to all of that.
Okay, but like the point's still true. You have better reason to believe that Donald Trump is a rapist than you have to believe that Jesus rose from the dead. You can say you believe Jesus rose from the dead based upon faith, but you cannot say that you do it based upon more evidence.
One more time.
You can say that you believe in Jesus, that he rose from the dead based upon faith, but you cannot say it that you believe it because it has more evidence, because I just gave you an example of something that has more evidence than Jesus rising from the dead, all the evidence that indicates that, and yet you still don't accept it to be true. You still say that all of them are lying, and that you wouldn't be surprised if all of them are lying.
I mean, I've had more experience as a Christian than I have to do with the Trump stuff because, I mean, I became a Christian when I got married, when I was 17, and then,
You got married at 17?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
I live in Georgia, so like, if your parents
Was your
signed
husband
off-
also that age?
No,
How old was your husband?
when we got married,
Yeah.
38.
I'm
But like,
so
it was
sorry.
no, it was a match. Like my mom,
No,
like,
no,
set us
no,
up.
no. That's literally pedophilia. That's literally pedophilia.
No, I was 17.
Yeah, that's you were a child. You were a child. 17 years old is a child. Okay? No, 38-year-olds should be hell, people my age should be going after 18-year-olds even, okay? 17 and 38 is I'm sorry, that's insane.
Well, I mean, don't be sorry. I mean, I'm confused now.
Sorry, do you not think that's pedophilia? For 38-year-olds to go after 17-year-olds? If you have a 17-year-old daughter, would you be okay with a 38-year-old like trying to date them?
No, because it's different. Like, I knew I was going to get married to this guy. So
That doesn't what? That doesn't change whether or not the fact that it's pedophilia. If a 38-year-old is trying to marry a 17-year-old, that is pedophilia.
well, I mean, he wasn't 38 when we knew we were going to get married.
How old is he?
17 minus. Oh, so he was like 33.
So you were, how old were you? You were 12 years old.
When my mom arranged it, yeah. But like, we weren't getting married then.
Your mom arranged you as a 12-year-old to get married to a 33-year-old.
I mean, yeah, but
And
we
you
weren't
see
going to get
nothing
married.
wrong with that.
I don't know. I mean, that's just what was happening.
But that doesn't mean that's good. That's horrible. Genuinely, like, I don't think parents should be able to marry 12-year-olds to 30-year-olds. That's insane.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't 12 when we got married. I was 17.
So you're still a child. But it's insane to set up a 12-year-old to marry a 33-year-old.
It is? Wait,
Yes.
insane or illegal? Did you say insane or is it illegal?
I would hope that it's illegal. I would
don't think-
really hope that that's illegal. I think it should be illegal. Okay, I'm gonna get off for today.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's not your fault. That's literally the fault of the guy and the circumstance and your parents. That's not your fault at all. I think we're sorry to you, like, genuinely, like.
Oh.
If there's anything I can do to help out in the situation, like, I genuinely, that's like, that's a lot to hear, like, a lot, genuinely.
I mean, I don't think I need help. I don't know. I mean, he's like, we don't talk a lot, low key, but like, I don't know.
Okay, well,
No, I'm fine.
Gonna get off today. Just know that I guess my DMs are open if you want to do that. If you need help or something like that, I guess I just can't force that or anything, but yeah, I guess thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for debating me. It was cool.
Alrighty, for sure. I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you everyone for all the gifts. I'm just gonna get off right now. I'm sorry I couldn't thank everyone on the stream. I need a minute. Thank you everyone for coming through. I'll be on tomorrow, probably later in the day. So I'll see y'all then, everyone, probably later in the day. Good night, everyone. I love y'all. Have a good night. Have a good night.